शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल 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 शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala,
Namaskar all. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Aruna will chant the Arunachala Ashrama.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Tarunarunamani Kiranavali Tarumaksharamana Mahirmalai Terunadiya Tiru Adiyar Terumaral Teliya Paravudal Porulaga கருணாகரமுனி ரமணாரியனுவ கையினார் சொல்லியது கதியாக அருணாச்சலமெனமே அறிவுடும் ஆழ்வார் சிவனுலகாழ்வாரே அருணாச்சலவரக்கேற்ற அக்ஷரமணமாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளி காப்பாயே அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா அழகு சுந்தரம் போலகமும் நீயோமோர் அபிநமாயிருப்போம் அருணாச்சலா அகம்புகும் தீர்த்து உன்னாக குகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததென் கொல்லருணாச்சலா ஆறு காவென்னை ஆண்டனை அகற்றிடில் அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா இப்பழி தாப்புனை ஏன் நினைப்பீத்தாய் இனி யார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா பெரிதருள் புரிவோய் இதுவோ உனதருள் அருணாச்சலா உன்னையே மாற்றியோடாதுளத்தின் மேல் உறுதியாயிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா ஊர் சுற்றுளம்பிடாதுனை கண்டடங்கிட உன்னழகை காட்டருணாச்சலா என்னை அழித்து போதென்னை கலவாவிடில் இதுவோ ஆண்மை அருணாச்சலா ஏன் இந்த உறக்கம் என்னை பிறரிழுக்க இது உனக்கழகோ அருணாச்சலா ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போது அகத்தினில் இல்லையோ அருணாச்சலா ஒருவனா உன்னை ஒழித்தவர் வருவார் உன் சூதே இது அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா ஓங்கார பொருளோ உயர்வில்லோய் உனையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா அவ்வை போல் எனக்கு உன் அருளை தந்தனை ஆளுவதும் கடன் அருணாச்சலா கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி அருணாச்சலா காந்தமிரும்பு போல் கவர்ந்தனை வீடாந்திருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா கிரி உருவாகிய கிருபை கடலே கிருபை கூந்தரு அருணாச்சலா கீழ்மேலெங்கும் கிளருளி மணியன் கிழ்மையை பாழ்செய்யுனா கூற்றமுற்றறுத்தனை குணமாய் பணித்தாள் குருவாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா கோர்வாட்கண்ணியர் கொடுமையில் படாதருள் கூர்ந்தனை சேர்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலாம் கெஞ்சியும் வஞ்சியாய் கொஞ்சமும் இறங்கிலை அஞ்சலன் அருணாச்சலா கேளாதளிக்கும் முன் கேடில் புகழை செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா கையினிற் கனியுன் மெய்ரசம் கொண்டுவ கைவெறி கொளருள் அருணாச்சலா கொடியீட்டடியரை கொல்லுனை காட்டி கொண்டங்கன் வாழ்வேன் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா கோபமில் குணத்தோய் குறியாய் என்னை கொள குறையன் செய்தேன் அருணாச்சலா கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையே கடைக்கணை தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா சகலமும் விழுங்கும் கதிரொளி நமன ஜலஜமலர்த்தீடருணாச்சலா சாப்பாடுன்னை சார்ந்துணவாயான் சாந்தமாய் போவன் அருணாச்சலா சித்தம் குளிர கதிரத்தம் வைத்தமுதவாய் எய்திரள்மதி அருணாச்சலா சீரையழித்து நிர்வாணமாய் செய்தருள் சிலைகளே தருள் அருணாச்சலா சுகக்கடல் பொங்க சொல்லுணரடங்க சும்மா பொருந்திடங் அருணாச்சலா சூது செய்தென்னை சோதியாதினி உன் ஜோதி உரு காட்டருணாச்சலா செப்படி வீதை கற்றிப்படி மயக்குவே துருப்படுவித்தை காட்டருணாச்சலா சேராயனின்மை நீராயுருகிகள் நீராற்றழிவேன் அருணாச்சலா சையன தள்ளி செய்வினை சுடுமலால் உய்வகையே துரை அருணாச்சலா சொல்லாது சொல்லி நீ சொல்லரனில் என்று சும்மா இருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா சோம்பியாய் சும்மா சுகமுண்டுறங்கிடில் சொல்வேரங்கதி அருணாச்சலா சௌரியம் காட்டினை சழக்கற்றதென்றே சலியாதிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா ஞாமலீர் கேடா நான் என்னுறுதியாய் நாடினின் ஒருவேன் அருணாச்சலா ஞானமில்லாது உன் ஆசையாற்றளபர ஞானம் தெரித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா நேமிர போல் நீயும் மலர்ந்திலை என்றே நேர் நின்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா தத்துவம் தெரியா தத்தனையூற்றாய் தத்துவமிதுவென் அருணாச்சலாம் தானே தானே தத்துவமிதனை தானே காட்டுவை அருணாச்சலா திரும்பிய அந்தனை தினமக கண்காள் தெரியும் என்றன என் அருணாச்சலா தீரமில்லகத்தில் தேடியொந்தனையான் திரும்பவுற்றேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா பரிவில்லாய் பிறப்பென் பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயேன் அருணாச்சலா தூய் மனமொழியர் தோயும் உண்மையகம் தோயவே அருளன் அருணாச்சலா தெய்வம் என்றுன்னை சாரவே என்னை சேரொழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா தேடாதூற்றனர் திருவருள் நிதியாக இயக்கம் தீர்த்தருள் அருணாச்சலா தைரியமோடு முன்மையாக நாடையான் தட்டழிந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா தொட்டருள் கைமை கட்டிடாய நிலியாய் நட்டமாவேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா தோடமில் நீயாக தோடொன்றி என்று தோடமொன்றிட அருள் அருணாச்சலா நகைக்கிடமில்லை நின் நாடியனை அருள் நகையிட்டு பார் நீ அருணாச்சலா நானிலை நாடிட நானாயொன்று தாழ்வாய் நின்றனை அருணாச்சலா நின்னெறியறித்தனை நீராக்கிடுமுன் நின் அருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலா நீனானர புலி நிதங்களி மயமாய் நிலை அருள் அருணாச்சலா நொன்னொரு புனையான் விண்ணுரு நன்னிட எண்ணலையேறுமென் அருணாச்சலா மூலறிவறியா பேதைய என்றன் மாலறி வருத்த அருள் அருணாச்சலா நெக்கு நெக்குருகியான் பூக்கிட உனை புக நக்க நான் நின்றனை அருணாச்சலா நேசமில் எனக்கு உன் ஆசையை காட்டி மோசம் செய்யாத அருள் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா நைந்தழி கனியால் நலநிலை பதத்தில் நாடியுட்கொள் நலம் அருணாச்சலா நொந்திடாதுந்தனை தந்தனை கொண்டிலை அந்த நீ எனக்கு அருணாச்சலா நோக்கியே கருதிமை தாக்கியே பக்குவம் ஆக்கினி ஆண்டருள் அருணாச்சலா பற்றிமால் விடந்தலையுற்றிருமுனம் அருள் பற்றிட அருள் புரி அருணாச்சலா பார்த்தருள் மாலர பார்த்திலையனின் அருள் பாருனக்கால் சொல்வர் அருணாச்சலா பீத்து விட்டுனை நேர்பித்தனாக்கினை அருள் பித்தம் தெளி மருந்தருணாச்சலா பீதியில் உன்னை சார் பீதியில் என்னை சேர் பீதி ஒன்றனக்கே அருணாச்சலா புல்லறிவேதுரை நல்லறிவேதுரை பொல்லிடவே அருள் அருணாச்சலா பூமணமாமனம் பூரணமணம் கொள பூரணமணம் அருள் அருணாச்சலா பெயர் நினைத்திடவே பிடித்திழுத்தனை உன் பெருமையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா. பேய்த்தனம் விட விடா பேயாய் பிடித்தனை பேயனாக்கினையன் அருணாச்சலா. பைங்கொடியா நான் பற்றின்றி வாடாமல் பற்று கோடாய் கருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. பொடியால் மயக்கியன் போதத்தை பறித்து உன் போதத்தை காட்டினை அருணாச்சலா. போக்கும் வரவுமில் பொதுவெளி நிலருள் போராட்டம் காட்டருணாச்சலா. பௌதிகமாமுடல் பற்றற்று நாளு முன் பவிஷு கண்டுர அருள் அருணாச்சலா. மலை மருந்திட நீ மலைத்திடவோ அருள் மலை மறந்தாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா. மானம் கொண்டொருபவர் மானத்தை அழித்தபி மானமில்லாதொளிர் அருணாச்சலா. நெஞ்சிடிற் கெஞ்சிடும் கொஞ்சவரிவனியான் வஞ்சியாதருளனை அருணாச்சலா. மிகாமல் நில்லாமல் மகாச்சலை கலம் ஆகாமல் காத்தருள் அருணாச்சலா. மொழியடி காணா முடிவிடுத்தனை நேர் முடிவிட கடனிலை அருணாச்சலா. மூக்கிலன் முன் காட்டு முகுர மகாதனை தூக்கி அணைந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா. மெய்யகத்தின் மனமென் மலரணையினா மெய் கலந்திட அருள் அருணாச்சலா. மேன்மேற்றாழ்ந்திடும் மெல்லியர் சேர்ந்து நீ மேன்மையுற்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா. மைமய நீ தருள் மையினால் உனது உன் மைவசமாக்கினை அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. மொட்டையடி தன்னை வெட்ட வெளியில் நீ நட்டமாடினையன் அருணாச்சலா. மோகந்தரீர்த்து உன் மோகமா வைத்தும் என் மோகந்திராயன் அருணாச்சலா. மௌனியாய் கல் போல் மலராதிருந்தால் மௌனமிதாமோ அருணாச்சலா. யவனன் வாயில் மண்ணினையட்டி என் பிழை பொழித்தருணாச்சலா. யாரும் அறியாதன் மதியினை மருட்டி எவர் கொலை கொண்ட அருணாச்சலா. ரமணன் என்றுரைத்தேன் ரோஷம் கொள்ளாதென்னை ரமித்திட செய்யவா அருணாச்சலா. ராப்பகலில்லா வெறும் வெளி வீட்டில் ரமித்திடுவோம் வாருணாச்சலா. லட்சியம் வைத்தருளாஸ்திரம் வீட்டென்னை பட்சித்தாய் பிராணனோடருணாச்சலா. லாப நீக பர லாபமில்லென்னையுற்று லாபமனூற்றனை அருணாச்சலா. வரும்படி சொல்லிலை வந்தன் படியள வருந்திடும் தலை விதி அருணாச்சலா. வாவென்றஹம்புக்குன் வாழ்வருளன்றையன் வாழ்விழந்தேன் அருணாச்சலா. வீட்டிடில் கஷ்டமாம் விட்டிடாதுனையுயிர் விட்டிட அருள் புரி அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. வீடு விட்டீர்த்துள வீடுப்புக்கு பைய உன் வீடு காட்டினை அருள் அருணாச்சலா. வெளிவிட்டேன் உன் செயல் வெறுத்திடாதுன் அருள் வெளிவிட்டனை கருணாச்சலா. வேதாந்தத்தே வேரற விளங்கும் வேத பொருளருள் அருணாச்சலா. வைதலை வாழ்த்தா வைத்தருள் குடியா வைத்தனை விடாத அருள் அருணாச்சலா. அம்புவிலாலி போல் அன்புரு நிலனை அன்பாய் கரை தருள் அருணாச்சலா. அருணையன்றெண்ணையான் அருள் கண்ணி பட்டேனுன் அருள்வலை தப்புமோ அருணாச்சலா. சிந்தி தருள்பட சிலந்தி போர்க்காட்டி சிறையீட்டுண்டனை அருணாச்சலா. அன்போடு நாம் அங்கிழன்பர்தம் அன்பரு அன்பனாயிட அருள் அருணாச்சலா. என்போலும் தீனரை என்புற காத்தனே என்னாலும் வாழ்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா. என்பொரு கண்பர்தம் நின் சொற்கொள் செவியுமென் பொன்மொழி கொள அருள் அருணாச்சலா. பொறுமையாம்பூதர புன் சொல்லை நன் சொல்லால் பொறுத்தருள் இஷ்டம் பின் அருணாச்சலா. மாலை அளித்தருணாச்சல ரமணாயன் மாலை அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா. மாலை அளித்தருணாச்சல ரமணாயன் மாலை அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமண மாலை வாழி. வெல்கம் சாங். வருக வருக எம் வள்ளல் ரமணன் நீ வருக என்றுனை வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவோம். வருக வருக எம் வள்ளல் ரமணன் நீ வருக என்றுனை வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவோம். வருக திருச்சொழி தேவன் வருகவே வருக சுந்தர ஸ்வரூபன் வருகவே. வருக திருச்சொழி தேவன் வருகவே வருக சுந்தர ஸ்வரூபன் வருகவே. வருக அழகு கோர் அழகன் வருகவே வருக அருணையன் ஜோதி வருகவே. வருக ஜகத்குரு ரமணன் வருகவே வருக ஜன்ம சாப்பல்யம் தருகவே. வருக தட்சிணாமூர்த்தி வருகவே வருக தரணி கோர் ஞான தலைவன் வருகவே பெருக பெருக்கரும் பெரும் நின் புகழ் பெருக என்னுள்ளே பேரின்ப வெள்ளமே உருக அனலிடை ஊற்ற மெழுகன உருக என்னுளம் உன்னை உணர்ந்திட தருக நின்னடி தஞ்சமாயன்றும் தருக பொன்னடி நின் தமியன் வாழ்வுற வருக ஞானமா மன்னன் வருகவே வருக தீனர்கோர் தெய்வம் வருகவே வருக அருள் நிறை அமுதன் வருகவே வருக அணைத்தருள் அண்ணல் வருகவே வருக கருணை சேர் கண்ணன் வருகவே வருக கருவினை களைவோன் வருகவே வருக வருகவே கட்ட ரமணன் வருகவே வருக விரைந்ததேர் வருக வருகவே வருக வருகவே வருக வருகவே.
Thank you, Aruna. Namaskar all. Welcome to the online celebrations of Advent to Arunachala. We are going through a phase, unique phase due to the COVID. It has been a humbling experience to see the enthusiasm and the all-out support from all the 15 satsang groups in the United States and Canada. Personally, when somebody suggested from the Washington, D.C. group, let us do a satsang to include all the groups, I almost thought it might be very difficult technically to do all this. The first thought was to give a try for 8 hours, to call it a marathon. Then I thought, let us do for 12 hours in the way I was getting the all-out support from all the devotees and all the satsang groups. Now we have run short of time. It is all Bhagavan's grace and Leela. I don't want to speak too much. The program is so jam-packed. The Advent to Arunachala celebrations has a special place in the Arunachala Ashrama. In 1996, Dennis Hortel took a major initiative to reenact the epic journey of Bhagavan from Madurai to Tiruvannamalai. Along with Dennis, a lot of co-devotees went for the celebrations, the 100th anniversary of Advent to Arunachala. The journey of Bhagavan from Madurai to Tiruvannamalai, the abode of Arunachala, was reenacted. From that time, it has become an annual feature for the Advent celebration, Sri Ramanashramam, to reenact it. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I'll read a small portion of the Advent from Self-Realization by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Flight from home in quest of his father. He describes the journey of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi from Madurai and reaching the father's abode of Arunachala. The pilgrim had left home determined never to set foot there again. The cuckoo leaves the crow's nest where it was hatched when it discovers its true nature and never returns. It was about 12 noon on Saturday when Venkataraman left home. The station was a mile off and he walked fast. 12 noon was the usual time for the departure of the train to Tindivanam and Madras. But when he reached the station, he found that though he was very late, the train was still later. It had not arrived. Here was yet another proof that the providence his father smiled on the enterprise. He looked up the fare to Tindivanam in the suspended table at the station and found it to be 2 rupees and 13 annas. He was too much preoccupied with his thoughts to look a few lines below and see that Tiruvannamalai itself was a railway station and that the fare to it was just 3 rupees. Not only was he shy and unaccustomed to ask people for information, but he was also swayed by a consideration of the secrecy needed for the success of his enterprise. Above all, he was quite indifferent to the business skill which carefully settles the details of a tour program so as to avoid needless trouble and expense. His soul was soaring, on the other hand, about the imperial heights of thought and kept company with the Lord. So he straightway bought a ticket to Tindivanam and tying up the balance of 3 annas into a knot in the corner of his cloth, he got into a carriage as soon as the train arrived and lost himself in his thoughts. He had no burden, physical or mental, to be anxious about. A man that thinks of various external things loses his soul, which gets swallowed up in thoughts of these objective possessions. For where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. Venkataraman's fellow passengers had their luggage and had to keep a sharp look out and should beware of the railway thieves as the placards warned them to do. His treasures were laid up, if at all, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through, not steal. He was absorbed in the thoughts of his father and in repeatedly plunging within his own soul. As Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, I look after the interests and safety of those who are perpetually engaged in my service and whose thoughts are always about me and me alone. This is the quote from chapter 9 and the shloka 22. Venkataraman had all the security and happiness which the absence of any sense of possession and the presence of God in the soul could give. Without noticing what his fellow passengers were saying or doing, and unmindful of the varied and beautiful landscape that was exposed to view as the train sped northward. He sank himself into and was silent. Several stations has thus been passed. In his carriage, an old Maulvi with a silvery beard was discoursing with other passengers on the life and teaching of many a saint. The Maulvi noticed the Brahmin youth seated by himself and not partaking in their discussion and asked him, where are you going, Swami? To Tiruvannamalai, was a laconic reply. I am also going there, said the Maulvi. What, to Tiruvannamalai? Queried the youth. No, I am going to the next station. What is the next station again? Asked the youth. Tirukoilur, was the Maulvi's reply. What? Does the train go to Tiruvannamalai? Asked the innocent youth in surprise. A strange passenger you are, to be sure. Then what place did you buy your ticket? To Tindivanam. Oh dear, you need not go to Tindivanam at all. We must alight at Villapuram Junction and change the train for Tiruvannamalai and Tirukoilur. After picking up the piece of information, Venkataraman again sank back into himself, caring no more what became of his fellow passengers or aught else in the world. The excitement of his journey and his deep mental absorption kept off even the sensation of hunger. It was only when the train reached the Tiruchinapalli junction at sunset that he felt its pinch. He purchased 2 country pears and ate one of them. Hardly had he swallowed a morsel of the fruit, straight away his hunger disappeared. And he had a sense of fullness in the stomach, a disinclination to eat anything more. This was a surprise to him. Till the previous day, he was eating 2 full meals a day, besides the cold rice in the morning and tiffin in the afternoon, without any difficulty. He got down at Mambalapattu, and now this brisk morning walk made him hungry, and he went up to the hotel for food. The proprietor asked him to wait till noon for his meal. Venkataraman sat there and, as usual, lost himself in the samadhi. The hotel keeper must have watched with interest in this young Brahmin lad with fair complexion, longer jet black locks, golden earring, and a face beaming with intelligence, wrapped in samadhi, and having no luggage or possession. When, after the meal, the 2 annas were offered by the youth, the proprietor asked him the question, "How much money have you?" "Only 2.5 annas," replied Venkataraman. "Keep it to yourself," said the proprietor. Venkataraman started at once for the railway station, where he purchased the ticket to Mambalapattu, as far as funds in hand permitted. He reached that station the same evening and resolved to walk the remaining distance to Tiruvannamalai. So he walked on about 10 miles and then saw a hill and a temple, the temple of Arunachala. He was totally unaccustomed to have such a long walk, especially under a hot sun. He felt quite weary, and it was late in the evening when he reached the temple. There was none there. So he waited at the pier of the front tower, and after some time, when the door of the temple was opened, he entered inside and took his seat in a pillared hall, the Mantapam, which was the only lit up portion in this dark temple, and fell into meditation. Here, as he sat, he had a visual automatism or photism, a vision of dazzling light suddenly streaming forth and pervading all the place. He started from his seat, thinking this must be the appearance of God here, and went into the inner sanctuary, the Garbhat Gruha, to see if the light emanated from there. But finding no such light in that room, he was convinced that the light he saw didn't come from the stone image. Whatever the light was, it had disappeared at once, and he plunged in thought again. This samadhi was broken only by the cook shouting out when the puja was over, "Who is there in the mantapam? Come out. I must lock the temple." Venkataraman came out and asked for some food. "There is no food for you here," was the curt reply. "Let me at least stay here," was the youth's request. "Oh no," said the priest, "none is allowed to stay here." Venkataraman then came out and accompanied the others to Killur, a distance of 6 furlongs, as he was told that after the night's puja was over, he might get the food. When the party entered the Killur temple of Virateshwara and the priest went on with his worship, Venkataraman was again deep in samadhi, from which he was roused by the priest at the time of his departure. The youth asked for food and received again the priest's curt negative reply. The temple drummer, who had all along been present and had observed the pious and saintly lad's flight, cried out, "Why, sir, give him my share." With this plate of boiled rice, Venkataraman was led to a Shastri's house in the neighborhood at about 9 p.m. to get some water. But even as he waited for the water, he fell asleep, and after some time, he woke up to find himself. There was a crowd around him, wondering at the strange but handsome lad who had asked for water, fallen down, luckily without injury, and lost the consciousness. He then picked up the rice, which he found scattered on the floor, ate a portion of it, and slept there. Next morning was Monday, the 31st August 1896. Gokulashtami, the birthday of Sri Krishna. He had still 20 miles to reach Tiruvannamalai. Walking up and down, he could not discover which road or path he was to take. He felt fatigued and hungry, so he must first find food and then must go by train. And for the train fare, he mused for a while and pulled off his earrings set with rubies. These worth about 20 rupees must be pledged. How and to whom? He had no experience of pledging and borrowing. Necessity is, however, the mother of invention. Hunger was asserting itself, so he walked on to the house of one Muthu Krishna Bhagavata and begged for food. He was referred to a dame in the house. The good lady rejoiced to see the youth arrive as a guest on this sacred day of Sri Krishna's birth, and she gave him a copious cold meal and insisted on his eating the whole of it, despite his feeling satiated after very first mouthful. Then he went on to the Bhagavatar and, to avoid rousing undue suspicion, professed to have traveled with his luggage, which somehow got lost on the way, and to be reduced thus to the necessity of pledging his earrings to get the funds, rupees 4, to continue his pilgrimage. The Bhagavatar took the earrings and, finding them real gold and real rubies, advanced him the 4 rupees. After getting his address noted on a slip and giving him a slip with his own address, the Bhagavatar and the dame, fully believing that all guests are God, Vasudeva, himself in accordance with the scripture, gave the youth not merely his full meal at noon, but also a packet of sweetmeats prepared for Sri Krishna, even before they were duly offered as Naivedya at the formal puja, and sent him off to the railway station. Venkataraman promised he would come back and redeem the jewels, but as soon as he left the house, he tore the address slip to pieces. He scorned the idea of reclaiming the jewels, whatever their value might be. With the sweetmeats and the money, he moved to the station where he slept. On the morning of the 1st September 1896, he got a ticket of foreigners, and in an hour or two, he was at Tiruvannamalai. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Gayatri, Govindan. Maitreyi and Gayatri.
யாமலே அருணகிரி தன்னை நாடி வந்தான்.
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்காள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. விரும்பி வந்திடும் அன்பர்களை விருபாட்ச குகையினில் தானிருந்து கரும்பு போல் ருசி காட்டி கழித்திட காட்சி தந்தான் அருட்பார்வையுடன்.
பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்காள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. சோணகிரி தன்னில் ஜோதி வடிவதாய் தோன்றிடும் ஈசனருளாலே ஆணவ காமிய மாயை அறுத்தெறிந்தான் சுகத்தில் கழித்திடுவான்.
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்காள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. எங்கும் நிறைந்த பராபரமாயொளி தங்கும் இடமதொன்றில்லாமலே கங்குல் பகலர நின்ற இடமதை கண்டு களித்தனந்தானாகி.
குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்காள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பஞ்சபூதங்களில் தானிருந்தான் அவன் பஞ்ச கோஷங்களை தானறுத்தான். பஞ்ச தன் மாத்திரை தான் கூடித்தான் அவன் பஞ்ச இந்திரியத்தை தான் ஜெயித்தான்.
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்காள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. மூன்று சரீரமும் தான் மறந்தானவன் மூன்று அவஸ்தைகளும் தான் ஒழித்தான். மூன்று குணங்களும் தாண்டி விட்டானவன் மூன்று பதங்கடன் தேறிவிட்டான்.
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்காள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. வீணினில் வாயை வளர்ப்பதனால் என்ன வெங்கடரமண வேதியனே காணி நீ காட்சி என்றோதி அறைந்தானே கண்விழியால் எந்தன் கண்ணத்திலே
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி பெண்கள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி ரமணன் என் சத்குரு ரமணன் என் போதகன் ரமணன் என் நாயகன் ஆகிவிட்டான் நமவென்றவன் பதம் நாடி விழுந்து நாம் நாட்டியமாடுவோம் ஞான பெண்கள்
ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடியத்தை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி பெண்கள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி பெண்கள் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி
Rama Sivam.
एकमक्षरं कृतिनिरन्तरं भासते स्वयं लिख्यते कथं हृदयकुहरमध्ये केवलं ब्रह्ममात्रम् व्याहमहमिति साक्षात् आत्मरूपेण भाति कृतिविसमनसा स्वं चिन्वता मज्जता वा पवनचलनरूथात् आत्मनिष्ठो भवत्वम् देहं मृण्मयवच्चडात्मकम् अहं बुद्धिर्न तस्यास्यतो नाहं तत्तथभेतसुप्तिसमये सिद्धात्मसद्भावतः कोऽहं भावयुतः कुतो वरतिय दृष्टात्मनिष्टात्मना सोऽहं स्फूर्तिदयारुणाचलशिवः पूर्णो विभाति स्वयं सोऽहं स्फूर्तिदयारुणाचलशिवः पूर्णो विभाति स्वयम् अरुणाचलशिवः पूर्णो विभाति स्वयम् अरुणाचलतिलुर करुणाकर परमं अरुणारविंद पदमे अरुणाचलतिलुर करुणाकर परमं अरुणारविंद पदमे अरुणारविंद पदमे अरुणाचलतिलुर करुणाकर परमन अरुणारविंद पदमे பொருள்நாடு சுற்றமுடு வருணாதிபற்றி உள்ளம் மருணாடலற்று நிதமும் பொருள்நாடு சுற்றமுடு வருணாதிபற்றி உள்ளம் அருணாடலற்று நிதமும் தேருள் நாடுள்ளத்தினில் நல்லருள் நாடு நிற்கும் அவர் இருள் நாசமுற்று புவி மேல் தேருள் நாடுள்ளத்தின் நிலருள் நாடி நிற்கும் அவர் இருள் நாசமுற்று புவி மேல் தருணாருண கதிரின் அருணாடு முற்று சுகம் வருணாலயத்தில் இழிவர் தருணாருண கதிரில் அருணாடு முற்று சுகம் வருணாலயத்தில் இழிவர்
Ramana Balachandran.
நானும் சந்நிதியில் நானும் சந்நிதியில் வர முடியுமோ நானற்ற குரு ரமணா 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 நான் என்னும் மாயப்பொய் தானாமையுள் நான் என்னும் மாயப்பொய் தானாமையுள் நான் என்னும் மாயப்பொய் தானாமையுள் நான் என்னும் மாயப்பொய் தானாமையுள் தானாக நீயுமே தானாம் ரமணே சாராமும் சந்நிதியில் நான் என்னும் மாயப்பொய் தானாமேயுள் தானாக அறியுமே தானாம் ரமணே சாராமும் சந்நிதியில் வர முடியுமோ நானற்ற குரு ரமணா நானும் சந்நிதியில் ஊனாம் உடலும் உன்மத்த மனமும் ஊனாம் உடலும் உன்மத்த மனமும் ஊனாம் உடலும் உன்மத்த மனமும் உன்மத்தமனமும் நான் எனதென்றெண்ணி தனை மறந்து ஊனாமுடலும் உன்மத்தமனமும் நான் எனதென்றெண்ணி தனை மறந்து தன்னிலை குலைந்து தவிக்கும் தீனருக்கு தன்னிலை குலைந்து தவிக்கும் தீனருக்கு தன்னிலை குலைந்து தவிக்கும் தீனருக்கு தன்னிழப்பு நல்கி தன்னிழப்பு நல்கிதன் அறிவருளும் விமலா தன்னிழப்பு நல்கிதன் அறிவருளும் விமலா நானும் சந்நிதியில் வர முடியுமோ நானற்ற குரு ரமணா நானும் சந்நிதியில் நான் தலை சாய்ந்து நான் தலை சாய்ந்து வீழ்ந்தார் நான் தலை சாய்ந்து வீழ்ந்தார் நான் தலை சாய்ந்து வீழ்ந்தார் நான் தோன்றும் ஒன்று என்றாயே நான் தலை சாய்ந்து வீழ்ந்தார் நான் தோன்றும் ஒன்று என்றாயே நான் உந்தன் சந்நிதியில் நான் உந்தன் சந்நிதியில் நின்று நான் உந்தன் சந்நிதியில் நின்று நான் உந்தன் சந்நிதியில் நின்று நான் உந்தன் சந்நிதியில் நின்று நான் இழந்து தானாக அருளாயோ நான் இழந்து தானாக அருளாயோ நான் இழந்து தானாக அருளாயோ நானும் சந்நிதியில் வர முடியும் நானற்ற குரு ரமணா நானும் சந்நிதியில் வர முடியுமோ நானற்ற குரு ரமணா நானற்ற குரு ரமணா நானற்ற குரு ரமணா
Aditi, Ayar.
வருக 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 பால ரமணா தருக 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 திவ்ய தரிசனம் வருக 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 பால ரமணா தருக 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 திவ்ய தரிசனம் வருக 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 பால தருக 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 திவ்ய தரிசனம் வருக 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 முருகன குருக உருகன குருக உனை இறைஞ்சுகிறோம் முருகன குருக உனை இறைஞ்சுகிறோம் பெருக பெருக எங்கள் இன்பம் பெருக முருகன குருக உனை இறைஞ்சுகிறோம் பெருக பெருக எங்கள் இன்பம் பெருக பருக பருக யாவும் சொல்ல பூதம் பருக வருக 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 பால ரமணா தருக 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 திவ்ய தரிசனம் வருக 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 எம்முள்ளே என்றும் உள்ளே ஏகான்ம பொருளே எம்முள்ளே மீண்டும் பாலனாய் வருக எம்முள்ளே என்றும் உள்ளே ஏகான்ம பொருளே எம்முள்ளே மீண்டும் பாலனாய் வருக ஞான கண்முள்ளோர் காணும் ரமணா ஞான கண்முள்ளோர் காணும் ரமணாயம் ஊனகண் விரைவில் வருக ஞான கண்முள்ளோர் காணும் ரமணாயம் ஊனகண் விரைவில் வருக 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 16 வந்திங்கு அன்பே சிவமாய் அமர்ந்தாய் துதி பெற்றாய் பார் முழுதும் ஈடில்லா ஞானியன 16 வந்திங்கு அன்பே சிவமாய் அமர்ந்தாய் துதி பெற்றாய் பார் முழுதும் ஈடில்லா ஞானியன சதிபதியாய் அருணாச்சலமாய் அமர்ந்தோனே சதிபதியாய் அருணாச்சலமாய் அமர்ந்தோனே கதி நல்கி யமக்கருள உரு கொண்டு வருக சதிபதியாய் அருணாச்சலமாய் அமர்ந்தோனே கதி நல்கி யமக்கருள உரு கொண்டு வருக 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 பால ரமணா தருக 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 திவ்ய தரிசனம் வருக வருக வருக
Before going to the next one, I really want to thank Maitreyi and Gayatri, Ramana Balachandran, and Aditi Iyer. They all come from Tiruvannamalai, India. It's such a pleasure to hear them, and they need all our encouragement, and let Bhagwan bless them. Ravi Ramaswamy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. सत्प्रत्यया किं नु विहाय सन्तं हृद्यैष चिन्तारहितो हृदक्यः कथं स्मरामस्तममेयमेकं तस्य स्मृतिस्तत्र दृढैव निष्ठा मृत्युञ्जयं मृत्युभियाशितानाम् अहं मतिर्मृत्युमुपैति पूर्वम् अतः स्वभावात् अमृतेषु तेषु कथं पुनर्मृत्युधियोऽवकाशः सर्वैर्निदानं जगतोऽहमस्य वाच्य प्रभुः कश्चिदपारशक्तिः चित्रेऽत्रलोक्यं च विलोकिता च पटप्रकाशोऽप्यभवत् स एकः आरभ्यते जीवजगत्परात्मा तत्त्वाभिधानेन मतं समस्तम् इदं त्रयं यावदहं मति स्यात् सर्वोत्तमाहं मतिशून्यनिष्ठा सत्यं वृषा वा चिदिदं जडं वा दुःखं सुखं वेति मुदा विवादः अदृष्टलोकानिरहं प्रतीतिः निष्ठा विकल्पा परमाखिलेष्टा स्वरूपबुद्धिर्जगदीश्वरे च स्वरूपधीरात्मनि यावदस्ति अरूपात्मा यदि क प्रपश्येत् सा दृष्टिरेका नवधिर्हि पूर्णा यत्पञ्चकोशात्मकमस्ति देहं तदन्तरा किं भुवनं च कास्ति देहं विना पञ्चविधं तदेतत् पश्यन्ति के वा भुवनं भणन्तु शब्दादिरूपं भुवनं समस्तं शब्दादिसत्तेन्द्रियवृत्तिभास्य सत्तेन्द्रियाणां मनसो वशे स्यात् मनोमयं तद्भुवनं वदामः धिया सहोदेति धियास्तमेति लोकस्ततो धी प्रविभास्य एषः धीलोकजन्मक्षयधाम पूर्णं सद्वस्तु जन्मक्षयशून्यमेकं भवन्तु सद्दर्शनसाधनानि परस्य नामाकृतिभिः सपर्याः सद्वस्तु निप्राप्त तदात्मभाव निष्ठैव सद्दर्शनमित्यवेहि द्वन्द्वाणि सर्वाण्यखिलास्त्रिपुट्यः किञ्चित् समाचित्य विभान्ति वस्तु तन्मार्गणे स्यात् गलितं समस्तं न पश्यतां सञ्चलनं कदापि विद्या कथं भाति न चेदविद्या विद्या विना किं प्रविभात्य विद्या द्वयं च कस्येति विचार्य मूला स्वरूपनिष्ठा परमार्थविद्या बोधारमात्मानमजानतो यो बोधस्य किं स्यात् परमार्थबोधः बोधस्य बोध्यस्य च संशयं स्वं विजानतस्तद्विधयं विनश्येत् निद्रा न विद्या ग्रहणं न विद्या गृह्णाति किञ्चिन्न यथार्थबोधे निद्रा पदार्था ग्रहणेतरा स्यात् चिदेव विद्या विलसन्त्यशून्या सत्यश्चिदात्मा विविधा कृतिश्चेत् सिद्धे पृथक् सत्यचितो न भिन्ना भूषा विकार किमु सन्ति सत्यं विना सुवर्णं पृथगत्र लोके तद्युष्मदोरस्मदि सम्प्रतिष्ठा तस्मिन् विनष्टे स्मदिभूलबोधात् तद्युष्मदस्मन्मतिवर्जितैका स्थितिज्वलन्ती सहजात्मना स्यात् भूतं भविष्यस्य भवत्स्वकाले तद्वर्तमानस्य विहाय तत्त्वं हास्यान किं स्यात् गतभावि चर्चा विनैकसंख्यां गणनेव लोके क्व भाति दिक्कालकथा विनास्मान् दिक्काललीलेह वपुर्वयं चेत् न क्वापि भामो न कदापि भामो वयं तु सर्वत्र सदा च भामः देहात्मभावे न जडौ समानो एकस्य देहे हृदि दीप्त आत्मा आक्रम्य देहं च जगच्च पूर्णः परस्य मेयं तनुमात्रमात्मा अग्नस्य विघ्नस्य च विश्वमस्ति पूर्वस्य दृश्यं जगदेव सत्यं परस्य दृश्याश्रयभूतमेकं सत्यं प्रपूर्णं प्रविभात्य रूपं विदे प्रयत्नस्य च कोऽपि वादः तयोर्द्वयोर्मूलमजानतां स्यात् विदे प्रयत्नस्य च मूलवस्तु संजानतां नैव विधिर्न यत्नः यदीशीतुर्वीक्षणमीक्षितारम् अवीक्षतं मानसिके क्षणं स्यात् न द्रष्टुरन्यः परमो हि तस्य वीक्षास्वमूले प्रविलीय निष्ठा आत्मानमीक्षेत परं प्रपश्येत् इत्यागमोक्ते सुलभो न भावः नात्मैव दृश्यो यदि काकतेशे स्वयं तदन्नी भवनं तदीक्षा दिये प्रकाशं परमो वितीर्य स्वयं धियोऽन्तः प्रविभाति गुप्तः धियं परावर्त्य धियोऽन्तरेऽत्र संयोजनानेश्वर दृष्टिरन्या न वक्ति देहोऽहमिति प्रसुप्तौ न कोऽपि न भूवमिति प्रवक्ति यत्रोदिते सर्वमुदेति तस्य धियाहमशोदय जन्मदेशं देहो न जानाति ततो न जन्म देह प्रमाणोऽन्य उदेति मध्ये अहं कृतिग्रन्थि विबन्ध सूक्ष्म शरीरचेतो भवजीवनाम रूपोद्भवो रूपतति प्रतिष्ठो रूपाशनो दूतगृहीत रूपः स्वयं विरूपस्वविचारकाले गावत्यहङ्कारपिशाच एषः गावेऽहमत्सर्वमिदं विभाति लयेऽहमो नैव विभाति किञ्चित् तस्मादहं रूपमिदं समस्तं तन्मार्गणं सर्वजयाय मार्गः सत्यास्तिर्नाहमुदेति यत्र तच्चोदयस्थान गवेषणेन विना न नश्येद्यदि तन्न नश्येत् स्वात्मैक्यरूपा कथमस्तु निष्ठा कूपे यथा गाढजले तथान्तः निमज्य बुद्ध्या शितया नितान्तं प्राणं च वाचं च नियम्य चिन्वन् विन्दे निजाहं कृतिमूलरूपं मौनेन मज्जन्मनसा स्वमूल चर्चैव सत्यात्मविचारणं स्यात् येषोऽहमेतन्न मम स्वरूपम् इति प्रमा सत्यविचारणाङ्गम् गवेषणात् प्राप्य हृदन्तरं तत् पदेदहन्ता परिभुग्नशिश्रा अताहमन्यः स्फुरति प्रकृष्टं नाहं कृतिस्तत्परमेव पूर्णम् अहं कृतिम्यो लसति ग्रथित्वा किं तस्य कार्यं परिशिष्टमस्ति किञ्चिद्विजानाति सनात्मनोऽन्यत् तस्य स्थितिं भावयितुं क्षमकः अहस्फुटं तत्त्वमसीति वेदः तथाप्यसम्प्राप्य परात्मनिष्ठां भूयो विचारो मतिदुर्बलत्वं तत्सर्वदा स्वात्मतया हि भाति न वेद्महं मामुत वेद्महं माम् इति प्रवादो मनुजस्य हस्यः दृग्दृश्यभेदात् किमयं द्विधात्मा स्वात्मैकतायां हि धियां न वेदाः उत्प्राप्य सद्धाम निजस्वरूपे स्वभावसिद्धेनुपलभ्य निष्ठां मायाविलासः सदसत्स्वरूपः विरूपनानैकमुखप्रवादाः सिद्धस्य वित्तिः सत एव सिद्धिः स्वप्नोपमानः खलु सिद्धयोऽन्याः स्वप्नप्रबुद्धस्य कथं नु सत्यः सति स्थितः किं पुनरेति मायां सोऽहं विचारो वपुरात्मभावे साहाय्यकारी परमार्गणस्य स्वात्मैक्यसिद्धौ स पुनर्निरर्थो यथा नरत्वप्रमिथिर्नरस्य हितं विचारे परमार्थबोधेत अद्वैतमित्येष न साधुवादः गवेषणात् प्राग्दशमे विनष्टे पश्चाच्च लब्धे दशमत्वमेकं करोमि कर्मेति नरो विजानन् बाध्यो भवेत् कर्मफलं च भोक्तुं विचारधूता हृदि कर्तृता चेत् कर्मत्रयं नश्यति सैव मुक्तिः बद्धत्वभावे सति मोक्षचिन्ता बन्धस्तु कस्येति विचारणेन सिद्धे स्वयं स्वात्मनि नित्यमुक्ते क्व बन्धचिन्ता क्व च मोक्षचिन्ता रूपिण्यरूपिण्युभयात्मिका च मुक्तिस्त्रिरूपेति विदो वदन्ति इदं त्रयम्या विविनक्तहन्ति तस्या प्रणाश परमार्थमुक्तिः सद्दर्शनं द्राविडवाङ्निबद्धं महर्षिणा श्रीरमणेन शुद्धं प्रबन्धमुत्कृष्टममर्त्यवाण्याम् अनूद्यवासिष्ठमुनिर्व्यतानि तत्तत्त्वसारं सरलं ददाना मुमुक्षुलोकाय मुदं ददाना अमानुष श्रीरमणीयवाणी मयूकभित्तिर्मुनिवाग्विभाति ओम
लीना नेत्रावली।
ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय। ओम महासेन महोशेन जाताय नमः। ओम श्री रमणाय नमः। ओम गुरवे नमः। ओम अखंड संविदाकाराय नमः। ओम महोजसे नमः। ओम कारणोद्भवाय नमः। ओम जगद्धितावताराय नमः। ओम श्री भूमिनाथस्थलोत्थिताय नमः। ओम पराशर कुलोत्तंसाय नमः। ओम सुंदरार्यत्तपफलाय नमः। ओम कमनीय सुचारित्राय नमः। ओम सहायांबा सहायवते नमः। ओम शोणाचलमहोलीनमानसाय नमः। ओम स्वर्णहस्तकाय नमः। ओम श्रीमद्द्वादशान्तमहास्थले लब्धविद्योदयाय नमः। ओम महाशक्तिनिपातेन प्रबुद्धाय नमः। ओम परमार्थविदे नमः। ओम तीव्राय नमः। ओम पितृपदान्वेषिणे नमः। ओम इंदुमौलिना पितृमते नमः। ओम पितुरादेशतः शोणशैलं प्राप्ताय नमः। ओम तपोमयाय नमः। ओम उदासीनाय नमः। ओम महायोगिने नमः। ओम महोन्तसाहाय नमः। ओम कुशाग्रधिये नमः। ओम शान्तसंकल्पसंभ्रम्भाय नमः। ओम सुसन्दृश्ये नमः। ओम सवित्रे नमः। ओम स्थिराय नमः। ओम तपक्षपितसर्वाङ्गाय नमः। ओम फुल्लाम्बुजविलोचनाय नमः। ओम चन्द्रिकासितहास श्रीमण्डिताननमण्डलाय नमः। ओम चूतवाट्या समासीनाय नमः। ओम चूर्णिताखिलविभ्रमाय नमः। ओम वेदवेदान्त तत्त्वज्ञाय नमः। ओम चिन्मुद्रिणे नमः। ओम त्रिगुणातिगाय नमः। ओम विरूपाक्षगुहावासाय नमः। ओम विराजदच्चलाकृतये नमः। ओम उद्दीप्तनयनाय नमः। ओम पूर्णाय नमः। ओम रचिताचलताण्डवाय नमः। ओम गंभीराय नमः। ओम परमाचार्याय नमः। ओम सुप्रसन्नाय नमः। ओम अभयप्रदाय नमः। ओम दक्षिणास्य निभाय नमः। ओम धीराय नमः। ओम दक्षिणाभिमुखाय नमः। ओम स्वराजे नमः। ओम महर्षये नमः। ओम भगवते नमः। ओम ईड्याय नमः। ओम भूमविद्याविशारदाय नमः। ओम विमलाय नमः। ओम दीर्घदर्शिने नमः। ओम आप्ताय नमः। ओम ऋजुमार्ग प्रदर्शकाय नमः। ओम समदृश्ये नमः। ओम सत्यदृश्ये नमः। ओम सत्याय नमः। ओम प्रशांताय नमः। ओम अमितविक्रमाय नमः। ओम सुकुमाराय नमः। ओम सदानंदाय नमः। ओम मृदुभाषिणे नमः। ओम दयार्णवाय नमः। ओम श्री शोणाचलरुद्भूत स्कंदाश्रम निकेतनाय नमः। ओम सद्दर्शनोपदेष्ट्रे नमः। ओम सद्भक्त वृंद परिवृत्ताय नमः। ओम गणेश मुनि भृंगेन सेवितां घ्रिसरोरुहाय नमः। ओम गीतोपदेश सारा दिग्ग्रंथ संचिन्न संशयाय नमः। ओम वर्णाश्रम मतातीताय नमः। ओम रसज्ञाय नमः। ओम सौम्याय नमः। ओम आत्मवते नमः। ओम सर्वाविनिमतस्थानामाराध्याय नमः। ओम सर्वसद्गुणिने नमः। ओम आत्मारामाय नमः। ओम महाभागाय नमः। ओम मातृमुक्तिविधायकाय नमः। ओम विनताय नमः। ओम विनुताय नमः। ओम विप्राय नमः। ओम मुनीन्द्राय नमः। ओम पावकोज्वलाय नमः। ओम दर्शनादघ संहारिणे नमः। ओम मौनेन स्वात्मबोधकाय नमः। ओम हृच्छान्तिकरसानिध्याय नमः। ओम स्मरणात् बन्धमोचकाय नमः। ओम अंतस्तिमिरचंडाशवे नमः। ओम संसारार्णावतारकाय नमः। ओम शोणाद्रीशस्तुतिद्रष्टे नमः। ओम हार्दविद्या प्रकाशकाय नमः। ओम अविच्युत निज प्रज्ञाय नमः। ओम नैसर्गिक महातपसे नमः। ओम कमंडलुधराय नमः। ओम शुभ्रकौपीनवसनाय नमः। ओम गुहाय नमः। ओम दंडपाणये नमः। ओम कृपापूर्णाय नमः। ओम भवरोगभिषग्वराय नमः। ओम स्कंदाय नमः। ओम देवतमाय नमः। ओम अमर्त्याय नमः। ओम सेनान्ये नमः। ओम पुरुषोत्तमाय नमः।
Archashman. Asha. Archashman.
शंकरा सदा शिवा सभापते मनोहरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा शंकरा सदा शिवा सभापते मनोहरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा शंकरा सदा शिवा सभापते मनोहरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा शंकरा सदा शिवा सभापते मनोहरा शेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा शंकरा शिव शंकरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा शंकरा सदा शिवा सभापते मनोहरा चंद्रशेखरा जटाधरा उमा महेश्वरा उमा महेश्वरा उमा महेश्वरा
Lavanya Hari.
கருணை ரமணம் திருவும் ரமணம் கருவும் ரமணம் குருவும் ரமணம் கருணை ரமணம் திருவும் ரமணம் கருவும் ரமணம் குருவும் ரமணம் உருவும் ரமணம் உயிரும் ரமணம் அருணாதிபதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் மொழியும் ரமணம் மூலம் ரமணம் சுழியம் ரமணம் சிறப்பும் ரமணம் மொழியும் ரமணம் மூலம் ரமணம் சுழியம் ரமணம் சிறப்பும் ரமணம் தொழிலும் ரமணம் தவமும் ரமணம் வழியான பதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் மலையும் ரமணம் மௌனம் ரமணம் கலையும் ரமணம் கருத்தும் ரமணம் மலையும் ரமணம் மௌனம் ரமணம் கலையும் ரமணம் கருத்தும் ரமணம் நிலையும் ரமணம் இதமும் ரமணம் பலவான பதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் நாதம் ரமணம் நானான் ரமணம் வேதம் ரமணம் வேள்வி ரமணம் நாதம் ரமணம் நானான் ரமணம் வேதம் ரமணம் வேள்வி ரமணம் வேதம் ரமணம் பெருமை ரமணம் நாதாதிபதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் வானம் ரமணம் வாழ்வும் ரமணம் தானம் ரமணம் தனமும் ரமணம் வானம் ரமணம் வாழ்வும் ரமணம் தானம் ரமணம் தனமும் ரமணம் ஊனம் ரமணம் உணர்வும் ரமணம் ஞானாதிபதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் ஒளியும் ரமணம் ஒளியும் ரமணம் சுழியும் ரமணம் சிவனும் ரமணம் ஒளியும் ரமணம் ஒளியும் ரமணம் சுழியும் ரமணம் சிவனும் ரமணம் விழிப்பும் ரமணம் ரமணும் ரமணம் வழியாதிபதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் सन्दं रमणं चरणं रमणं बन्धं रमणं परमं रमणं सन्दं रमणं चरणं रमणं बन्धं रमणं परमं रमणं यन्दै रमणं यदिलुं रमणं அந்தாதிபதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் சரிவும் ரமணம் சீரும் ரமணம் பரிவும் ரமணம் பொருளும் ரமணம் சரிவும் ரமணம் சீரும் ரமணம் பரிவும் ரமணம் பொருளும் ரமணம் விரிவும் ரமணம் இணக்கம் ரமணம் துரியாதிபதியே அனைத்தும் ரமணம் கருணை ரமணம் திருவும் ரமணம் கருவும் ரமணம் குருவும் ரமணம்
I forgot to mention Archishman, who preceded Lavanya Hari. He has always chanted in the ashram, and right from his birth, he is involved with the Arunachala ashram, and it is such a pleasure that he participates almost in all the chantings here. Thank you, Archishman, and all the best. Hema Badri.
அத்தாமலக சோத்திரம்.
யார் பிள்ளாய் யாருடை மைந்தன் நீதான் எங்கு செல்கின்றார் என்று நீ எங்கிருந்து இங்கு வந்தன என்னுள்ளம் இன்புற இசைப்பாய் என்று சங்கரன் நவீனபாலன் சாற்றிட வாய் திறந்தான். நரநலன் சுரனியக்கன் நானலன் அந்தனன் மற்று அரசனம் வணிகன் சூத்ரன் அல்லனர் பிரம்மச்சாரி கிருதகியம் வானப்பிரத்தன் கேடகன்
சந்நியாசி நிறையினில்லாரும் அல்லே நிஜபோத வடிவன்னாமே சூரியன் ஜகத்தொழிற்கு சொற்றிடு நிமித்தமென்ன யாருளம் சச்சுவாதி ஆட்டத்திற்கேதுவாவன் யாரெல்லா உபாதியும் விட்டு ஆகாயம் போலிருப்பன் ஓரியல் நித்த சித்த உருவனாமவான்மானா எரியது வெண்மை போல எதனித்த போத ரூப ஒருவனாய் கம்பமின்றி ஒளிர்தரும் எவனை சார்ந்தே அறிவிலா கரணமின்றி ஆதிதம் தொழில் மேல் செல்லும் அறிவுறு
நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானான் அத்தத்தில் பதிபலித்த அம்முக முகத்தின் வேரோ வத்து அன்றது போர் புத்தி மதுசிதாபாச ஜீவன் சித்துருயவன் வேறாக சிறிது மோர் வத்துவாகா அத்வய நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானான் அத்தமே இல்லையாகில் அம்முக ஆபாசமின்றி அத்துவாய் உற்றதேக வதனமே விகற்பமின்றி புத்தியற்றிடவேயாவன் பொலிவனாபாசமின்றி அத்திர நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானாம் மனச்சச்சுவாதியோடு மறுவிடாதிருப்பன் யாவன் மனசச்சுவாதிகற்கு மனசச்சுவாதியாவன் மனசச்சுவாதியாலே மறுவிடாப்படாதான் யாவன் அகத்தமிழ் நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானா கடசலம் தோறும் தோன்றும் கதிரவினை முறிவனே போல் உடலரும் உள்ளம் தோறும் ஒளிரினும் நானாவாக சுடரவன் ஒருவன் தானே சுத்த சேதனாயவன் அடைதலில் நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான் ஒளியதாமநேகம் கண்கட்கு ஒரு ரவி ஒரு காலத்தே ஒளி செய்யும் உலகத்தை போல் ஒரு ஞான உருவன் யாவன் ஒளியதால் அநேகம் புத்திக்கு ஒளிப்பனில் உலகம் தன்னை அளவிலா நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானாம் இரவியால் ஒளிரும் கண்ணே எதிர்வரும் உருவம் பற்றும் இரவியால் ஒளிராதென்றாம் இதுபோல அவ்விதவிதானும் ஒருவனார் ஒளியினாலே ஒளிப்பனோ நேத்திராதி அருவனாய் நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானாம் ஜலஜல கனேகன் போல சாருவன் ஏகபானு சலனமில் சலதிற்றானே சாருவன் ஏகனாக சலமதி அநேகன் போல சாரினம் ஏகன் யாவன் அலைதலில் நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானாம் மூடனன் விழியை மூடிட அதாலருக்கன் மூடப்பட்டொளியற்றானாம் உன்னதல் போலையாவன் மூடனின் பார்வையாலே முற்றுமே பெத்தன் போல்வன் ஆடலில் நித்த சித்தன் ஆயுளவான்மானாம் அகிலவத்துக்கள் தம்மில் அனுசூதனேகனாகி அகிலவத்துக்கள் தம்மில் அசங்கனாயிருப்பன் யாவன் ககனதை நித்த சுத்த களங்கமில் உருவன் யாவன் அகமிலா நித்த சித்த ஆயுளவான்மானாம் பலவித உபாதியாலே பலவிதம் படிகம் தோன்றும் பலவித புத்தியாலே பலவிதம் உனக்குமாகும் சலமதில் நிலவின் நாட்டம் சான்றாக பூன்றனேய சலமுரு புத்தியாலே சஞ்சல நினக்குமாமே அத்தத்தில் நெல்லி போல ஆன்மாவை காட்டலாலீது அத்தாமலக தோற்றம் ஆகும் பேர் பெற்றதன்றி அத்தாமலகன் என்றல் அறிவினே பெரிய பாலன் வித்தியரை யாவராலும் ஏத்திடப்பட்டானம்மா இத்தரை யாவராலும் ஏத்திடப்பட்டானம்மா.
Namaskar all. This ends the morning session of the Arunachala Ashrama. Now, Uma Santosh from Washington, D.C. is going to take it over. Uma?
Namo Ramana. And welcome to all Bhagavan's devotees from all over to Washington, D.C. for this part of our Bhagavan's Advent Day celebrations. My name is Uma Santosh. Dr. Ram Mohan, associated with Sri Ramanashramam for several decades, is the former Special Secretary to the Government of India. He is the editor of Ramanodayam, the Tamil journal, and a member of the editorial board of Mountain Path from Sri Ramanashramam. He will be talking about significance of the Advent. Mama, please unmute yourself.
Antarnyasya bahirvidutatimiram jyotirmayam saswatam sthanam prapya virajate viramatam ajnanamunmulayam pasyan viswamapitamulyasatyo viswasya pare parah tasmai Sri Ramanaya lokagurave sokasya hantre namah ajnanatimirandhasya jnananjanachalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Sri Gurave namah. My pranams to all the extensions of Bhagavan who are in this satsang. We are here to celebrate the Advent Day of Bhagavan. In the lives of significant great Mahatmas, there are two specific markers. One is his Jayanti, the birthday in which the Supreme Soul, out of compassion confining his infinitude into a mortal frame, comes down to guide in the direct path and to redeem the suffering multitude to get liberation. This is Shiva's message to Bhagavan, which he conveys in the Navamani Malai. Chinmayam Taika, Tanpadam Tarika, Tanpadam Yanak Tandanan. This is the mandate of Shiva to me. This is the Bhagavan's Janma, that is his birthday, which we celebrate. The next one, apart from the Jayanti, Advent Day. The Advent Day refers to the momentous arrival of the Master at the time and place chosen from where he will carry out his divine mission. Bhagavan's divinely ordained Advent to Arunachala starts on 29th August 1896. The eventful journey has several mysterious facets. It seems that at every step towards the destination, it is perfectly controlled by what we call the divine tour operator, Arunachala. As the boy was delayed in his starting from home to the railway station, the boy expects that he would miss the day's train to his destination. But the divine tour operator has got other ideas. He manages to delay the arrival of the incoming train to the station. The boy boards the train comfortably, but yet he has only a very vague idea of the routes and connections to Tiruvannamalai. There appears in the same coach a Muslim Maulvi who guides the boy to change the trains and to reach Tiruvannamalai. At the intermediate stage at Arayana in Allur, Arunachala gives Jyoti Darshan of Annamalai to further bolster the spirit of the boy, as was done 14 centuries ago to another divine child, Thiruñana Sambandar, at the same place and same time at Arayanallur. The Jyoti Darshan was given to him. The parallel to Thiruñana Sambandar does not stop here. At Vadaranyam, Thiruñana Sambandar finds the temple doors locked for several years. He and Appar Swamigal went there. So the Sambandar sings a song, Chaturam Maraidan, Tuthi Seidu Vanangum, Tirumarai Katturai Mainda. Then the doors of the temple mysteriously open to the saints on their own accord. Likewise, the doors of the Arunachala shrine, which remain habitually closed from midnight to early morning, open one by one of their own accord at the divine child's arrival. At that particular moment, in the sanctum sanctorum, when the boy meets Arunachala, the last vestiges of individual consciousness, which persisted in him for some time to come, even after his awakening, dissolved into cosmic consciousness totally. Till that time, for the last 2.5 months, from the day of awakening at Madurai, the boy felt weakness within and was shedding tears in the Madurai temple before the idols of Goddess Meenakshi and the Nayanmars, praying to them to make him complete, Purna. On the Advent day, in his divine, he finds that the ultimate anchorage is made available to him. The ultimate anchorage of Arunachala. The boy Venkatraman in form exists no more. There is only one there inside the sanctum. One supreme consciousness radiating as Arunachala, which has totally devoured the boy's individual existence. Ramana is now Arunachala. We can see 4 distinct phases in Bhagavan's sojourn in his life. The first phase is defined as the ordinary life of a middle-class Brahmin boy. The death experience sets off the second phase, turning his attention totally inward. The third phase, after the Advent, is marked by the harmonious union of the self with the absolute. He was fully immersed in the self, totally oblivious to the external world. He was all by himself within. The external world did not exist for him for quite a long time after the Advent. In the fourth phase, there is a descent from the summit of stern silence to the meadows of mind, mental existence. He didn't have a mind, but then he assumed one to teach others. He begins to answer and clarify spiritual doubts, questions, guide the aspirants to self-inquiry and self-surrender. The unmoving mountain of silence, which was hitherto inaccessible for 18 months to the normal aspirants and devotees, became the ocean of grace, Karuna Purna Sudhapti. He begins to radiate infinite love and empathy towards all aspirants, all flora and fauna, injured birds and beasts, everybody, to the shepherds, to the milkmaids, all were within the circle of his affection and grace. The fourth phase, which started 18 months after the Advent, gradually extended the underlying all-time focus on the absolute to all its manifestations in a benign expression of pure love and grace. There's no missing link in Bhagavan's advent. In the advent journey, it is the boy's incredible quantum jump to universal consciousness, cosmic energy underlying all manifest things in any form. On the advent, in the presence of Arunachala, the individual ego was totally destroyed, became like the skeleton of burnt rope, retaining only the form but no content. As they say in Svetasura Upanishad, Dagdhendanam Ivanalam. Only the ash retains the form of the rope, but there is no content. Bhagavan, though ever remaining in Sahasa Samadhi, outwardly acted and moved with everybody going to the kitchen, cutting vegetables like everybody else. Yet, in the inner core of the heart, there was total identity with the universe, universal consciousness. There's nothing but Arunachala inside. The answers were given to the seekers. When asked where did he get it from, he said he got it from within. But in the inner core, only Supreme Sense ruled. The undifferentiated perception that signified the great awakening when he directly confronted death as a 16-year was something very unique. His awakening itself was very unique. There are other masters for heritage, Sanatana Dharma and elsewhere, who confronted death directly, solved the problem of death and rose to supreme consciousness. But they had preceptors who guided them, like Nachiketas, who had Amma teaching him for 3 days. Parikshit had Sukabrahma Rishi teaching him for 7 days. The Buddha learnt from 6 Brahmin preceptors in the Uruvela forest for 6 years. Then finally, he turned within for 3 days under the Bodhi tree and got the enlightenment, the Bodhichitta. But Bhagavan's awakening was totally unique. He had no preceptors, teacher. It was miraculous self-effort by turning his mind within for a few seconds. It came to him at his very early formative age, totally without an external teacher. It was an experience beyond the reach of all perceptual faculties. It stands alone in the annals of spiritual history. This is Bhagavan's wonderful awakening. What do we search? What do we search for? The purpose of our existence is to get liberation here and now. We are the satsanga who are in now, it facilitates that. But the most powerful aid is Bhagavan's grace. I'll conclude with a famous poem by Muruganar. He says, how do we get? You need jnanam, you need well-being, you want eternal bliss. How do we achieve? Jnanam peralam, nalam peralam, ananda vittil amaralam, monanile katrulor thedum gatinamanan, kannokkam petrunam aalappireen. The meaning of the verse is, when we receive the grace of Sri Ramana radiating through his effulgent eyes, we are sure to get jnana, well-being, and eternal bliss. This is the path chosen by all great masters, souls, who are established in inner silence totally. So this is Bhagavan's Advent Day. Let us pray to him to guide us through his wonderful looks and his words. The Mahasakti, which shone as the writing of Sri Shankara, it also radiated as the power of the look of Bhagavan. The very eyes take you to eternity. Let us pray to him and surrender to him. Anbodu Namangel Anbardam Anbarku Anbanayadavarul Arunachala.
Thank you, Mama. Next, we will be playing video of children's skit, coordinated and directed by Shubha Ram. The young and talented artists are Skanda, Amrita, Venba, Vibha, Arjun, Siddhant, Avi, Ati, Vikram, Neha, Arjit, and Madhuvanti. Bhaskar, please play the video.
Salutations and boundless gratitude, love and respect to Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, the sage of Arunachala. Namaste to all the earnest seekers of the truth. The realization of self means self-surrender or merging with Arunachala. What more can anyone do? That is the highest form of gratitude to our Guru. We welcome you back to our next satsang. Those who attended the satsang last time would know the satsang group read, interpret, and try to understand Bhagavan's teachings a little differently, and do not stick to the usual format practiced during satsangs. We are here at the residence of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi's devotee who is hosting a satsang. Let us go and see what happens in their satsang.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachalam Vari, Anbahalum Vari, Aksharamanamalai Vari. Now let's do some reading. Talk with Sri Ramana Maharshi. Talk 3, 2, 1. Questioner. Mysteries appear in Jagra, waking state. Why should they appear? Ramana Maharshi. If you see yourself, they will not appear. Questioner. If I turn to look who I am, I do not find anything. Ramana Maharshi. How do you dream in your sleep? There is no I thought there and you are happy. Whereas there are thoughts clouding in the wake of the Rupta. I, in the Jagras and these hide the inherent happiness. Get rid of these thoughts which are the obstacle to happiness. Your natural state is one of happiness as was evident in your sleep. Explain that teaching. How did you sleep last night? I slept well. Was it a restless sleep or did you sleep like a log? Thankfully, I slept blissfully. You know that you were lying on the bed. While sleeping, did you feel the bed? No, I did not. You know that your family was also sleeping. While sleeping, did you know if they were around? I knew they were around. You knew they were around before you went to sleep. I'm asking, when you were fast asleep, did you hear or feel them? Not when I was sleeping. Did you feel anything while you were in a deep sleep? No, I did not. Do you not admit that you exist in your sleep? I do. You're the same person that is not awake. Is it not so? Yes. Yesterday, you mentioned that you had a toothache. While sleeping, did you feel the pain? I didn't feel the pain when I was sleeping, but when I wake up and toss around, even a bit, I feel the pain.
When you were sleeping, you did not know where you were. You did not know if you had family, and you did not have any pain. In deep dreamless sleep, your mind was still and there was no suffering, but you were not aware of this fact at the time. In the waking state, you are presently aware, but thoughts and suffering also exist. Therefore, the method is that of remaining awake, but with thoughts stilled. That is the state of jnani. That is the state of jnani. Neither sleep nor waking, but intermediate between the two. There is the awareness of the waking state and the stillness of the sleep. It is called Jagrat Sushupti.
This is a reading from Talk 31. Devotee, my mind is very unsteady. What should I do? Maharishi, fix your attention on any single thing and try to hold on to it. All will be right. Devotee, I find concentration difficult. Maharishi, go on practicing. Your concentration will be as easy as breathing. That will be the crown of your achievements.
She gets to the house. But there's like, okay, she just
Watch these children skateboarding and how they are also talking and laughing. They're talking, but their focus and concentration is on their skateboard.
How is this possible?
This is because they're trained to focus through strong resolve and regular practice. Similarly with us, we too have to learn to move like they do. That doesn't mean we have to learn to skateboard. It just means while going about our daily work, we have to focus our attention on a single thought. And that single thought is a thought of Brahman.
Verses 6 and 7 of Upadesha Undiyar. Rather than praising God, japa is good. Rather than japa done in a loud voice, japa faintly whispered within the mouth is good. And rather than japa within the mouth, that is which is done by mind, is good. This mental repetition or manasika japa is what is called meditation, dhyana. Rather than meditation interrupted by other thoughts, uninterrupted meditation upon God, like a river or the falling of ghee, is excellent to do. This is also translated as, better than hymns of praise is repetition of the name, better low voiced than loud. But best of all is meditation in the mind. Better than spells of meditation is one continuous current, steady as a stream or downward flow of oil. The essence of instruction, verses 6 and 7, Upadesha Saram. Akka, Amma says she's meditating. What does that mean?
I will say twice. The first time I say you should start eating. The second time I say you should stop eating.
Okay, I am ready.
Where was your attention till now? On me or on the food?
On book.
Yes. You were focused on finishing your breakfast, but your attention was also on me. Did you hear the plate falling?
No, I did not hear anything.
You were not distracted at all. When you do your daily activities with your thoughts or attention always remaining on God, it is meditation. In the course of time, this will become a habit and will come naturally to you. and you will think of God constantly.
Reading from Bhagavan Ramana's Who Am I? He who gives himself up to the self that is God is the most excellent devotee. Giving oneself up to God means remaining constantly in the self without giving room for the rise of any thoughts other than that of the self. Whatever burdens are thrown on God, He bears them. Since the supreme power of God makes all things move, why should we, without submitting ourselves to it, constantly worry ourselves with thoughts as to what should be done and how, and what should not be done and how not? We know that the train carries all loads, so after getting on it, why should we carry our small luggage on our head to our discomfort instead of putting it down in the train and feeling at ease?
We're going in a car. Why do you have to carry the backpack when you can place it down and sit comfortably? The one who brought us into this world also knows how to take care of us. So why do you worry? Just place all your problems at the feet of God and give yourself up to God.
This is a reading where a devotee asks, "How shall I repay your grace? It is not in my power to do it." The master replied, well, your payment consists in not lapsing into ignorance over again, but in continuing in the state of your real self. We pray to our master to bless us all, to abide in the heart and surrender our acts to the divine. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya.
That was awesome. Kudos to the team. Excellent performance. Next, chanting by Uma Subramanian, Arunachala Ashtakam in Tamil chanting, composed
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya Namaha. Harivarum Giriyana Amartarum Amma Adisayam Idan Sayalarivaridharkum.
அறிவர் சிறுவயதது முதலருணா சலமிக பெரிதென அறிவினிலங்க.
அருகிலன் அதன் பொருள் அது திருவண்ணா மலையென ஒருவரளறிவுற பெற்றும்.
அறிவினை மருளுரு தருகினிலீர்க்க அருகுரும் அமயமித சலம கண்டேன்.
கண்டவன் எவன் என கருத்தினில் நாட கண்டவன் இன்றிட நின்றது கண்டேன்.
கண்டனன் என்றிட கருத்தெழவில்லை கண்டிலன் என்றிட கருத்தெழுமாறேன்.
விண்டிது விளக்கிடு விரலுருவோனார் விண்டிலை பண்டு நீ விளக்கினை என்றால்.
விண்டிடாதுன்னிலை விளக்கிட என்றே விண்தலம் அச்சலமா விளங்கிட நின்றாய்.
நின்னையான் உருவென எண்ணியே நன்ன நிலமிசை மலையென நிலையினை நீதான்.
உன்னுரு அரு என உன்னிடில் விண்ணோ உறவுல கலை தரும் ஒருவனை ஒப்ப. உரைக்கும்
உன்னொரு உணலற உன்னிட முன்னீர் குருசரு கரையுரு என உரு ஓயும்
என்னையான் அறிவுற எண்ணுரு வேறே திருந்தன்னை அருணவங்கிரி என இருந்தாய்
இருந்தோளிர் உனை விடு தடுத்திடர் தெய்வம் இருட்டினை விளக்கெடு தடுத்திடலே கான்
இருந்தொளிர் உன்னை அறி உறுத்திடற்கென்றே இருந்தன்னை மதம் தோறும் விதவித உருவாய்
இருந்தோளிர் உனை அறிகிலரெனிலன்னோர் இரவியின் அறிவரு குருடரேயாவார்
இருந்தொளிர் இரண்டர எனதுளத்தொன்றாய் இணையரும் அருணமலையனும் மணியே
மணிகளில் சரடன உயிர் தோறு நானா மதம் தோறும் ஒருவன மறுவினை நீதான்
மணி கடைந்தென மன மனமெனும் கல்லில் மறுவர கடைய நின்னருளொளி மேவும்
மணியொளி என பிரிதொரு பொருட்பற்று மறுவுரலிலை நிழற்படி தகட்டின் பின்
மணி ஒளி பட நிழல் பதியுமோ உன்னில் மறுபொருள் அருண நல்லொளி மலை உண்டோ
உண்டொரு பொருளறி ஒளியுளமேனி உளதுனில் அலதில அதிசய சக்தி
நின்றனு நிழ நிறை நினைவறிவோடே நிகழ்வினை சுழலில் நினை ஒளியாடி
கண்டன நிழற்சகதி திறம்புள்ளும் கண்முதற் பொறி வழி புறத்து மோர்சில்லான்
நின்றிடு நிழல் பட நிகரருட்குன்றே நின்றிட சென்றிட நினைவிட இன்றே
இன்றகம் எனு நினைவெனில் பிற ஒன்றும் இன்றது வரை பிற நினைவெழிலார்க்க
கொன்றகம் உதித்தலம் எது என உள்ளான் உளத்தவி சுரினொரு குடை நிழல் கோவே
இன்றகம் புறமிரு வினையிரல் சன்மம் இன்பு துன்பிருள் ஒளி எனும் கனவிதயம்
அன்றகம் அச்சலம நடமிடும் அருண மலையெனும் மலையரும் அருளொளி கடலே
கடலெழும் எழிலியார் பொழி தரு நீர்தான் கடநிலை அடைவரை தடை செய்யின் இல்லாத்
உடலுயிர் எனில் எழும் உனை உருவரையில் உரு பல வழிகளில் உழலினும் நில்லார்
இடவெளி அலையினு நிலையிலை புல்லு கிடநில மலதிலை வரு வழி செல்ல
கடனுயிர் வருவழி சென்றிட இன்ப கடலுனை மறுவிடும் அருணபுதரனே.
நமோ ரமணா.
Thank you, Uma and PS. Next, Dakshinamurti Stotram, composed by Sri Adi Shankaracharya, chanting in Sanskrit by Barbara Croissant. Barbara, please unmute yourself.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Vishvam Darpana Drishyamana Nagari Tulyam Nijantagatam Pashyanatmani Mayaya Bahirivod Bhutam Yatanidraya Yasakshat Kurute Prabhuta Samaye Swatmana Mevadvayam Tasmahi Shri Guru Murtaye Namaydam Shri Dakshinamurtaye Vijasyantarifan kuro jagaridam pranirvikalpam punaha Maya kalpita desha kala kalana Vaichitriya chitrikritam Maya viva vijrimbayatyapi maha Yogi vayaste chaya Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Yasyaiva Spuranam Sadatmakamasat Kalpartagampasate Sakshata Twamasiti Veda Vachasa Yobodayatya Shritan Yat Sakshat Karanat Pavena Punara Vritir Pavam Ponidao Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Nana Chidra Khato Darastita Maha Deepa Prabhava Swaram Jnanam Yasya Tuchakshura Dikarana Twara Bahispandate Janamiti Tameva Bantamanupat Yetat Samastam Jagat Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Deham Pranam Apindriyanya Pichalam Buddhim Chashunyam Viduhu Tribalanta Jadopamastwahamiti Pranta Prishambadinaha Maya Shakti Vilasa Kalpita Maha Vyamoha Samharine Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Rahu Grasta Diva Karendu Sadrisho Maya Samachadanat Sanmatra Karano Pasamharanato Yobutsu Shupta Puman Pragasvapsamiti Prabhuta Samaye Ya Pratya Bihinyanyate Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Palya Dishwapi Jagrada Dishutata Sarvas Pavastas Vapi Vyavritas Vanuvarta Mana Mahamit Yantas Purantam Sada Swatmanam Prakati Karoti Pajatam Yo Mudraya Padraya Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Vishvam Pashyati Karyakaranataya Swaswami Sambandataha Shishyacharyataya Tataiva Pitraputratyatmana Pedataha Swapne Jagrativaya Isha Purusho Maya Paribramitaha Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Burambam Syanalo Nilombaramahar Nato Himanshu Puman Itya Pati Chara Charat Makamidam Yasyaiva Murtyashtakam Nanyat Kinchana Vidyate Vimrishatam Yasmat Parasmat Vibho Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshina Murtaye Sarvatma Twamiti Sputi Krutamidam Yasmara Mushmin Stave Tenasya Shravanad Tadartamananad Dhyana Cha Sankirtanad Sarvatma Twamahavibhuti Sahitam Syadishwara Tvam Swataha Sidyetat Punarashtadha Parinatam Chaishvarya Mavyahatam. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Barbara. Next, song by Skanda, Dhyaname Sei, a Tamil song written by Sadhu Om. Skanda, unmute yourself.
Dhyaname sei, Dhyaname sei, Arunachala Shiva Dhyaname sei, Saliyada Sitta Guru Dhyaname sei, Tannalali Urume Vasanahal தன்னாலி உருமே வாசனையாவும் சச்சித் சுக வருகுரு தியான மேசி மானாபிமானம் யாவும் கருதாதே நீ உலகமென நானார் என வினவியே நானழிய நானார் என்றே நானார் என வினவியே கதி பெற சிவ சித்தத்துடன் அருள்குரு தியான மேசே ஞானாக்னியே அருணாச்சல மாத்ரம் ஞானாக்னியே அருண த்ரிரமண பசுப சாஸ்திரம் நானாரியன நாது நானாக்னியே நான் அருணாச்சல மாத்ரம் நானாக்னியே அருணாத்ரி ரமண பசுப சாஸ்திரம் நானார் விசார में रमण ब्रह्मास्त्रम नानार विचार में रमण ब्रह्मास्त्रम नानार्यन नाडुवदेवर अरु करदलालह शास्त्रम ताने तानाय वागुरु मध्य परम सुगीत सच्चित सुहवर गुरु ध्यान में से अरुणाचल शिव ध्यान में से सलियाद सिद्धत्वरन अरु गुरु ध्यान में से.
Thank you, Skanda. Next, another great composition by Sri Shankaracharya, Nirvana Shatakam, in Sanskrit by Neha. Neha, unmute yourself.
मनोबुद्ध्यहंकारचित्तानि नाहं न च स्रोतजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायु चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं न च प्राणसंयो न वा पञ्चवायु न वा सप्तधातुर्न वा पञ्चकोशा न वाक्पाणिपादौ न चोपस्थवायु चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्य भावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहम् न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थन्न वेद न यज्ञ अहं भोजनन्नैव भोजन भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्यु न शङ्का न मे जाति भेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरु नैव शिष्य चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकार रूपो विभूत्वा च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणां न च सङ्गता नैव मुक्तिर्न मेय चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूपा शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहम्.
Thank you, Neha. Next, Sanskrit bhajan Maruti Maruti by our youngest satsang devotee, Arjit.
Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, Ramaduta Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Ramaduta Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, Anjaneya Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Anjaneya Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Mahavira Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Mahavira Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, Bhaksavachana Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Bhaksavachana Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Bhagavata Priya Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, Bhagavata Priya Maruti, Maruti, Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya Maruti, 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 Jaya 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 Maruti.
Awesome, Arjit. Thank you. Next, a Telugu song by Sahana, Kalaharana, composed by Saint Tyagaraja. Sahana.
कालहरण मेल राह रे सीताराम 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 காலஹரண மேல சுகுண காலஹரண மேல சுகுண ஜால கருணால பால காலஹரண மேல ராஹரே ஹே சீதாராம ದಿನ ದಿನ ಮುನು ತಿರಿಗಿ ತಿರಿಗಿ ತಿಗುಲೇಕ ಚರಣು ಚೋಚಿ ದಿನ ದಿನ ಮುನು ತಿರಿಗಿ ತಿರಿಗಿ ತಿಗುಲೇಕ ಚರಣು ಚೋಚಿ ತನುವು ತನುವು ನೀದೆ ಎಂಟಿ ತನುವು ತನುವು ನೀದೆ ಎಂಟಿ ತನುವು ತನುವು ನೀದೆ ಎಂಟಿ ತ್ಯಾಗರಾಜ ವಿನುತ ರಾಮ ಆಲಹರಣ ಮೇಲರಾಹರೇ ಹೇ ಸೀತಾರಾಮ
Thank you, Sahana. Next, a Tamil song, Azhaithal Varuven, composed and sung by Girija Narayan. Mami, unmute yourself.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாயா. அழைத்தால் வருவானே மீண்டும் மீண்டும் ரமணா என்றே அழைத்தால் வருவானே ஐயன் அன்பின் உருவன்றோ ஆனந்த மூர்த்தி என்றோ கேட்டால் தருவானே இரங்காய் என்றே வேண்டி நித்தமுமே கேட்டால் தருவானே அன்பன் கருணை கடலன்றோ ஞான ஸ்வரூபனன்றோ பணிந்தாலருள்வானே சரணாகதி என்றே தாளிணையில் நிதமே பணிந்தாலருள்வானே வேதியன் சுத்த பிரம்மமன்றோ சச்சிதானந்த ரூபமன்றோ சேர்த்தே எரிப்பானே மனவாசனை முற்றும் பாவமூட்டை அனைத்தும் சேர்த்தே எரிப்பானே எளியோன் அருணை ஜோதி என்றோ தீனதயாளுவன்றோ வீட்டில் இருத்துவனி நான் யார் என்னும் அகமுக விசாரத்தால் வீட்டில் இருத்துவனி இன்ப கூட்டிலடை பானி ஆத்மானந்தமருள்வானே அழைத்தால் வருவானே ஐயன் அன்பின் உருவன்றோ ஆனந்த மூர்த்தி என்றோ.
Thank you, Mami. Next, a Tamil song by Srihari Gopalakrishnan, Ponnolir Pattu, composed by Satyamangalam Venkatramana Iyer. Srihari, please unmute yourself.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ponnolir vadivinane Purana vadanatane Tannarum Swanubudhi Darayala Manakka Ezhai Unnarum Pugalai Kettu Ulagalam Thedi Vandeen Ennarul Iraye Jnana Ramanane Jodi Kundre Jodiye Vadivai Nindra Shonama Shailam Tannil Vediya Uruvinodu Virupaksha Guhail Nevum Adiye Anadi Vaipe Amalane Ramana Ennai Sodiyada Andu Kolvai Shirpara Swarubaniye Shirparananda Valve Shivatodum Kalanda Tene Arbudananda Pahe Agandane Ramana Unni Karpakataruvai Nadi Kadidezundodi Vande Virpana Uruvai Kanai Vimalane Arul Kandande Tandridai Talir Porpadam Tamiyane Sirasil Sudi Nondrida Valvadeidi Nodiyadir Pavanoi Poga Andranamara Kana Arunaival Ramana Mauna Endranal Adaivadunnai Iruviri Maniye Solvai Maniyana Pugalvadallal Matrondrum Aviya Ezhai Animayendriyanum Alaruvadarindidayo Taniyana Dahape Indru Sadukana Yanai Vittoda Tuniyadai Jnanavalal Sundara Ramana Potri Ramanane Jagattinodum Raviyodu Galangalano Ramanane Agattiladum Ratina Shudarvilaka Ramanane Dimala Veda Ratinatadum Devan Ramanane Jnana Natil Ramitidum Marasai Ninandron Nindridum Ninaivu Tanne Nimidatil Miki Nenjai Andrayan Tirumalandi Tadindida Alagan Padam Sendrida Niruttum Soma Shekhara Ramana Murti Yen Perum Tuyaram Nikai Yegane Yoga Varve Vardidum Mulaginodu Vadivuru Namamellam Tandida Jnana Parvai Tadaladai Tanakul Vaitoi Ardidum Yoga Jnana Ramanane Alagin Mikkoi Sundridum Sudare Sona Malaivalar Punida Deve Devane Ramana Padam Tedinen Tevita Jnana Bhavanadida Mauna Paramburul Uruvinane Jivanum Shivamum Mondrai Tekiya Ulattinane Shavadum Pirappumilla Tatuva Mudiva Nindroi Nindridum Shona Shailam Nilaitidum Ramanan Vali Mindridar Shadayanodu Virupaksha Guhayum Vali Vendri என்றிடும் துன்பம் போக்க வெங்கடரமணன் சொல்லும் பொன்றிதழ் விருத்த மாலை பொலிவுற வாழி வாழி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Sri Hari. Next, a Telugu song by Pratibha Sundaresh, Annamalayani Pilachina. Translation of Bhagavan's composition by Y.V. Venkateshwara Rao. Pratibha, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Namo Ramana. Many composers, including Sri Satyamangalam Venkatramaya, have said in their compositions, Bhagwan, out of compassion for us, has left his godly abode, Shivaloka, taken birth at Tiruchuli, and eagerly came down to reside at Arunachala to bestow liberation to one and all. For 54 years, Bhagwan Ramana stayed at Arunachala for our sake, not only to direct us to the path of self-realization, but also to live and show us every moment what he has said in Upadesha Saram. Self is the seat of karma, bhakti, yoga, and jnana. He reveals to us what true devotion and total surrender is in his songs of glory of Arunachala. His love for Arunachala pours out in these verses of Navamani Malai. Bhagwan says, Annamalai, once you claimed me, my body and soul as yours, is there anything that I lack? All merits and demerits are yours alone. Do unto me what pleases you. Lord, grant me only increasing love for you. With prayers to Arunachala Ramana, to help us to hold him, to love him, and totally surrender to him, my humble attempt to sing these beautiful verses from Navamani Malai with music set by Dr. S. Rajeshwar Rao. అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వశపరచుకొంటివి తను మనముల. అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వశపరచుకొంటివి తను మనముల. నిన్ను నమ్మిన నాకే లోటున్నది, నిన్ను నమ్మిన నాకే లోటున్నది. ఏమున్నది నే కోరవలసినది, ఏమున్నది నే కోరవలసినది. అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వశపరచుకొంటివి తను మనముల. ఏది సుగుణమో ఏది దోషమో నీవు వినా నేనన్యమెరుంగను. ఏది సుగుణమో ఏది దోషమో నీవు వినా నేనన్యమెరుంగను. నీవే నా సర్వము ప్రాణము, నీ పాదములే నాకు శరణ్యము. నీవే నా సర్వము ప్రాణము, నీ పాదములే నాకు శరణ్యము. అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వశపరచుకొంటివి తను మనముల. అన్నామలై. அண்ணாமலை. நமோ ரமணா.
Thank you, Pratibha. Next, our last song from Washington, D.C. Satsang in Tamil by Nitya Ramanan, Arul Vellam. Nitya, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. This is a song, which is a composition by Srimati Mahalakshmi Suryanandan. அருள் வெள்ளம் பெருகி பொங்குது இங்கே அள்ளிப்பருகவாரி ஜகதீரே. அருள் வெள்ளம் பெருகி பொங்குது இங்கே அள்ளிப்பருகவாரி ஜகதீரே. அவனி முழுதும் அலைந்தலைந்தோடி திரிந்தீரே. அவனி முழுதும் அலைந்தலைந்தோடி திரிந்தீரே. அந்தராத்ம சாந்தி வந்ததோ சொல்வீரே. அவனி முழுதும் அலைந்தலைந்தோடி திரிந்தீரே. அந்தராத்ம சாந்தி வந்ததோ சொல்வீரே. அருள் வெள்ளம் பெருகி பொங்குது எங்கே அள்ளிப்பருகவாரீர் ஜகதீரே. அண்ணாமலையான் திருத்தலம் வந்து சேர்வீரே. அண்ணாமலையான் திருத்தலம் வந்து சேர்வீரே. அம்மை அப்பன் குரு அவனே என்று உணர்வீரே. அண்ணாமலையான் திருத்தலம் வந்து சேர்வீரே. அம்மை அப்பன் குரு அவனே என்று உணர்வீரே. அருணை ரமணன் சேவடி சரணடைவீரே. அருணை ரமணன் சேவடி சரணடைவீரே. அவன் அருளாலே ஆனந்த வீடு எய்துவீரே. அருணை ரமணன் சேவடி சரணடைவீரே. அவன் அருளாலே ஆனந்த வீடு எய்துவீரே. அருள் வெள்ளம் பெருகி பொங்குது இங்கே அள்ளிப்பருகவாரீர் ஜகதீரே. அருள் வெள்ளம் பெருகி பொங்குது இங்கே அள்ளிப்பருகவாரீர் ஜகதீரே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய.
Thank you, Nitya. Let's get transported to Ottawa, Canada in His grace. Anil Sharma from Ottawa will be hosting. Namo Ramana.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. We are very happy to join Sri Bhagavan's devotees and to celebrate Sri Bhagavan's Advent at Arunachala. We will start from Ottawa with Krishnan, Ushaji, and Ramya offering a bhajan, Om Ramana. Krishnan, please unmute and Thank you for your bhajan.
कपोलहस्तं करुणास्मितास्यं किञ्चित् समुत्तं यदसौम्यजालं कौपीनभूषं कमनीयगात्रं मञ्जासनस्थं रमणं भजाम्यहम् करुणैकडलायुं कनकाम्बरधारियायुं कलियुगं मीदिलेयुं कण्खण्डदैवमायुं அண்டின பக்தருக்குள் மன ஆறுதல் அளித்திடும் அன்பு ஸ்வரூபியாயும் ஆத்ம ஞானியாயும் மஞ்சத்தில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் மந்தகாசபதனியை மாதா ஸ்ரீ ஜானகியை அனுதினமும் தியானிக்கின்றோம்.
Om Ramana, Om Ramana,
Om Ramana, Om Ramana,
Upanishad Vandya, Om Ramana,
Upanishad Vandya, Om Ramana,
Udara Leela, Om Ramana,
Udara Leela, Om Ramana,
Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana,
Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana,
Shri Rama Chita, 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 Om Ramana,
Vararamana, Vararamana,
Vararamana, Vararamana,
Varada Bhayakara Vararamana,
Varada Bhayakara Vararamana,
Vachita Phalada Vararamana,
Vanchita Phalada Vararamana,
Vachamagochara Vararamana,
Vanchamagochara Vararamana,
Shri Rama Chita Vararamana,
Shri Rama Chita Vararamana,
Shri Rama Chita Vararamana,
Shri Rama Chita Vararamana,
Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana,
Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana,
Nishchala Tattva Nidhi Ramana,
Nischala Tattva Nidhi Ramana,
Nitya Mahotsava Nidhi Ramana,
Nitya Mahotsava Nidhi Ramana,
Nirupama Shubha Guna Nidhi Ramana,
Nirupama Shubha Guna Nidhi Ramana,
Shri Rama Chita 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 Nidhi Ramana,
Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana,
Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana,
Jaya Vara Prada Jaya Ramana,
Jaya Vara Prada Jaya Ramana,
Jagadodhara Jaya Ramana,
Jagadodhara Jaya Ramana,
Jivan Mukta Jaya Ramana,
Jivan Mukta Jaya Ramana,
Shri Rama Chita 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 Jaya Ramana.
Thank you very much, Krishnan, Ramya, and Ushaji. Thank you. We'll now ask Evelyn to please read from Sadhu Arunachala, Major Chadwick's writings. Please, Evelyn, unmute yourself.
There we go.
I hope my volume's okay.
Very
Hello?
good, thank you. Very good, thank you.
Okay. Greetings to one and all from the sweet, sattvic, simple, and serene Sri Ramanachala Mandir, overlooking the beautiful St. Lawrence River on the border of the USA and Canada. As most of us know, Major A.W. Chadwick was in the British Army serving in South America. After getting captivated by Brunton's A Search in Secret India, he resigned his posts, came to Sri Ramanashramam in November 1935, and remained there for good. He became known as Sadhu Arunachala and lies buried in the ashram campus. The readings today are from Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi, and they're excerpts from a sadhu's reminiscences of Ramana Maharshi. Whenever people came to Bhagavan with their family stories, he would laugh with the happy, and at times he would shed tears with the bereaved. Bhagavan never raised his voice. He would never touch money because he never had need of it and was not interested in it, and he preferred every sort of simplicity. Bhagavan was a very beautiful person. He shone with a visible light or aura. He had the most delicate hands I have ever seen, with which alone he could express himself. One might almost say talk. His features were regular, and the wonder of his eyes was famous. His forehead was high, and the dome of his head the highest I have ever seen. His body was well formed and of only medium height, but that was not apparent, as his personality was so dominant that one looked upon him as tall. Bhagavan was always scrupulously clean, and his body gave off a faint perfume, though he never used any scented soap. Bhagavan always radiated tremendous peace. But on those occasions when crowds were attracted to the ashram, such as Jayanti and Deepam, this increased to an extraordinary degree, to which I believe we can all bear witness. The numbers seem to call up some reserve of a hidden force, and it was a great experience to sit with him at such times. Bhagavan had a great sense of humor, and when talking, a smile was never far from his face. He had many jokes in his repertoire and was a magnificent actor. He would always dramatize the protagonist of any story he related. When the recital was very pathetic, he would be filled with emotion and could not proceed. I see him sitting in the hall, completely detached, entirely unmoved by the happenings which seem so momentous to me, his face wreathed in the most lovely of smiles, and an expression of serenity and beauty on it, which is impossible to describe or even believe unless you have seen it yourself. No books written in the past, no stories of former saints can convey the same message. After all, there is always the chance they may have been frauds, but this is absolutely genuine, and I am unable to doubt any longer, even if I want to. Here we are on the bedrock of certainty in an ever-changing and uncertain world. I doubt if we realize how lucky we are. One is inclined to get used to things and take them for granted. But there is no taking Bhagavan for granted. He is always surprisingly different. And that is one of the greatest wonders of his presence.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you. We're very happy to have with us today also from Nova Scotia Arunachala Ashram, Darlene, who will be giving us a reading from Sri Bhagavat's manuscripts. Darlene, please go ahead.
Joyful greetings from the Nova Scotia Ashram in Canada. Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavat was instrumental in founding Arunachala Ashram in New York and Nova Scotia. Some of you may know him and others may not, but this prayer manuscript will give you a glimpse of his life. He wrote hundreds of pages of this prayer to Sri Bhagavan and would send copies of it to Sri V. Ganeshan at Sri Ramanashramam. This page is dated November 20th, 1977. Since early in the morning, Sri Bhagavan has kept me soaked and saturated with his infinite grace and mercy. No sooner I wake up than I find Sri Bhagavan flooding my heart with his munificent love and affection, and how I would like to spend my time in the holy company of his children. So this friendly friend, colleague, and companion, Hermes 3000, his typewriter, comes forward to keep me company, and the result has been the constant and continuous remembrance of Sri Bhagavan, and all these words and sentences have been pouring out from my heart cavity on this piece of paper. I have no time for anything else, and even though I feel hungry and thirsty, I can't get up from the desk and miss the great opportunity of abiding in Bhagavan Sri Ramana Arunachala Satguru. These are the moments for me when nothing exists but Sri Ramana Arunachala Bhagavan, and with all my vigor and vitality, I continue to pound this very friendly machine so that my heart lotus blooms and blossoms with the sun of Sri Bhagavan's munificent love and affection. I have been trying very hard to abide in the heart cavity as much as it is possible for me, so that I may reach the goal once and for all. These days, Sri Bhagavan has been flooding my heart cavity so much with his remembrance and awareness that I find no time for anything else. This is the greatest gift that should be the summum bonum of my remaining days in this body. Sri Bhagavan is ever gleaming and glowing as I in my heart cavity, and is making me realize that all his commands, commissions, and mandates must be carried out without any delay. I am immersed in the surging Ganga of his love and affection. Now in the evening of my earthly existence, I know nothing but Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, who's ever standing in front of me and beckoning me to move on, march on, press on, and push on to the holy hill of the beacon light. Now my body is exhausted, although the momentum of inspiration, encouragement, love, and affection remains undiminished. I am sitting in this kitchen with this typewriter in front of me, and I can't help pounding it more and more for the sake of pouring my heart to Sri Bhagavan and all his loving sons and dear daughters. Sri Bhagavan is always shining within my heart and is giving me vigor and vitality so that I could flood the earth with the chanting and recitation of his name, Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya, and leave nothing untouched by him. Sri Bhagavan is so kind and compassionate to all his sons and daughters in this world that no one can ever remain untouched by Ramana, Arunachala, Dakshinamurti's direct path of self-inquiry of who am I. Right here in this apartment, I am made to experience his glorious and gracious presence, both within and without my heart lotus. And it is on the strength of his infinite grace and mercy that I have been trudging along towards the shining peaks of Sri Arunachala Hill. I close my eyes not to take rest, but only to drink in the nectar of his name, so that all my prayers, petitions, and supplications are granted by Lord Ramana Arunachala. My heart is bubbling, bursting, and bustling with the dazzling sun of Sri Ramana Arunachala Dakshinamurti Bhagavan. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Thank you. We'll continue from Adawa with a bhajan by Madhuji, please.
Ponnahi maniyagi bogamagi puramagi agamagi punidamagi mannagi malayagi kadalumagi மதியாகி ரவியாகி மாற்றுமாகி முன்னாகி பின்னாகி நடுவுமாகி முழுதாகி நாதமுற முழங்கி எங்கும் மின்னாகி பரவி இன்ப வெள்ளம் தேக்க வியன் கருணை பொழிமுகிலாய் விளங்கும் தேவே வியன் கருணை பொழிமுகிலாய் விளங்கும் தேவே சந்திரசேகராய நமவோ சந்திரசேகராய நமவோ गंगाधराय नमो गंगाधराय नमो चंद्रशेखराय नमो चंद्रशेखराय नमो गंगाधराय नमो गंगाधराय नमो Om Namah Shivaya Namaho Om Namah Shivaya Namaho Hara Hara Haraya Namaho Hara Hara Haraya Namaho Shiva Shiva Shivaya Namaho Shiva Shiva Shivaya Namaho Mrityunjayaya Namaho Mrityunjayaya Namaho Padmalochanaya Namaho Padmalochanaya Namaho Parameshwaraya Namaho Parameshwaraya Namaho Panchananaya Namaho Panchananaya Namaho Bhakta Priyaya Namaho Bhakta Priyaya Namaho शिव शिव शिवाय नमः ॐ शिव शिव शिवाय नमः ॐ मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः ॐ मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः ॐ त्रिपुरान्तकाय नमः ॐ त्रिपुरान्तकाय नमः ॐ त्रिदशेश्वराय नमः ॐ त्रिदशेश्वराय नमः ॐ त्रिगुणात्मकाय नमः ॐ त्रिगुणात्मकाय नमः ॐ त्रिशूलधराय नमः ॐ त्रिशूलधराय नमः ॐ शिव शिव शिवाय नमः ॐ शिव शिव शिवाय नमः ॐ मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः ॐ मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः ॐ चन्द्रशेखराय नमः ॐ चन्द्रशेखराय नमः ॐ गंगाधराय नमः ॐ गंगाधराय नमः ॐ
Thank you, Madhuji. Thank you. We'd like to hear from Padmanabhan at this time, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Ekamaksharam hridi nirandaram Basate swayam likyate katam Hridaya guhara madhye Kevalam brahma matram Yahamaham sakshad Atmarupena bhati Hridhi vishamanasasvam Chinvata majjatava Pavanachalana rodhat Atmanishto bhavatvam Deham mrinmaya vajjadatmakam Aham buddhirna tasyastyato Naham tattadabheda supti samaye Siddhatma sadbhavataha Koham bhavayadah kuto varatiya Drishtvatma nishtatmanam Soham spurti daya arunachala shivaha Purno vibadi swayam Arunachala shivaha Purno vibadi swayam. A few verses from Ribu Gita. Nidagaha Yevam stide ribhoko vai Brahma bhavaya kalpade Tanme vada viseshena Jnanam shankara vakyajam Ribuhu Tvameva brahma evasi Tvameva paramo guruhu Tvameva akasaruposi Tvam brahmasi na samsaya Brahmaiva sarvada nityam 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 nidam padam Atmakaramidam dvaitam Mityave naf paraf puman सच्चिदानन्दमात्रोऽहं सर्वं केवलम् अव्ययम् ब्रह्मा विष्णुश्च रुद्रश्च ईश्वरश्च सदाशिवः ईश्वरश्च सदाशिवः हरि हरि. Arunachala is solid Ganga, and Varanasi Ganga is flowing Arunachala. The last two verses from Kasi Panchagam from Shankaracharya. Kashyam hi kashyade kasi Kasi sarva prakashika Sakashi vidita yena Tena prapta hi kashika Kasi kshetram Shariram Tribhuvana janani Vyapini Jnana Ganga Bhakti Shraddha Gayeyam Nija Guru Charana Dhyana Yoga Prayaga Vishveshoyam Turiya Sakala Janamana Sakshi Bhuto Antaratma Dehe Sarvam Madiye Yadi Vasadi Punas Tirtam Anyat Kimasti Dehe Sarvam Madiye Yadi Vasadi Punas Tirtam Anyat Kimasti Sada Shivaha Sada Shiva Ramana Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Padmanabhan. Thank you. We are certain that wherever Dennis Hartel is today, we're certain that he's at the feet of Sri Bhagavan. I'm reading some excerpts of a talk given by Dennis on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of Arunachala Ashram in Nova Scotia. This was given in 1997. Dennis said, although Arunachala Ashram is dedicated to Sri Ramana Maharshi, who shed his body in 1950, its actual origin precedes his birth and extends far into antiquity. This ashram represents the ideals and thoughts expressed in the words and actions of numerous saints, mystics, sages, and great spiritual personalities who lived on every continent of this earth down through the ages. It has been our constant endeavor to stir up these same pure aspirations in our own hearts, to actually live them and experience their fulfillment. And to my mind, in this 20th century, there has been no greater manifestation of all these qualities than in the life and teachings of Sri Ramana Maharshi. That is no doubt the reason I have dedicated my life to his ashram here in the West. It was in 1941 in the hill station of Darjeeling that Bhagavad Prasad Singh, the founder of this ashram, while working as a teacher and principal of the Himachala Hindi Bhavan School, first glimpsed a photograph of Sri Ramana Maharshi and read about his life and teachings. Right then and there, he knew that the Maharshi was his guru and wished to fly off for Tiruvannamalai to sit at his feet. But circumstances dictated otherwise. Nevertheless, Bhagavat had always believed that the person would be his guru with whom he never had to voice a single question and whose very presence and grace could be experienced from wherever he lived. He discovered these qualities manifested in Sri Ramana Maharshi. Even now, all these years later, Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavat, as he later became known, never tires of expressing the peace and bliss that inundates his heart by the simple remembrance of the sage of Arunachala. In dedicating the last 25 years of my life to serving those seeking to know more about the life and teachings of the Maharshi, I clearly see that almost 50 years after his passing, Sri Ramana's influence is steadily growing throughout the world. Centers dedicated to him have sprung up in India and in many other countries on every continent. The Maharshi left for us a very direct path to experience the ultimate spiritual truth. He simply wanted all of us to look deeply within ourselves and discover the essence of our being. From his experience, he knew that if once this is found, unalloyed happiness, universal vision, and all goodness would follow. Similarly, we here at Arunachala Ashram desire that everyone only look deeper into themselves to understand the simple unity underlying each one of us. It is this message of unity and the experience of our eternal essence, the divine self, that has for 25 years sustained and nourished Sri Ramana Maharshi's ashram here in Bridgetown, Nova Scotia, Canada. When the sage was born in 1879, and by coincidence, it's the same year this temple building was built, his mother was attended to by a blind midwife. Just at the moment of delivery, this blind lady saw a dazzling light flash before her. No one else saw it. It was not a physical light. Similarly, the Maharshi's light today is not physical. It is an inner light. It is the light of pure awareness that illumines our consciousness when we still the restless mind and allow it to sink effortlessly into the heart. There, in the peace and joy of pure awareness, all differences cease to exist. All religions become one. All existence unites in the simple but supreme joy of self-awareness. To live in this state is real life. This is the Maharshi's message to us. And as I've lived all these years in his ashram as a simple-minded servant, with my sincere warmth and affection, I am passing it on to you. Thank you. Thank you. This concludes Dennis's talk. We will now switch to our friends in Toronto and Murali and continue the celebration of Sri Bhagavan's Advent there. Namaskar.
Namaskaram. This is Murali here. We will now be continuing the program from Toronto. We are thankful to the New York Ashram team for giving us this opportunity to present the Toronto team's recitations, readings, and chanting. We will start with Vishnu Hari, who will be reading for us. Over to Vishnu. Thank you.
At this occasion of celebrating Sri Bhagavan's Advent at Arunachala, I would like to read about Bhagavan's first Bhiksha from Arunachaleshwara. The passage I'm going to read is from Day by Day from Bhagavan, written by Sri Devaraj Mudaliar. This conversation has been recorded on October 10, 1946. Quote, Bhagavan also related today that on the morning of the day after his arrival, he had his first meal at Tiruvannamalai. Apparently, he ate nothing at all on the first day. He said, the next day, I was walking up and down in the 16-pillared mandapam in front of the temple. Then a Mauni Swami, who used to be living in the old days in Kambuttilayana temple, came from the temple. Another Palani Swami, a well-built man with long matted hair who used to do a lot of service by clearing and cleaning the temple precincts with the help of a band of sannyasis, also came to the 16-pillared mandapam from the town. Then the Mauni, looking at me, a stranger here, being in a hungry and exhausted condition, made signs to the above Palani Swami that I should be given some food. Thereupon, the above Palani Swami went and brought some cold rice in a tin vessel, which was all black with a little salt strewn on top of the rice. That was the first bhiksha which Arunachaleshwara gave me. The next passage I'm going to be reading is from Sri Suryanagama's book, Letters from Sri Ramanashrama, on the same topic, the first bhiksha. This is from letter number 16, recorded on the 30th of December, 1945. Quote, one afternoon, during casual conversation, Bhagavan got into a reminiscent mood and began telling us as followers, there used to be in a Gopura Subramanyeshwara temple, a Mauni Swami. One morning, when I was going about the 1,000-pillared mandapam, he came with a friend. He was a Mauni Swami and so was I. There was no talk, no greetings. It was soon midday. He made signs to his friend to mean, I do not know who this boy is, but he appears to be tired. Please get some food and give it to him. Accordingly, they brought some. It was boiled rice. Each grain was sized. There was sour water underneath. There was a bit of pickle to go with it. But that was the first bhiksha given to me by Sri Arunachaleshwara. Actually, there is not an iota of pleasure in what I eat now. All the meals and sweets are nothing compared to that food, said Bhagavan. Was it on the very first day of Sri Bhagavan's arrival in that place? Someone asked. No, the next day. It was the first bhiksha given to me by Ishvara. I ate that rice and pickle and drank the water given to me. That happiness I can never forget, remarked Sri Bhagavan. Om Namo Bhagavate. Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Vishnu. We will now have a song by Bhavana Gridaluri.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వసపరచుకుంటివి తను మనముల అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వసపరచుకుంటివి తను మనముల నిన్ను నమ్మిన నాకే లోటున్నది నిన్ను నమ్మిన నాకే లోటున్నది ఏమున్నది నే కోరవలసినది ఏమున్నది నే కోరవలసినది అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వసపరచుకుంటివి తను మనముల అన్నామలై ఏది సుగుణమో ఏది దోషమో నీవు వినా నే అన్యమేరుంగము నీవే నా సర్వము ప్రాణము నీవే నా సర్వము ప్రాణము నీ పాదములే మాకు శరణ్యము నీ పాదములే మాకు శరణ్యము అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వసపరచుకుంటివి తను మనముల అన్నామలయని పిలచిన క్షణమున వసపరచుకుంటివి తను మనముల అన్నామలై అతీత గుణజాలాయ నైష్టిక బ్రహ్మచారిణే నమో మాయా మనుష్యాయ గురవే తారకారయే.
Thank you, Bhavna. We will now have chanting of Upadesha Saram by Srinivasan Garu.
Katturagya Iti mahodadau vaganakaranam Ishwararpitam nishayakritam sodham muktisaganam kayavanmanah karyamuttamam bhojanam java chintanam kramat jagadayisadi yukta semanam astamurti deva bhujanam uttamastava uchamantadah chittajam java jnanamuttamam Adyadaraya srota sasamam charala chintanam virala dasparam veda bhavana sohamitya sau bhavana vida bhavani mata bhava sunyasa bhava shrishti dehe bhavana pala bhaktirodda tale manaha swastata kriya bhakti yoga bodashanishitham vayurodhana liyate manaha Jalavakshiva Dhrota Sadhanam Chittavayava Chitriyayutaha Sakyayordavi Shakti Mulaha Laya Vinasane Ubayarodhane Laya Gadam Punar Bhavatino Mritam Prana Bandhana Lina Manasam Eka Chintana Nasamityataha Nastamanaso Krishna Yoginaha Krishna Masikam Swastitam Yataha Dishyavaritam Chitamatmanah Chitvadarshanam Tatvadarshanam Manasam tu kim margane krite Naiva manasam marga arjavat Vrittayasakam vrittimashridaha Vidyayo mano vidyaham manah Ahamayam tuto bhavati chinvatah Aipatadyaham nijavicharanam Ahaminasabhajyahamahantaya Spratihatsayam paramapurnasat Idamaham pada vigyamanmaham Milinake pelaya satyaya Vigrendriya pranaditamaha Sakamekasa tajjadam yasa Satvavasika chitvavetara Satyaya yike chityaya yaha Jisa jivayor vesadipida Satvabhavato vastu kevalam Veshahanatah swatmadarshanam Ishadarshanam swatmarupatah Atma samsitihi swatmadarshanam Atmanidvayad atmanishtada Jnana vajjida jnanahina chet Jnanamastikam jnatumantaram Kinsarubhame atmadarshane Avyaya bhava punachitsutam Mandamudgati tamparam sukham Vindadi gaji vastu deviga Ahamapetakam nijavibanagam Mahaditam tapo ramanavagiyam Ahamapetakam nijavibanagam Mahaditam tapo ramanavagiyam Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Srinivasan Garu. Now we'll have chanting of Arunachala Pancharatnam by Kirtan.
Karunapurna Sudabde Kabalita Ghana Vishwarupa Kiranavalya Arunachala Paramatman Aruno Bhavachitta Kanja Suvikasaya Tvai Arunachala Sarvam Bhutva Stitva Pralinametachittram Hridayam Mitmatmataya Nrityasi Doste Vadanti Hridayam Nama Ahamiti Kutayatiti Anvishyanta Pravishyatyamaladiya Avagamyasvam Rupam Samyatyarunachala Tvainadivabdau Tyaktva Vishayam Bahyam Riddha प्राणेन रुद्धमनसान्तस्त्वां ध्यायन् पश्यति योगी दीवितमरुणाचल त्वयि महीयं ते त्वयि अर्पितमनसा त्वां पश्यन् सर्वं तवाकृततया सततं भजते नन्यप्रीत्या सजयेत्यरुणाचल त्वयि सुखे मग्नः श्रीमद्रमण महर्षे दर्शनमरुणाचलस्य देवगिरा पञ्चकमार्या गीतौ रत्नं त्विदमौ पनिसदं हि. Thank you, Namo Ramanaya.
Thank you, Kirtana. We will now have Tevaram invocation by Divya.
Tiruchitrambalam Namah Parvati Pataye Hara Hara Mahadeva தென்னாடுடைய சிவனே போற்றி எந்நாட்டவர்க்கும் இறைவா போற்றி ஏகம்பத்துரைந்தாய் போற்றி பாகம் பெண்ணுரானாய் போற்றி காவாய் கனகத்திரளே போற்றி கைலே மலையானே போற்றி போற்றி திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். Devarams are devotional hymns sung in praise of Shiva by the three Nayanmars, Tirunjana Sambandar, Tirunavukarasar, and Sundarar. These songs show the bhakti that ran across India during the 7th century. One of the many songs were Vanane Madhisudya Maindane. Saint Tirunavukarasar sang the song in praise of Lord Shiva's form in the Tiruvannamalai temple. Vanane Madhisudya Maindane Vanane Madhisudya Maindane Vanane Madhisudya Maindane Vanane Madhisudya Maindane Tenane Tiruvannamalai Vanane Madhisudya Maindane Tenane Tiruvannamalai Vanane Yenane Yenane Igandar Puramulrida Yenane Igandar Puramulrida Yenane Igandar Puramulrida Anane Adiye Maranduyevano Yenane Igandar Puramulrida Anane Adiye Maranduyevano Vanane Madhisudya Maindane Tenane Tiruvannamalai Vanane Veerane Veerane Vidamudane Veerane Vidamudane Veerane Vidamudane Vinnavadirane திருவண்ணாமலையனை வீரனை விடமுழடனை விண்ணவர் தீரனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை ஊரனை ஊரனை உணரார் புறமுழ்றித ஊரனை உணரார் புறமுழ்றித ஊரனை உணரார் புறமுழ்றித ஆரனை அடியே மறந்து ஏவனோ ஊரனை உணரார் புறமுழ்றித ஆரனை அடியே மறந்து ஏவனுவானனை மதிசூடிய மைந்தனை தேனனை திருவண்ணாமலையனை வானனை Thank you.
Thank you, Divya and Deepika. Now we will have reading by Bhavana.
In the Western world, Advent refers to the period preceding Christmas, connected to the advent of Christ. But here in Arunachala, Advent always refers to the day on which the great sage of this epoch, our very own Bhagwan Ramana, entered the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai. In the year 1896, on the 1st of September, Sri Ramana, as a young lad of 16, arrived at the feet of the holy mountain. About a month earlier, in mid-July, he had already had his first death experience and attained the highest truth, which he called later as self-realization. After this, he became indifferent to his boyhood life, studies, play, etc., and he began to seek solitude. For this, his elder brother taunted him, and the young boy Ramana, understanding the truth behind his brother's rebuke, left his parental home, leaving a note that he was going in search of his father. With this farewell, he left Madurai forever. Right from the time he left his house, a series of miracles took place, and Arunachala mysteriously guided the youth to his final destination. It was Arunachala who delayed the train's departure so that Ramana could board it, and later on appeared in the form of a Mavali in order to give the lad directions to reach Tiruvannamalai, and then, lo and behold, actually granted divine darshan to the boy in the form of a column of effulgence in the temple of Aryanalur. Not many people know that the doors of Arunachaleshwara temple, which were closed habitually at the time of his arrival, started to open one by one of their own accord, just as Sri Ramana entered. Indeed, is there any doubt left that the son had thus returned to his father's house? Who can describe what Ramana felt when he saw the hill for the first time? In his own words, I came up here and saw, and found those stood as a hill. But then who is the seer? No seer then remained. No mind survived, even to say that I saw this, or even to say that I didn't. A century has passed since M. Shivaprakasam Pillai visited the young Sri Ramana Maharshi on the slopes of the Arunachala hill and earnestly beseeched the silent sage to answer his burning questions on spiritual fulfillment. The answers he received in writing, signs, and gestures constitute the seminal teachings from which the Maharshi never deviated. They are direct, uncompromising instructions meant to guide us to the essential reality of existence, devoid of the ego. Bhagavan was quoted as saying that was everything he later wrote or discussed was only a commentary on those answers, which were later published in the form of a book entitled Nan Yer, or Who Am I? It was this small book that the Maharshi most often recommended to new visitors. All that was an earnest aspirant needs to know is contained within this testament on self-inquiry. Sincere devotees of the Maharshi should constantly reflect on the teachings found in Who Am I, and look upon them as the key that opens the door to liberation. A few of the book's salient points will be given. When the world, which is what is seen, has been removed, there will be a realization of the self, which is the seer. So the realization of the self, which is the substrate, will not be gained unless the belief that the world is real is removed. When the mind, which is the cause of all cognition and all actions, becomes quiet, the world will disappear. Apart from thoughts, there is no independent entity called the world. When one persistently inquires into the nature of the mind will end leaving the self as the residue. That which arises as I in this body is the mind. If one inquires as to where in the body the thought I arises first, one would discover that it rises in the heart. That is the place of the mind's origin. If one thinks constantly, I, one will be led to that place. The thought, who am I, will destroy all other thoughts, and like the stick used for stirring the burning pyre, it will itself in the end get destroyed. Then there will arise self-realization. When other thoughts arise, one should not pursue them, but should inquire to whom they desire. In fact, what is called the world is only thought. Inquiring into the nature of one's self that is in bondage and realizing one's true nature is liberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. We will now have the meaning of Advent Day explained to us by Anant Mama.
Hello. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. The word Advent denotes the arrival of a person or an event. In the case of Bhagavan Ramana, hello? Am I audible?
Yes, Ji, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Namo Ramanaya. The word Advent denotes the arrival of a person or an event. In the case of Bhagavan Ramana, it denotes his leaving his uncle's house in Madurai and arriving at Tiruvannamalai on September 1st, 1896.
Murali, we lost Anand Mama.
Let me check quickly. Did he log out?
Yes. Please ask him to join back.
Sorry?
Could you please ask him to join back?
Or can we go on to the next person?
Yeah, we can move to the next group now. We thank everyone from Arunachala Ashrama on behalf of Toronto team and the kids and the elders that have participated. I now hand over to Michigan team, Murali Garu.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Can you guys hear us?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please. Yep.
Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramanaya. This is the Satsang group from Michigan. We will start with the Arunachala Stuti Panchakam in Tamil.
Karunarnavamai karudakadinallum Arunachala
शिवं मीदाम् बुद्धि अहङ्कारं कुलं वैदवोङ्गुम् मद्दीदयं तान् मरयवनुमालुम् நர்த்தவரியாது நலங்குலைய அண்ணா மத்தியொளிரண்ணா மலைனது மெய்யே இத்தனுவே நானாம் எனுமதியை நீத்த புத்தி இதயத்தே பொருந்தியக நோக்கா அர்த்தவிதமாமை அகச்சுட காண்கை பூ மத்தியனும் அண்ணாமலை சுடகாண்மையே அதுவே தலம் அருணாச்சலம் தலம் யாவிலும் அதிகம் அது பூமியின் இதயம் மறி அதுவே சிவனிதய பதியாமொரு மறுமத்தலம் பதியா பவனதிலே பதிவானொளி மலையானிதம் அருணாச்சலம் எனவே ஆதி அருணாச்சல பேரற்புதலிங்கத்தொருக்குள் ஆதினால் மார்கழியில் ஆதிரைய ஜோதியழும் ஈசனை மான் முன்னமரேற்றி வழிபட்ட நான் மாசி சிவராத்திரியாமற்று அங்கியுருவாயும் ஒளிர் மங்குகிரியாக தங்கள் அருளால் உலகம் தாங்குவதற்கன்றி இங்குறைவன் சித்தனென என்றும் எனதுள்ளே பொங்கி ஒளிரும் குகை பல்போகமென்றுள்ளே எல்லா உலகும் தகையவியலார் பொல்லா வினைகள் ருணமாம் புகழி இல்லாதது வாயது கண்ணுறலா எல்லார் அருணாச்சலமாமிதுவே ஒரு தெரியல்லை முற்று கண்ணுற்றார் கருத்தினால் உற கருதினாலும் வருத்த முறாது வராத வேதாந்த அறுத்த விஞ்ஞான மார்க்கம் உண்டாமே யோஜனை மூன்றாம் இத்தலவாசற்கு ஆசருதி கையாதியின்றியுமென் பாசமில் சாயுஞ்சியம் பயக்கும்மே ஈசனாம் என்ற நானை நானே என்றுமே அறவோர் அன்பர்க்கிருப்பிடம் இத்தலம்தான் ஒன்று வாழ்விறக்கின் நானும் உண்மையற் பண்ணோய் துன்னி ஒன்றுராதொழியும் தீயோர் உணர்வொரு கணத்தின் கங்கி குன்றொரு அருணை ஈசன் கோபமென் கடல் விடாதே.
Next, we will chant in Sanskrit the Upadesha Saram and the Arunachala Pancharatnam. Karturajnaya prapyate phalam karma kim param karma tajjadam kriti mahodadau padana karanam phalamashashvatam gadi nirodakam ishwararpitam nechayakritam chittashodakam muktisadam कायवान् कार्यमुत्तमं पूजनं जपश्चिन्तनं क्रमात् जगत ईशति युक्तसेवनम् अष्टमूर्तिभृदेव पूजनम् उत्तमस्तवागुच्छमन्दतः चित्तजं जप ज्ञानमुत्तमम्
आज्यधारया श्रोतसा समं सरलचिन्तनं विरलतत्परं भेदभावना सोऽहमित्यसौ भावनाभिदा भावनीमता भावशून्यसद्भावसुस्थितिः भावना बला भक्तिरुत्तमा हृत्स्थले मनस्वस्थता क्रिया भक्तियोगबोधाश्च निश्चितम् वायुरोदना लीयते मनः जालपक्षिवक्रोधसाधनम् चित्तवायव चित्क्रियायुताः शाखयोद्बहिः शक्तिमूलका लयविनाशने उभयरोदने लयगतं पुनर्भवति नो मृतम् प्राणबन्धना लीनमानसम् एकचिन्तना नाशमेततः नष्टमानसो कृष्टयोगिनः कृत्यमस्ति किं स्वस्तितिं यतः दृश्यवारितं चित्तमात्मनः चित्वदर्शनं तत्वदर्शनं मानसं तु किं मार्गणे कृते नैव मानसं मार्ग आर्जवात् वृत्तयस्वहं वृत्तिमाश्रिताः वृत्तयो मनो विद्यहं मनः अहमयं कुतो भवति चिन्वतः ऐपतत्यहं निजविचारणम् अहमिनाशभाज्यमहं तया सुरतिर्स्वयं परमपूर्णसत् इदमहं पदाभिज्ञमन्वहम् अहमिलीनकेऽप्यलयसत्तया विग्रहेन्द्रिय प्राणदीतमः नाहमेकसत्तज्जडं हसत् सत्स्वभासिका चित्वरेतरा सत्तया निची चित्तया यहम् ईशजीवयोर्वेषदीपिता सत्स्वभावतो वस्तु केवलम् वेषहानतः स्वात्मदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनम् स्वात्मरूपतः आत्मसंस्थितिः स्वात्मदर्शनम् आत्मनित्वया आत्मनिष्ठता ज्ञानवर्जिता ज्ञानहीनचित् ज्ञान अस्ति किं ज्ञातुमन्तरम् किं स्वरूपमेत्यात्मदर्शने अव्यया भवा पूर्णचित् सुखम् बन्धमुक्त्यतीतं परं सुखम् विन्दति हजीवस्तु दैविकः अहमपेतकं निजविपानकम् महदिदं तपो रमणवादीयम् करुणापूर्णसुताब्दे कबलितगणविश्वरूपकिरणावल्या अरुणाचल परमात्मन् अरुणो भवचित्तकञ्च सुविकासाय त्वयि अरुणाचल सर्वं भूत्वा स्थित्वा प्रलीनमेतच्चित्रम् हृद्यहमित्यात्मतया नृत्यसि भोस्ते वदन्ति हृदयं नाम अहमिति कुत आयाति अन्विष्यान्तप्रविष्टयात्यमलधिया अवगम्य स्वं रूपम् श्याम्यत्यरुणाचल त्वयि नदीवाप्तौ त्यक्त्वा विषयं बाह्यं रुद्रप्राणेन रुद्रमनसान्तस्माम् ध्यायन् पश्यति योगी दीदिति सुखेमरुणाचल त्वयि महीयन्ते त्वय्यर्पितमनसा त्वां पश्यन् सर्वं तवाकृतितया सततम् भजते नन्यप्रीत्या स जयत्यरुणाचल त्वयि सुखे मग्नः श्रीमद्रमण महर्षेः दर्शनमरुणाचलस्य देवगिरा पञ्चकमार्यादीतौ रत्नं कृतमौपनिषदं हि.
Next, we will follow it by reading. The first reading is from Ramana Maharshi, Professor K. Swaminathan. This was a book written in 1975. I'm reading from page 7. In November 1895, an elderly relation spoke of having returned from Arunachala. This name had from childhood evoked in Venkataraman unaccountable awe and love. Now we learned for the first time that Arunachala was Tiruvannamalai, a real and near place. A little later, a copy of Periya Puranam fell into his hands, and he was overwhelmed with joy as he read the stories of the 63 saints who had obtained the grace of Shiva. The great event which formed a turning point in the life of the Maharishi and in modern man's quest for identity took place in the middle of July 1896, perhaps on Thursday, July 16th, Shukla Paksha Shashti, about 6 weeks before he left Madurai for good. One day, he was sitting alone on the first floor of his uncle's house at 11 Chokkappa Nayakan Street near the temple. He was in good health and yet felt a sudden and unaccountable fear of death. This turned his mind inward and he pursued an inquiry. Absorption in the self continued uninterrupted from that moment. The whole vision of death occupied less than half an hour, but it not only brought about a radical and permanent transformation in the young man's life, but gave him the handy, unfailing, and all-purpose weapon, the question, who am I? After this event, Venkataraman fell more and more into fits of self-absorption and went through his studies mechanically. He became more meek and humble in his dealings with people and visited the temple oftener and oftener with deeper emotional fervor. The stories of the Periya Puranam and the images of the 63 Nayanars, which he had seen in the temple now, took on a new significance. He recalled years later, after the awakening into the new life, I would go almost every evening to the temple. I would go alone and stand before Shiva or Meenakshi or Nataraja or the 63 saints for long periods. I would feel waves of emotion overcoming me. The former hold on the body had been given up by my spirit. The spirit therefore longed to have a fresh hold, and hence the frequent visits to the temple. I would stand before Ishvara and occasionally pray for the descent of his grace upon me so that my devotion might increase and become perpetual like that of the 63 saints. Mostly, I would not pray at all, but let the deep within flow on and into the deep without. Tears would mark this overflow of the soul and not betoken any particular feeling of pleasure or pain. When questioned whether he prayed for moksha or freedom from cycles of birth, he answered, I prayed I should have the same bhakti that they had. I knew nothing of bondage or freedom from birth. On the forenoon of August 29, 1896, the sixth form pupil was sitting at home and transcribing a passage from Bain's English grammar, which he had to do thrice over by the way of punishment. After making out 2 copies and before he started the third, he got disgusted with his enforced stars, pushed aside the papers, shut his eyes, and started meditating. His elder brother, who was watching all this, scolded him for behaving like a yogi while staying in the family and pretending to study. Venkataraman took the hint and decided then and there to leave home and go to Arunachala. He said to his brother that he would go to school for attending a special class. His brother told him, "Then take 5 rupees from the box downstairs and pay my college fees on the way." Recalling this incident in 1949, the Maharishi spoke with regret of having had to hide the truth from his aunt while leaving the family for good. "She had great faith in me because I used to do everything according to her wishes and never told lies. I had to tell only one lie when I ran away from home to come here." On August 29, 1896, he left home and reached the railway station just in time to catch the train. Reaching Tiruvannamalai early in the morning of September 1st, he went straight to the temple of Sri Arunachaleshwara and stood before his father. The cup of his bliss was full to the brim. The fever that had raged within his body for days left it now. It was journey's end and homecoming. I'll hand it over to Uma now.
I'm going to read from Uniqueness of Sri Bhagavan by K. Subramanian. The chapter is 9th chapter, Happiness, page number 44. What is happiness? It is a sense of well-being, a feeling of being at home with ourselves. Ceaselessly and vigorously, we look for it in persons and things, but we are not able to get permanent happiness from anything. Still, we hope against hope that we shall get it and keep pursuing it. Sri Bhagavan says that happiness does not depend on our possessions or achievements. If a man thinks that his happiness is due to external causes and his possessions, it is reasonable to conclude that his happiness must increase with the increase of possessions and diminish in proportion to their diminution. Therefore, if he is devoid of possessions, his happiness should be nil. What is the real experience of man? Does it conform to this view? In deep sleep, man is devoid of possessions, including his own body. Instead of being unhappy, he is quite happy. Everyone desires to sleep soundly. The conclusion is that happiness is inherent in man and is not due to external causes. One must realize one's self in order to open the store of unalloyed happiness. When we are unhappy, we pray. When we pray, we submit ourselves to a higher power, for a short period though. We don't assert our individuality, we become humble. To be humble is to be egoless. When there is no ego, no sense of individuality, there is peace of mind, happiness. The peace we get from prayer is the result of the mind being merged in the self, though for a short period. Max Handel says, prayer is like the turning on of an electric switch. It doesn't produce the current, it provides a channel on which the electric current may flow. Sri Bhagavan says that surrender is a mighty prayer. In that prayer, individuality is completely extinguished and there is perpetual joy. What blocks the current of happiness is our ego, our sense of individuality. Sri Bhagavan says that happiness is our real state. When we are happy, we don't seek unhappiness. When we are healthy, we don't seek ill health. But when we are ill, we want to be healthy, whole, as wholeness. Happiness is our real nature. Happiness or bliss comes into being when individuality is completely lost. In that state, there is only unalloyed happiness. The desire for happiness is the result of sense of incompleteness. When the fragmented mind merges in the self, there is only fullness, completeness, and that is the state of bliss, says Sri Bhagavan. Again, he says, bliss is not something to be got. On the other hand, you are always bliss. Desire is born of the sense of incompleteness. To whom is this sense of incompleteness? Inquire. In deep sleep, you are blissful. Now you are not so. What has interposed between that bliss and this non-bliss? It is the ego. Seek its source and find your bliss. There is nothing new to be got. You have, on the other hand, to get rid of your ignorance, which makes you think that you are other than bliss. For whom is this ignorance? It is to the ego. Trace the source of the ego. Then the ego is lost and bliss remains. It is eternal. You are that, here and now. That is the master key for solving doubts. The doubts arise in the mind. The mind is born of the ego. The ego rises from the self. Search the source of the ego and the self is revealed. That alone remains. The universe is only expanded self. It is not different from the self. Happiness or bliss is realized when our ego disappears. It is not a state where we are aware of something. It is a state of pure self-awareness. In that state, there is no becoming, but only being. Pleasures can be sought, but not happiness. Happiness comes into being when the seeker merges in the self, when all seeking ceases. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma. Next, I will be reading from a sadhu's reminiscences of Ramana Maharishi from 1961 by Major Chadwick or Sadhu Arunachala. This is page 55. One night in the hall, there were some talks about reincarnation. Just as Bhagavan was getting up from his couch to go for his evening meal, I, as a joke, said, "But Alan Chadwick has not been born before." "What? What did he say?" asked Bhagavan sharply. He said that he had never been born before. Someone wrongly interpreted. Of course, I had not said that at all. I had meant that whatever form the ego took formerly, it had never had the name and form of Alan Chadwick, but had been some entirely different person. But Bhagavan, replying to the wrong interpretation, quickly replied, "Oh yes, he had been, for what has brought us all together here again?" He never asked us what had brought us to him, but what had brought us again to Arunachala. He had so completely identified himself with the mountain. This answer, though caused by a mistake, was very gratifying to me, as Bhagavan admitted the old connection between us. So must I always be with him until self-realization, after which there will be no more he and I. I used to say that I must attain self-realization in this life, or Bhagavan would have to be born again so that I might be with him. So for his own good, he must see that I gain my end in this life. Bhagavan would just smile. Though this was only said as a joke, there was a fundamental truth behind it. Bhagavan was deeply interested in the construction of the shrine built over his mother's tomb. He attended every function in connection with it, placing his hands in blessing on the various objects that were to be enclosed in the walls. At night, when no one was about, he would walk around and round the construction, consecrating it. That he should take such a demonstrative part in anything has a very deep significance. It was extremely rare and has been doubted by many, but I myself was an eyewitness to these things and can vouch for their truth. He took a personal interest in cutting of the Sri Chakra Meru in granite, which was installed in the completed temple and is regularly worshipped. This is about 1.5 feet square and proportionately high. At the time of the Kumbhabhishekam, on the penultimate night before the sacred water was poured over the images, he personally superintended the installation in the inner shrine. It was an extremely hot night, and with 3 charcoal retorts for melting the cement adding to the heat, it must have been intolerable inside the airless cave of the inner shrine. But for about 1.5 hours, Bhagavan sat there telling the workmen what to do. On the last night of the function, he went in procession, opening the doors of the new hall and temple and passing straight up into the inner shrine, where he stood for some 5 minutes with both hands laid on the Sri Chakra in blessing. I happened that night to be at his side the whole time. This was unusual, as I deliberately avoided taking prominent part in such things, preferring to watch from the back. Strangely, something made me keep by him on this occasion. On account of this, I was able to understand his deep interest in the temple and especially in the Sri Chakra. It was because of this knowledge that I was instrumental after Bhagavan's passing to institute the Sri Chakra Puja. The explanation for this unusual action on Bhagavan's part may be found in the necessity that Shiva must be always accompanied by Shakti. The world would stop otherwise. On the only occasion when such a puja was performed, shortly after the dedication of the temple during the life of Bhagavan, he refused to go for his evening meal but insisted on remaining a witness of it until the end. When someone remarked how magnificent it had been, and it would be a good thing if such pujas could be performed regularly, yes, replied Bhagavan, but who will take the trouble? The trouble is being taken now, and it undoubtedly has the blessings of Bhagavan. I do not think that anyone who has written about Bhagavan and the ashram has remarked on the extraordinary fact that here we have a temple dedicated by a jnani. There cannot be very many such, and there must be some very deep meaning in it. I do not pretend myself to understand why he did it or what will be the consequences, but it is certain that having been consecrated in the way it must forever be a very sacred spot, and from it spiritual power must radiate all over India. Thank you. Now we will conclude by singing the Sanadi Murai, verse 986.
பரநல்லது பாராதிகள் பாராதமை பார்ப்பான் உரநல்லது துணையன்றிய உலகையாவையும் வென்றான் அரணம் என அடியார் கருள் அண்ணாமலை ரமணன் சரணல் லது மற்றும் ஒரு சரணில்லை நமக்கே ரமணர் சரணல்லது மற்றும் ஒரு சரணில்லை நமக்கே.
Thank you. We'll hand it over back to Anand Mama from Toronto. Thank you.
Namo Ramanaya. I suppose I am audible now.
You are fine, sir. Go ahead.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. The word Advent denotes the arrival of a person or an event. In the case of Bhagavan Ramana, it denotes his leaving his uncle's house in Madurai and arriving at Tiruvannamalai on September 1st, 1896. It was an arrival that not only changed his life forever, but gave the world a Jnana Guru whose life and teachings would change the lives of millions of devotees all over the world. Normally, all arrivals are followed by departures. For example, we arrive in this world at birth and depart at death. In the meantime, many things and events arrive and depart in our lives. This cycle is caused by time, which is constantly changing. They say that the only thing constant in life is change. But in the case of Bhagavan Ramana, it was a departure-less arrival. Not only with respect to his physically not leaving Tiruvannamalai till his Nirvana day, but also in his crossing the boundaries of time and remaining in a state of supreme consciousness where time dies and there are no more arrivals or departures. As Arthur Osborne put it, once Bhagavan arrived at Tiruvannamalai, death was dead. I'll repeat, as Osborne put it, once Bhagavan arrived at Tiruvannamalai, death was dead. The process of attaining such a departure-less state is called self-realization. In the case of Bhagavan, the process started in the form of his famous so-called death experiment in Madurai and ended in Tiruvannamalai. Once he reached there and saw the Arunachala mountain, he became one with its infinite presence. As he himself puts it, Varugurum amayam idu achalama kanden, kandavan yavan ena karuthinul nada, kandavan ninradu kanden. Kandana nindrida karutheluvillai, kandila nindrida karuthelumaren. The substance of these words is that when Bhagavan approached the motionless, that is Achala, Arunachala, his mind became devoid of thoughts
and he attained a state of timelessness in which there is no arrival or departure. This is similar to Saint Manikavachakar's description of Lord Shiva in Thiruvachakam as one who has no going or coming. Pokum varavum illa punyane. In Arunachala Aksharamana Malai, Bhagavan calls this state as Pokum varavum illa peruvali. That is the expansive space of absolute reality where there is no departure or arrival. We should also recall here Bhagavan's answer to those who are giving about his leaving his body on the Nirvana day. He asked them, where can I go? In his immense grace, Bhagavan taught us a powerful method to attain the same timeless, departureless state by noticing the sequential arrival and departure of thoughts in our mind and arriving at their source, namely the I thought. Without the arrival and departure of any further thoughts, the I thought, which has no separate existence of its own, merges into the ever-present self. At this time when we are facing the threat of a pandemic, let us remember how Bhagavan converted the intense fear of death preceding his death experiment into the realization of the ever blissful self. Let's pray to him to continue to shower his ocean-like grace on us. Let us pursue our sadhana for self-realization with renewed faith and energy and live without the fear of death by crossing the boundaries of time and space. Before I finish, I just wanted to share a question that Bhavana in our group asked me. She wanted to know the significance of Bhagavan's Advent Day to children. This is what I would like to tell her. For children, Advent Day would be the time when Bhagavan Ramana enters into their lives and makes them curious to know how a 17-year-old boy became a universal teacher by understanding through his own experimentation how to live forever without the fear of death. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Namo Ravana. Namo Ravana to all from the devotees of Ohio Satsang Group. Thanks for Arunachala Ashramam to giving us this opportunity to serve Bhagavan in this unique experience. We should start. Yes,
please
Namo
announce
Ravana.
your name. Please announce your name.
Okay, this is Abhilash Mungamuru. And we shall start with a video on Bhagavan and animal friends by children of our group led by Shraddha. I request the host to play the video for us.
One morning in January 1947 at about 9 a.m., Lakshmi entered the hall hurriedly with her legs, body and tail full of mud, with blood oozing out of her nose and with a half-severed rope around her neck. She went straight to the sofa where Bhagwan sat. The attendants began saying with some disgust that she had come in with mud on her body. Bhagwan, however, said with affection, "Let her come, let her come. What does it matter how she comes?" Addressing the cow, he said, "Come, my dear, please come near." So saying, he passed his hand over the body lightly, patted her on the neck, and looking at the face said, "What is this? Some blood is oozing." One of the attendants said recently they had put a rope through her nose. "Oh, is that the reason? That is why she has come here to complain to me about it. Is it not very painful to her? Unable to bear the pain, she has come here running to complain to me without even washing her body. What to do? Give her some idli or something," said Bhagwan, evincing great solicitude for her welfare. The attendants gave her some plain plantains, and Nagamma went to the kitchen and brought some idlis also for her. Lakshmi was satisfied and went away to her usual place. After the attendants returned to the hall and sat down, Bhagwan remarked, looking at the attendants, "Do not all of you come to me to relate your troubles? She too has done the same thing. Why then are you vexed with her for coming here with mud on her? When we have troubles, do we consider whether our clothes are all right or our hair is properly brushed? Once there was a clan of monkeys sitting silently and serenely in front of Bhagwan as if they were meditating. Bhagwan was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle and admired their concentration. However, he could not miss the opportunity of teasing them. Bhagwan addressed the monkeys. Aye, are you sitting before me in Samadhi? Very well done. But let me see how long you will be able to sit like this. Just as he spoke, a monkey began to fidget. He opened his eyes, unable to sit still any longer. Bhagwan looked at him and said, You fellow, where are you going? What kingdom have you to conquer? Sit quietly, let me see. At Bhagwan's words, the monkey became quiet and completely peaceful. He sat, absorbed again, without even the slightest movement. The manner of Jackie's death is interesting. It was a few weeks before the Pongal festival of 1933. Jackie fell ill. He was very sick. Bhagwan arranged a soft bed for him, attending to his wants. Jackie refused to take any solid food and he was fed on milk. Jackie did not leave the presence of Bhagwan ever since he fell sick. Bhagwan attended on Jackie very affectionately. After a few days, Jackie grew weaker and he was emitting a very bad smell. But it made no difference to Bhagwan. He would take Jackie in his arms and caress Jackie lovingly. Jackie died peacefully in Bhagwan's arms. Although Jackie's death could have come any time, he survived till the festival of Pongal was over. The parallel between Jackie's death and that of Bhishma, the grand old warrior of Mahabharata, was not missed by Bhagwan. With the death of Jackie, Kamala's lineage came to an end. Jackie was buried in the ashram precincts near the samadhis of Bali the deer and the blessed crow. A small monument was built over Jackie's samadhi.
Now, Sri Venkata Gavla Garu and Srimati Neeraja will be sharing us talks of Sri Kapali Shastri with Bhagavan. Venkat Garu, please unmute your line.
Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is from the Sradarshana Bhashyam, where you'll see Bhagwan and Kapali Shastri's closeness, very intimate talk, which will make our hair stand as we can see the intimacy with which Bhagwan, and it envies us to be the same. Starting the reading. Retiring about in the body.
Devotee, whenever a question is put to you, you say, know first who it is to whom the doubt occurs. Does anybody doubt the doubter? Know yourself before you proceed to speak of others. This is veritable Brahmastra, supreme weapon at your hands to deal with the question, and I.
Bhagavan, yes, what are you trying to say?
Devotee, be pleased to come to our level and remove our doubts. You can understand our position. We cannot understand yours. You are far above and we are far below. If you wish, you can come to us. We cannot go to you.
Bhagavan, what are you driving at?
Devotee, they say the self is everywhere. Brahman is omnipresent. It is beyond and it is also the self. If myself is Brahman, I should be everywhere. But there is the feeling that I am in the body or confined to the body. Even if I am distinct from the body, I am inseparable from it. Similarly, I am inseparable from the mind. Even the I seems to be a part of the mind. Where is the mind without the brain? Suddenly, I cannot imagine that I can be without the mind or the brain, which is a part of this body.
Bhagavan, have you finished? Doubts never end. If one doubt is removed, another takes its place. It is like removing the leaves of a tree one by one. Even if all the leaves are clipped off, new ones grow. The tree itself must be uprooted.
Devotee, what can be done? Is it wrong to think and express doubts?
Bhagavan, no. The only sure remedy is to know him who doubts. No one doubts the doubter.
Devotee, this is what I feared. I am gagged.
Bhagavan, no. I am coming to your rescue. Suppose I give you an answer. Would it set at rest all your doubts? You said you are the body, the mind, and so on. What is this mind, which you say is yourself? You say it is all thoughts, including so many faculties. The I is a part of the mind. The mind is a part of the body. Is it not?
Devotee, I do not say that is so, but I feel as though it were.
Maharishi, yes. Then let us proceed. You are the mind. The mind is either located in the brain or is identical with it. You concede it is located in the brain. At the same time, you said you are distinct from it, though not separate from it. Is that not so? Then let us locate in the body all our thoughts, emotions, passions, desires, attachments, impulses, instincts. In short, all that we are, feel, think, and know. Where would you locate the I? Whether the I is an idea, thought, or feeling?
Devotee, feeling, emotions, etc. are all located, that is, said to arise in the trunk of the body, in the nervous system. But the mind seated in the brain is aware of them. They call it a reflex action.
Bhagavan, so if you take the I as a part of the mind, you would locate it in the brain. But I tell you this, I is a part indeed, but a very radical part of mind, feeling itself to be distinct from the mind and using it.
Devotee, I concede that.
Bhagavan, then this I is a radical thought, an intimate feeling, a self-evident experience and awareness that persists even in deep sleep when the mind is not active as in the waking state. According to yourself, then I, the radical part, must have a locus in the body. Namo Ramana.
Namo Ramana.
Namo Ramana. Now we shall do Uma Sahasram. And before that, chanting of Uma Sahasram, the Stabaka from Uma Sahasram, I'll go over some details of Uma Sahasram. In the year 1907, Kavyakanta Sri Vasistha Ganapati Muni, Nayana, composed the magnum opus devotional epic hymn, Uma Sahasram, 1000 verses on goddess Uma, as a gratitude to the Divine Mother for granting him Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi as Guru, who has graciously showered his first verbal upadesa to Muni's questions. Nayana never composed or exhibited his poetic scholarly knowledge to attain name and fame or for any monetary benefits. Like our ancient Vedic seers and sages, all of Muni's compositions were from his deep contemplation on the Vedic knowledge. Most of his compositions are done with Diksha, a oath to follow austerity. Indrani Saptasati, Sri Ramana Chatvarimshat, Sri Ramana Gita, Saddarsanam, Gita Mala are few of Nayana's scholarly works to name. We shall dive in to know some details about Uma Sahasram. This is not 1000 names of Uma as Sri Lalita Sahasranam or Sri Shiva Sahasram, Sri Vishnu Sahasram, but 1000 verses in praise of the Supreme. This hymn is divided into 40 stabakas of 25 verses each. 4 stabakas constitute to a satakam, in all of 10 satakams. All verses in a stabaka are of the same meter or vrittam, while stabakas are composed in different poetic meter or vrittas. In all, 28 different vrittas are used in various stabakas in Uma Sahasram. To name few meters, the first stabaka is in Arya Vrittam. The 40th stabaka is in Pada Kulaka Vrittam. The first verse of each stabaka is a benedictory verse extolling the smile of goddess to protect the mankind. If all the 40 verses, first verses of the 40 stabakas are read together, one is wonderstruck at the various ways in which Muni describes the smiles of goddess Uma. The last verse of each stabakam depicts the name of the meter employed in the stabakam. At the end of each stabakam depicts at the end of each stabakam, Muni proclaims that the composition is done by the divine grace of Sri Bhagavan. It goes like this. It is Sri Bhagavan Maharshi Ramanante Vasino Vasistasya Narasimha Sunoho Ganapatehe Krita Uma Sahasre, and the stabakam number. Later, he followed the similar pattern even in Sri Ramana Gita. I would quickly go over some details around the time of composition of Uma Sahasram. Ganapati Muni took a oath to consume solid food once in the day and one fruit in the night for 20 days during the time of composition of Uma Sahasram, which he started on Tuesday, November 26th of 1907 and completed on Sunday, December 15th of 1907. Every evening, Bhagavan came to Chuta Guha, where Nayana was residing, and listened to the day's composition. Nayana was happy to share this every evening with Bhagavan and get the blessings. Muni developed some fungus around his right hand thumbnail around the 16th, 17th days. Due to this, he could not pen any verses for 2 days. Still, around 250 to 300 verses have to be composed for completion. A physician, Punyakoti, in Tiruvannamalai town had a dream that a saint residing on the hill has a wound on the hand and was ordered by Lord Shiva to go and treat him. Next morning, Punyakoti visited Bhagavan at Virupaksha cave, prostrated, and keenly started observing Bhagavan's hands. On inquiring, Bhagavan told him to go to Chuta Guha, mango tree grove, and perform the treatment to Nayana, who was undergoing severe pain and discomfort. Later, after the surgery done by Punyakoti, Nayana got relieved of the pain, visited Bhagavan and informed him that there needs still 250 more slokas to conclude Uma Sahasram by that night and offer to the goddess next day. Bhagavan immediately told Nayana to be ready with his disciples in the night around 8 o'clock. Nayana had 4 disciples ready with their writing equipment. Bhagavan came around 8 o'clock and sat behind Nayana. Nayana started to dictate one verse to each of his devotees without even pausing to think, and completed composing Uma Sahasram before midnight. Soon then Bhagavan opened his eyes, looking at Nayana said, "Did you capture all what is being told?" Nayana with all devotion affirmed that it is all captured by his grace. All the 4 disciples who took the dictation were puzzled. Later, Nayana clarified them that all these verses were flowing through his mouth due to the divine guidance of Bhagavan on his intellect. All these verses are from Bhagavan and not from him. Thus, Uma Sahasram is a composition of both Nayana and Bhagavan. We shall glance over the content of Uma Sahasram. Nayana has composed each stabakam touching upon various subjects of the Divine Mother. The contents of few stabakams are like, in one stabaka, he has composed about celestial marriage of Shiva and Parvati. On the other, the glory of mother's smile. Praising mother from Pada to Kesha, meaning toe to head, and another stabaka from Kesha to Pada, head to toe. And in one stabaka, he has composed how to perform Manasa Puja. In one stabaka, he praised all the Kshetra Devatas, about from Kanyakumari till the Kailasa Parvata, and it is called as Kshetramala. And a stabaka on Apita Kuchamba, the deity of Arunachaleshwara. A stabaka on Ardhanarishwara. Embedded with one letter Akshara of Gayatri Mantra in the third line, in the third line with the fourth letter, he has composed one stabaka having whole Gayatri Mantra. A stabakam, a Daiva Geetam, adoration of Goddess Mother in every element in the universe, especially the world around us. This is the 40th stabaka, and we shall chant this stabaka now. Samayatu papam damayatu dukkham haratu vimoham sputayatu bodham pradhayatu shaktim mandam hasitam manasi jasasana kula sudrusonaha ardradayaya purna sektya drishtiva sambada vishtaparaja akhila purandri pujyanari mamanishesham vipadam haratu Suddha Brahmani modo devam tatra srikshati kamo devam srujati padardha drushtir devam tahan vibrane mahima devam vikruto prakrutir devam vishaye satta devam drushto pramitir devam dhyane nishta devam Spurtau maya devam chalane shaktir devam tejasi chakshar devam sabdhe vani devam hrudaye jivad devam sirshe dhyayad devam chakshusi rajad devam mule pratapad devam Abhido gagane prasarad daivam prithvi loke rohad daivam dinakara bimbe dikyad daivam sisakara bimbe sinchad daivam Sravam vedyam daivam namam rajyad daivam smaram dharyam daivam varam stukyam daivam Srutishu vatunam grahyam daivam gruhinam agnav tapyam daivam tapatam sirshe pushtam daivam yatinam hridaye sishtam daivam namata pushpai pujyam daivam kavina padyaradhyam daivam munina manasa dhyeyam daivam yatina svatmani sodhyam daivam Stuvatam vacho vidadad daivam smaratam chetas putayad daivam japatam shaktim pradayad daivam namatam duridam damayad daivam vacho vinayad vahnau daivam pranasvinayad vidyuti daivam kaman vinayas chandre daivam buddhir vinayat surye daivam Hrudaye nivasad gruhnad daivam vastau nivasad visruchad daivam kante nivasad pravadad daivam kukshau nivasad prapachad daivam dehe nivasad vichalad daivam pancha pranakaram daivam bhagi samastasyane daivam swahakare turkyad daivam Bibrannari vesham daivam Subhradarasmita Vibrat Daivam Abhramadapahachikuram Daivam Vibhramavasastanam Daivam Sitajyotir Vadanam Daivam Ruchibindu Pamaradanam Daivam Lavanyam Rutasadanam Daivam Smararipulochanamadhanam Daivam Lakshmi Vichi Madalikam Daivam Prajna Vichi Madiksham Daivam Tejo Vichi Madadaram Daivam Sammada Vichi Madasyam Daivam Karunololita Netram Daivam Srikara Bhasrotram Daivam Kusumasuko Malagatram Daivam Kavivagvaibhava Patram Daivam Himavati Saile Vyaktam Daivam Sitagiri Sikare Krida Daivam Tumburunarada Geetam Daivam Suramune Siddhadhyatam Daivam Kvachidapi Rati Sata Lalitam Daivam Kvachidapi Sutaram Chandam Daivam Bhakta Manonugavesham Daivam Yogi Manonugavibhavam Daivam Charite Madhuram Stuvatam Daivam Charane Madhuram Namatam Daivam Adhare Madhuram Shambhor Daivam Bhamatustanye Madhuram Daivam Bhrujabrata Vishtava Bharam Daivam Padadrata Sampassaram Daivam Lalita Nirjara Veeram Daivam Rakshita Satvika Dhiram Daivam Chityatyatmaka Maditanu Daivam Tatidatruchyati Bhutam Daivam Sruchashasiveti Praditam Daivam Jeti Jagatraya Vinutam Daivam Ramana Maharshe Ramte Vasi Madhyama Putro Narasimhasya Vasishto Yam Marutam Matuhu Ganapati Rangrim Sharanamupaiti Tribhuvana Vartruhu Parama Shaktihi Sakala Savitri Gauri Jayati Tannutiresha Ganapati Rachita Pada Kulaka Pranta Jayati. It is Sri Maharshi Ramana Bhagavat Padam Te Vasino Vasishtasya Narasimha Suno Ganapati Mune Krita Uma Sahasre Chatvarimshastabakaha Samaptaha. Naina has embedded and loaded Uma Sahasram with lot of powerful mantras which he could achieve by severe penance. He depicts in Uma Sahasram the mode of creation, various forms of Vedic and Tantric deities, methods of getting favor of various forms of gods, the essential principles of Dasa Mahavidyas, the 10 great disciplines of Supreme Goddess, modes of worshipping them, and fruits of such worship. Practice of Vidyas articulated in the Upanishads, depicting Saptamatrukas, the 7 forms of Divine Mother, Brahmi, Vaishnavi, Maheshwari, Kaumari, Varahi, Indrani, Chamunda. Above all, authenticity of his self-experience and divine knowledge, and the Upadeshas of Bhagavan, revealing Bhagavan as the incarnation of Skanda, Subramanya, in many slokas of Uma Sahasra. One among them is the 22nd verse of the 22nd Stabakam, which is in the praise of Shiva's family. Adhuna vidunotu yastamo vibhuda prekshita marga rodakam ramanaksha maharshi veshabhrit chitashona chala charu kandaraha. In many slokas, Ganapati Muni addresses goddess as mother, his mother, showing he is an incarnation of Ganapati himself. Let us take couple verses to contemplate on the meaning and enjoy the beauty of Sri Ganapati Muni's Uma Sahasra. He refers Mother Uma in more than 100 ways, like Mahesha Vallabe, Srikantakanta, Vignesa Mata, Skanda Mata, Kuladri Kanya, Skandamba, Harasundari, Sivavallabha, Mahakalasaki, and so on. These are just few to go over. And in one of the verse, it goes like this: Maye, Sive, Srita Vipat Vinihantri Mataha, Pasya Prasadabara Sitalaya Drisamam, Eshoham, Atmaja Kalatra Suhrit Sameto, Devi, Tvadiya Charanam, Sharanam Gatosmi. The meaning is, O Mother, please remove all the obstacles and protect me, my children and spouse, friends of mine. With all these people, I take refuge at your feet. You are compassionate. Your compassionate looks will save all the devotees. And the verse just which I rendered about Bhagavan, Aduna vidunoti yastamo vibuddha prekshita marga rodakam Ramanaksha Maharshi Veshabrit Chitachonachala Charu Kandaraha. Living in the caves of the sacred Arunachala mountain, Shonachala, teaching the ultimate knowledge of self and removing the ignorance of these worldly pleasures, Lord Skanda, Subramanya, took the human form and praised by realized souls as Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. After over 100 years of Uma Sahasram composition, it is a great honor to note that Sri Arunachala Ramana Ganapati Ashramam Kalavarai has performed 2 times Uma Sahasra Yagam. After these yagas, devotees of Sri Arunachala Ramana Ganapati Ashramam has performed more than 50 times Parayana of Uma Sahasram in one sitting at various places in India. On June 9th of 2009, we were fortunate to perform Uma Sahasra Parayanam in Bhagavan's new hall at Sri Ramanashramam Tiruvannamalai, presided and joined by Srimati and Sri V.S. Ramanan, then president of Sri Ramanashramam. In the early part of the year 1908, with Bhagavan's permission, Naina visited Padaividu, a divine place of Mother Renuka, near Vellore. Here, Naina spontaneously composed Renuka Geetam, a 28-verse stotram on Goddess Renuka, while doing 28 pradakshanams to the temple. After many years, Naina guided his disciples to recite Renuka Geetam to overcome any hardships in one's life. Now we shall recite Renuka Geetam to get blessings of Renuka to overcome the current pandemic in the world, and request Bhagavan and Naina to shower their blessings on this. Surasiraschara charana Renuka
Jagadishwari Jayati Renuka
Devata Siro Desalalitam Renuka Padam Disatu Me Mudam Kundali Puri Mandanam Maha Kimapi Bhasata Mama Sada Hradi Mastakaitavam Vastu Shaswatam Asti Me Sada Shastadam Hradi Adinarite Pada Pankajam Suratu Me Manaha Sadasije Sada Kevalam Pado Sevakotsmite Vegminetara Veda Sannute Hridayate Nunaha Samuchito Nuna Parichayombika Padare Nuna Pahi Munchava Pada Pankajam Tridasa Sannute Natya Jamite Charanamambate Yoni Shevate Punarayam Kuchau Dayati Kim Kriti Aharahombate Rahasi Chintaya Dhanyatangado Nanyadadaye Smarajito Yadha Sirasi Jahnavi Janani Renuke Manasite Krupa Amba Pahimam Dambatapasi Padakanjayo Radikinkaram Putramatmanaha పుణ్యకీర్తనే బహుకృపే కుతో మాముపేక్షసే అంబ సంస్తుతే జంబవైరిణ పాహి మామిమం మగ్నమాపది తత్వవాదినః సత్వశాలిని త్వామజే విదుః సత్వరూపిణీం త్వాం ప్రచక్షతే సదయ వీక్షతే వేదవేదినో మోదరూపిణీ సంవిదం విదుః స్వామిదం ప్రసూః పరమయోగినః పరమదేవతే జనని కుండలీ పురనివాసిని పరశురామవత్ పశ్చమామిమం తనయరోదనం శ్రవణశాలిని సునుసురార్చితే యదిదయా హృది యాచ్చకస్తుతో భజనమీప్సితం తదపి దుర్లభం కిమిదమంబికే మాస్తు వేతనం ఛిన్నమస్తకే భజనమేవ తే యాచ్యతే మయా తరళతారయా జలజ దీర్ఘయా సానుకంపయా సీతపాతయా కేవలం దృశా పశ్య రేణుకే తేన మే శుభం న చ తవా శుభం కింకరీ భవత్ సురవిలాసిని జయతి కుండలీ నగరవాసిని మధురమంబతే చరణ పంకజం తత్ర యత్ర త్రై సచ్యతేఖిలం చరణమంబతే చరతు మే హృది యమనామయే ప్రార్థనా మమ భుజగ కంకణ ప్రభృతి సంస్తుతే భుజభువామరే జనని పాహి మాం కుండలీపురీ మండనాయిక గణపతి స్తుతా జయతి రేణుకా. Now I request Srimati Neeraja and Sri Venkat Garu to sing Sri Arunachala Pancharatnamalu, a Telugu version, translated by Sri Giddaluru Lakshmi Narasimharao Garu.
Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Karani karamuche nikilamu kabalinchediyo Arunachala Paramatma Arunachala Paramatma Arunudaguma Suvikasimpanu Ambujamanamunu Janana Siti Vilayam Mulalla Nagunu Chitra Arunachala Nilone Nanu Natmavai Rudini Nartana Madutaku Velasina Vrudayamanuperan Nenaniyandu Vedalina Nilo Namalamanichiche Vilokimpa Tana Guru Pamerigi Nilo Arunadri Nadi Abilo Balenelayan Ponadi Veli Vishayamula Prana Nirodamuna Manasu Bandinchi Ninunu Dhyaninchu Yogi Kanchunu Lonana Sunamagu Ni Velugu Arunadri Arunadri Sarvamunu Nidurupu Ganepudunu Ganuchudananya Pritin Ninu Koluva Jayinchu Munigini సుఖమందును నే సుఖమందును అరుణగిరి రమణ కృతమగు అరుణాచల పంచరత్నము ఆర్య గీతము అరుదైన వేద సారము అరయంగా కందములివి అనువాదములను. Back to you, Blush.
Ramana Sanat Kumar, child of Ramana Satsang group, will share a story of Bhagavan.
Dosas. One afternoon, the attendant brought in sweetmeats, given in large quantities to the ashram by devotees. Just then, an old woman arrived, feeling her way with the aid of a walking stick, and brought with her 2 or 3 dosas, or pancakes, enclosed in a banyan leaf bowl. As soon as she entered the hall, she went straight to Bhagavan, and of her own accord, she said, "Swami, take these dosas. I am sorry. I had nothing better to bring." So saying, she tried to hand them over to Bhagavan direct. People nearby wished to prevent her from doing so by saying, "Please put them somewhere else." She got angry and said, "You had better keep quiet. Who are you to tell me? You have all come here yesterday or the day before. What do you know? You say I should not go near him. Enough, enough." All were taken aback by her authoritative attitude. Bhagavan stretched out his hand and accepted her offerings with the greatest kindness, saying, "Grandma, they are little children who do not know what is what. Please do not mistake him. With what flour did you prepare these dosas? Are none of your brother's sons looking after you properly? How are you able to maintain yourself? Did you come walking or in a cart?" Thus inquiring about her welfare, Bhagavan began eating dosas. They were not properly roasted, but he ate them with great relish, as if they were equal to nectar. The old woman sat there overwhelmed with joy and unimaginable happiness. She got up prostrate before Bhagavan and left, saying, "What does it matter how others look after me, Swami? By your grace, I am selling dosas and making a living out of the business. It is enough if I could pass the rest of my life thus." After she left, the attendants asked Bhagavan, "Instead of eating those dosas, which are not properly roasted, why could you not have given them to us and eaten the sweets?" He said, "Oh, those sweets, you think, will be much more tasty than these dosas. If you want, you eat all the sweets. These dosas are enough for me. Look at me," Bhagavan said. "Poor old woman. What can she do? She brought what she had. When I was on the hill, she and her husband used to come to me. She used to bring me something to eat now and then. After her husband passed away, she lived with her brother. Even he passed away. As her brother's sons did not look after her properly and turned her out, she has been living by selling dosas, it seems. Having grown old, she does not come here often. See how she has come here all this distance with the great effort, helped by the walking stick." He had eaten all those dosas without leaving even a crumb.
Thank you. Ramana Vasni, child of our Satsang group, will sing a song composed by Muthuswami Dikshita on Arunachala.
Arunachalanadam smarami, Arunachalanadam smarami, Arunachalanadam smarami, Anishamapita Kuchamba Sametam Arunachala Nadam Smarami, Anishamapita Kuchamba Sametam Arunachala Nadam Smarami.
स्मरणात् कैवल्या प्रदचरणारविन्दम् तरुणादित्य कोटिसंकाशचिदानन्दम् स्मरणात् कैवल्या प्रदचरणारविन्दम् तरुणादित्य कोटिसंकाश चिदानन्दम् करुणारसादिकन्दं शरणागत सुरवृन्दं करुणारसादिकन्दं शरणागत सुरवृन्दम् अरुणाचल नादं स्मरामि अनिशमपीत कुचाम्बसमेतम् अरुणाचल नादं स्मरामि अप्राकृत तेजोमयलिङ्गम् अत्यद्भुतकरधृतसारङ्गम् अप्राकृत तेजोमयलिङ्गम् अत्यद्भुतकरधृतसारङ्गम् अप्रमेयमपानाब्ज भृङ्गम् मारूढोतुङ्ग वृषतुरङ्गम् अप्रमेयमपानाब्ज भृङ्गम् मारूढो तुङ्गवृषतुरङ्गम् विप्रोक्तमविशेषान्तरङ्गं वीरगुरुगुहतार प्रसङ्गम् स्वप्रदीपमौलिविधृतगङ्गं स्वप्रकाशजितसोमद्रिपतङ्गं विप्रोत्तमविशेषान्तरङ्गं वीरगुरुगुहतार प्रसङ्गं स्वप्रदीपमौलिविधृतगङ्गं स्वप्रकाशजितसोमद्रिपतङ्गम् अरुणाचल नादम् स्मरामि अनिशमपीतकुचाम्ब समेतम् अरुणाचल नादम् स्मरामि.
Now I request the host to play the video Bhagavan's Upadesam to various devotees compiled by devotees of our group. And after that, we humbly request Houston, Texas Satsang group to continue the Advent Arunachala celebrations.
Jnanam peralam, jnanam peralam, nalam peralam, jnanalum ananda vittilamaralam, ananda vittilamaralam. Monanilai एकमक्षरं हृदि निरन्तरं भासते स्वयं लिख्यते कथम् हृदयकुहरमध्ये केवलं ब्रह्ममात्रम् यहमहमिति साक्षात् आत्मरूपेण भाति हृदि विषमनसा स्वं चिन्वता मज्जता पवनचलनिरोधात् आत्मनिष्ठो भवत्वम् देहं मृण्मयवज्जडात्मकम् अहं बुद्धिर्न तस्यास्त्यतो नाहं तद्ददपेतसुप्तिसमये सिद्धात्मसद्भावतः ओहं भावयुतः कुतो वरधिया दृष्टात्मनिष्ठात्मना सोऽहं स्फूर्तितया अरुणाचल शिवः पूर्णो विभाति स्वयम् सोऽहं स्फूर्तितया अरुणाचल शिवः पूर्णो विभाति स्वयम् अरुणाचल शिवः पूर्णो विभाति स्वयम्.
Namaskaram. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. This is Kumar from Sri Ramana Center of Houston. Today, for the Advent Day celebration, we will present two songs by Satyamangalam Venkatramaya, Kalai Patu or Dawn Chant in Tamil and English, followed by Ramana Sadguru in English. With regards to the origin of these songs, a devotee once asked Bhagavan how many times the author of these songs, that is Satyamangalam Venkatramaya, had visited Bhagavan and wondered where he was at that time. Sri Bhagavan replied, he came only once when we were at the Virupaksha cave. The first 4 songs he wrote while he was here, one each day of his stay. And the 5th, the Sadguru song, he sent after going to his place. He never again came here, and we know nothing more about him. Later search revealed no such person called Venkatramaya in any place that went by the name Satyamangalam in Tamil Nadu. This clearly reveals that this mystery person is divine itself, and hence these 5 songs are very special for devotees of Bhagavan, on par with Arunachala Stuti Panjagam. Anu will sing Kalai Patu or Dawn Chant, and Yazan will deliver the Ramana Sadguru song. Our thanks to Ananda Gopalan for patiently working with us and putting together these videos. Ananda, please play our Kalai Patu, followed by Ramana Sadguru song. Thank you.
Arunanudeetanan Arunagiridanil Azhagiya Ramanare Varum Arunachalesware Varum.
Light is dawning in Aruna Hill. Sweet Ramana, come. Lord Arunachala, come.
சாலை குயில் ஓசை காலையில் கூவிற்று சத்குரு ரமணரே வாரும் சாம்பவி பாகதே வாரும்.
In the bush, the koil sings, Dear Master Ramana, come. Lord of knowledge, come.
சங்கமொலித்தது தாரகி மங்கின இங்கித ரமணரே வாரும் ஈச சுரேசரே வாரும்.
The conch blows, the stars are dim. Sweet Ramana, come. Lord God of gods, come.
கோழிகள் கூவின குருகுகலி அம்பின நாழிகை ஆச்சது வாரும் நள்ளிருள் அகன்றது வாரும்.
The cocks crow, the birds chirp. It's already time, come. The dark night has fled, come.
சின்னங்கள் காகலம் பேரிகையாற்றன பொன்னகரமணரே வாரும் போதஸ்வரூபரே வாரும்.
The trumpets blow, the drums beat. Gold bright Ramana, come. Knowledge awakened, come.
காகங்கரைந்தது காலையும் ஆயிற்று நாகாபரணரே வாரும் நஞ்சனி கண்டரே வாரும்.
The crows call, it is morning. Snake-decked Lord, come. Blue-throated Lord, come.
கற்பனையொழிந்தது கமலங்கள் அலர்ந்தன வேட்பனரமணரே வாரும் வேதாந்த ரூபரே வாரும்.
Ignorance has fled, the lotus is open. Wise Lord Ramana, come. Crown of the Vedas, come.
முக்குணரகிதரே முக்தினதால் மோரே சத்குரு ரமணரே வாரும் சாந்த ஸ்வரூபரே வாரும்.
Untainted by qualities, Lord of liberation, benevolent Ramana, come. Lord of peace, come.
சத்து சிதானந்த வடிவினை சார்ந்திடும் தத்துவராயரே வாரும் தாண்டவ மூர்த்தியே வாரும்.
Sage and Lord, one with being, knowledge, bliss. Lord dancing in joy, come.
இன்ப துன்பம் இல்லா ஏகாந்த மேடையில் அன்புரு கொண்டோரே வாரும் ஆனந்த மோனரே வாரும் ஆனந்த மோனரே வாரும்.
Love incarnate on the pinnacle of knowledge, beyond pleasure and pain, come. Blissful silence, come. Thank you.
Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana which even the spirits of heaven stand in praise. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Born of the love of Alagun Sundara, sea of nectar, hero of Aruna, with grace he had come as the bull-mounted Lord. Now the formless has taken this form. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Untainted jnana flowed as the sea of love upon Aruna hill, in the form of pure being, and lived in the fine Virupaksha cave. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. He wrestled Maya to the ground, encircled and stomped upon it. He banished the deceitful senses and the profusion of past karma. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The god of Aruna took and embraced his devotee, my lord and guru. He stands as the very form of grace, this celestial wish-fulfilling tree. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The three bodies he was unmindful of, the three states touched him not. The transitory worldly life entangled him not. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The soul that pervades this body is indeed the soul of the universe. Realizing thus, still and ripe, he's ever blissful, one with all. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. He has as his guru the renowned golden-hued Siddha, with beautiful matted hair, with whom he became one. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru The 5 elements he pervades, the 5 sheaths he is free of, the troubles of his devotees he eradicates and grants them jnana. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The 3 gunas he transcended, free from taint, the primal God is he. To fall at his feet and serve, men of merit came and stood. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Fully aware of the primal cause and its effects, the perfect awareness is he. Of illusion, the challenger, the vanquisher is he. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The devas stand around him in humble devotion to his glorious feet. The way, the door, and the king of pure knowledge is he. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Lord of the Vedas, jewel of the Vedas, Vedas incarnate is he. He delights in life eternal, gained by the power of his love. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The Turiya state is he, the pure expanse is he, the stage for world play is he, the unstained witness pervading, the 7 worlds and the whole universe is he. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Juice of the sweet fruit ripened on the tree of awareness is he. Remaining as one with that, being knowledge bliss is he. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Dwelling in my heart cave, my dear Lord is he. Like salt in water, reality himself, my mother and father is he. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, perfect is He. Beyond on the reach of speech, the very meaning of Mahavakya is He. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Beyond caste and creed, ever-existing reality is He. Untainted love of knowledge, light revealed in love is He. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The ocean of goodness, righteous one is He. Syrup of sweetness and the unity of individual and supreme self is He. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. For devotees bowing in devotion, giver of knowledge is He. Revealing the path of liberation, hoister of the flag is He. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Destroy the specter of my mind, struggling in the open jaws of the senses with their evil ways. Make me your own. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. With the sword of pure knowledge, strike down the cruel demon of ignorance, which is ruling as ego in my body. O self-effulgent gem. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. O delight of solar race, illustrious Brahma on the lotus, Siva with deer and spear, Kumara Deva of great tapas. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. The blessed being in the temple of my heart, hail! Your face, your heart, your feet, hail, hail. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana songs of praise which taste like nectar to him. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane. Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru Rayane.
This concludes Houston's offerings on this holy day. Thanks to Anu and Yazan. Now Sriram from Austin will take over.
Namaskar. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha. Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma. Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Gurave Sarvalokanam Vishaje Pavaroginam. Nidaye Sarva Vidyanam Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmatacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavatpada Shankaram Loka Shankaram. Apara Satchit Sukhavari Rashehe Yasyornimatram Bhuvanam Samastam Uhahitam Tam Gramanam Gabhiram Chinta Vihinam Hridi Chintayami. We are going to say Ulladanarpadu, also known as Ramanopanishad. Ulladala Ullabunar Ulladho Ullaporul Ullanara Ullatte Ulladal Ullamenum Ullaporul Ullalavan Ullatte Ullapadi Ullade Ullal Unarvaye Ulle Marana Bhaya Vikulavam Makkalaranaha Marana Bhava Milla Mahesham Sharaname Sharvadam Sharvodudan Shavutra Shavirnam Sharvaro Shavadavanittar Parvaisher Namulaham Kandalal Nanavam Shakti Ula Or Mudalai Vappal Vodalaye Namamuru Shittiramum Parpanum Sherpadamum Maroliyum Attanayum Tamamavanulage Kattanuyer Mummudalai Emmadamum Murkollum Mor Mudale Mummudalai Nirkum Endru Mummudalum Mummudale Ennalahankaram Irkumate Nangette Tannilayil Nitral Dalayagum Ponne Ulagமை தோற்றம் உலகறிவாமன்றென்று உலகு சுகமன்றென்று உரைத்தன் உலகு விட்டு தன்னையோர் தொன்றிரண்டு தானற்று நானற்ற அந்நிலை எல்லார்க்கும் ஒப்பாமூனே முன்னும் உலகுமை பொய்த்தோற்றம் உலகறிவாமன்றென்று உலகு சுகமன்றென்றோரைத்தன் உலகு விட்டு தன்னையோர் தொன்றிரண்டு தானற்று நானற்ற அந்நிலை எல்லார்க்கும் அப்பாமூனே துன்னும்
உருவந்தானாயின் உலகு பரமற்றாம் உருவந்தான் அன்றேலுவற்றில் உருவத்தை கண்ணுறுதல் யாவனவன் கண்ணலார் காட்சியுண்டோ கண்ணதுதான் அந்தமிலா கண்ணாமே எண்ணில் உடல் பஞ்ச கோஷ உருவதனாலைந்தும் உடலென்னும் சொல்லில் ஒடுங்கும் உடலன்றி உண்டோ உலகம் உடவிட்டுலகத்தை கண்டார் உலகோ கழறுவாய் கண்ட உலகை புலன்கள் உருவேரன்றவை புலனை பொறிக்கு புலனாம் உலகை மனம் ஒன்றை பொறிவாயால் ஓர்ந்திடுதலான் மனத்தை அன்றி உல உண்டோ அரை நேரே நின்ற உலகறிவு ஒன்றாய் உதித்தொடுங்குமேனும் உலகறிவு தன்னால் ஒளிரும் உலகறிவு தோன்றி மறைந்தற்கிடனாய் தோன்றி மறையாதொளிரும் ஊன்றவாமகுதே பொருளாம் என்றதாம் எப்பெயரித்தெவ்வுருவில் ஏத்தினுமா பேருருவில் அப்பொருளை காண்பழியதாயினும் மெய்ப்பொருளின் உண்மையிற்றதுண்மையினை ஓர்ந்தொடுங்கி ஒன்றுதலே உண்மையில் காணல் உணர்ந்திடுக இன்மை இரட்டைகள் முப்புடிகள் என்றும் ஒன்று பற்றி இருப்பவாம் ஒன்றேதென்று கருத்தினுள் கண்டார் கழலும் அவை கண்டவரே உண்மை கண்டார் கலங்காரே காணிருள் போம் மண்டும் அறியாமை விட்டறிவென்றாமறிவு விட்டோ அறியாமை என்றாகும் அந்த அறிவு அறியாமையுமார்க்கென்று அம்முதலாம் தன்னை அறியும் அறிவே அறிவாம் அறிவ அறிவுறும் தன்னை அறியாதயலை அறிவதறியாமை அன்றி அறிவோம் அறிவயற்காதாரத் தன்னை அறிய அறிவறியாமை அருமே அறவே அறிவறியாமையும் மற்றதறிவாமே அறியுமதுண்மையறிவாகாது அறிதற்கு அறிவித்தற்கண்ணியமின்றாய வெல்வதால் தான் அறிவாகும் பாழன்றறிவாய் செறிவாய ஞானமாம் தானேமை நானாவாம் ஞானம் அஞ்ஞானமாம் பொய்யாம் அஞ்ஞானமுமே ஞானமாம் தன்னையன்றி இன்றணிகள் தாம் பலவும் பொய்மையாம் உன்னையன்றி உண்டோ புகழுடனால் என்னும தன்மையுண்டேல் முன்னிலை படற்கைகள் தாமுளவாம் தன்மையின் உண்மையை தானாய்ந்து தன்மையரின் முன்னிலை படற்கை முடிவுற்றொன்றாய் ஒளிரும் தன்மையே தன்னிலைமை தானிதமும் நிகழ்வினை பற்றி இறப்பெதர்வு நிற்ப நிகழ்காலவையும் நிகழ்வே நிகழ்வொன்றே இன்றொன்மை தேராதிறப்பெதர்வு தேரவுணல் ஒன்றின்றி எண்ண உணலுணர நின்ற பொருள் நாமன்றி நாளேது நாடேது நாடும் கால் நாம் உடம்பே நாள் நாட்டுள் நாம் படுவம் நாம் உடம்போம் நாம் இன்றென்றும் ஒன்று நாடிங்கெங்கும் ஒன்றாய் நாம் உண்டு நாள் நாடி நாம் ஊனம் ஆமே உடல்தானே தன்னை உணரார்க்கு உணர்ந்தார்க்கு உடலளவே நான் தன் உணரார்க்கு உடலுள்ளே தன்னுணர்ந்தார்க்கெல்லையறத்தான் ஒளிரும் நான் இதுவே இன்னவதம் வேதமென எண்ணுவாய் முன்னாம் உலகுண்மையாகும் உணர்வெல்லார்க்குள்ளார்க்கு உலகளவாம் உண்மை உணரார்க்கு உலகினுக்கு ஆதாரமாயுருவத்தாரும் உணர்ந்தார் உண்மை ஈதாகும் வேதமிவர்க்கெண்ணுக வேத விதிமதி மூல விவேகம் இலார்க்கே விதிமதி வெல்லும் விவாதம் விதிமதிகட்கு முதலாம் தன்னை உணர்ந்தார் அவை தனந்தார் சார்பரோ பின்னும் அவை சாற்றுவாய் சார்பவை காணும் தானை விட்டுத்தான் கடவுளை காணல் காணும் மனோமயமாங்காட்சிதனை காணும் அவன் தான் கடவுள் கண்டானான் தன் முதலை தான் முதல் போய் தான் கடவுள் அன்றியிலதாலுயிரா தான் கருதும் தன்னை தான் காணல் தலைவன் தலை காணல் என்னும் மல் நூலுண்மை என்ன எனில் தன்னைத்தான் காணலவன் தான் ஒற்றார் காணவனாதற்றலைவன் காணலவன் ஊனாதல் காணவையும் காணும் மதிக்கொளி தந்தம் மதிக்குள் ஒளிரும் மதியினை உள்ளே மடக்கி பதியில் பதித்திடுதல் அன்றி பதியை மதியால் மதித்திடுதல் எங்கள் மதியாய் மதியிலதால் நான் என்று தேகம் நவிலாது உறக்கத்துள் நான் என்றென்றாரும் நவில்வதில்லை நான் ஒன்று எழுந்த பின் எல்லாம் எழுமென்று நான் எங்கு எழுமென்று நுண்மதியால் எண்ண நழுவும் சடவுடலாய் எண்ணாது சச்சித்து உதியாது உடலளவாய் நான் ஒன்றுதிக்கும் இடையிலிது சிச்சடக்கிரந்தி பந்தம் ஜீவனுட்பனையகந்தை இச்சமோ சாரமனம் என்னே விச்சை உருப்பற்றி உண்டாம் உருப்பற்றி நிற்கும் உருப்பற்றி உண்டு மிக ஓங்கும் உருவிட்டு உருப்பற்றும் தேடினால் ஓட்டம் பீடிக்கும் உருவற்ற பேயகந்தையோர்வாய் கருவாம் அகந்தையுண்டாயில் அனைத்தும் உண்டாகும் அகந்தையின்றேல் இன்ற அனைத்தும் அகந்தையே யாவுமாதலால் யாதிதென்று நாடலே ஓவுதல் யாவுமென ஓர் முதல் போம் ஏகுமிந்த நானுதியாதுள்ள நிலை நாமதுவாய் உள்ள நிலை நானுதிக்கும் தானமதை நாடாமல் நானுதியாம் தன்னிழப்பை சார்பதெவன் சாராமல் தானதுவாம் தன்னிலையில் நிற்பதவன் சாற்றுதி முன்னர் எழும்பும் அகந்தை எழுமிடத்தை நீரில் விழுந்த பொருள் காண வேண்டி முழுகுதல் போல் கூர்ந்தமதியார் பேச்சு மூச்சடக்கி கொண்டுள்ளே ஆழ்ந்தறிய வேண்டும் அறிமினம் போல் தீர்ந்துடலம் நான் என்று வாயால் நவிலாதுள் ஆழ்மனத்தால் நான் என்றெங்கெங்கும் நாடுதலே ஞான நெறி யாமன்றி அன்றிதுதான் நாமதுவென்றென்று துணை யாமது விசாரமாவதனாம் நீ முறையே நானார் என மனமுள் நாடியுளம் நன்னவே நானாம் அவன் தலை நாணமுற நானானா தோன்றும் ஒன்று தானாக தோன்றினும் நான் அன்று பொருள் போன்றமது தானாம் பொருள் பொங்கி தோன்றவே தன்னை அழித்தெழுந்த தன்மையானந்தருக்கு என்னை உளதொன்றியற்றுதற்கு தன்னையலாம் தன்னியம் ஒன்றும் அறியார் அவர் நிலைமை இன்னதென்றொன்னல் எவன் வரமா பண்ணும் அது நீ என்ற மறைகள் ஆர்த்திடவும் தன்னை எதுவென்று தான் தேந்தீராது அது நான் இதுவன்றென்னலுரன் இன்மையினால் என்றும் அதுவேதானாய மர்வதாலே அதுவும் அலாது என்னை அறியேன் நான் என்னை அறிந்தேன் நான் என்னல் நகைப்பு கீடனாகும் என்னை தனை விடைய மார்க்கயிறு தானுண்டோ ஒன்றாய் அனைவரது பூதி உண்மையாலோர் நினைவரவே என்றும் எவர்க்கும் இயல்பாய் உள பொருளை ஒன்றும் மூலத்துள் உணர்ந்து நிலை நின்றிடாது உண்டின்றுருவருவென்றொன்றிரண்டன்றே சண்டையிடல் மாயை சழக்கொழிக ஒண்டிகுலம் சித்தமாய் உள் பொருளை தேர்ந்தெடுத்தல் சித்தி பிற சித்தியெல்லாம் சொப்பனமா சித்திகளே நித்திரை விட்டு ஓர்ந்தால் அவை மெய்யோ உண்மை நிலை நின்று பொய்மை தீர்ந்தார் தியங்குவரே தேர்ந்திரு நீர் கூர்ந்துமயல் நாம் உடலன்றெண்ணினல நாமதுவென்றெண்ணுமது நாமதுவாய் நிற்பதற்கு நற்றுணையே யாமென்று நாமதுவென்றெண்ணுவதே நான் மனிதன்றென்றெனுமோ நாமதுவாய் நிற்குமதனாலறியா புயலும் சாதகத்திலே வைதம் சாத்தியத்தில் அத்துவிதம் ஓதுகின்ற வாதமதும் உண்மையல ஆதரவாய் தான் தேடும் காலும் தனையடைந்த காலத்தும் தான் தசம நன்றியா தான் வித்து போன்ற விடை முதலின் விளைப்பயன் தொய்ப்போம் வினை முதலாரென்று வினவி தனையறிய கத்தத்துவம் போய் கரும மூன்றும் கழலும் நித்தமாய் முக்தி நிலையினே மத்தனாய் ரெண்டு மட்டே பந்த முக்தி சிந்தனைகள் அத்தனார் என்று தன்னை பார்க்கும் கால் சித்தமாய் நிற்க முக்தன் நான் நிற்காதே வந்த சிந்தை முக்தி சிந்தை முன்னிற்கு மோமனத்துக்கு ஒத்தாங்கு உருவம் அருவம் உருவருவம் மூன்றாம் உருமுக்தி என்னில் உரைப்பன் உருவம் அருவம் உருவருவம் ஆயும் அகந்தை உரு அழிதன் முக்தி உணரீரை அருள் ரமணன் உள்ளது 41 கலிவன் பாபா உள்ளது காட்டும் ஒளி. Next we will do Ramana Chaturvimshat.
वन्दे श्रीरमणऋषेराचार्यस्य पदाब्जम्
यो मे दर्शयधीशं भान्तं भान्तमतीत्य कथया निजया कलुषं हरता करुणानिधिना ऋणशैलजुषा खगवाहन भाषित तत्त्वविदा वृषवाहन मौन रहस्य भृता गणरान्मुख सूरि सभा गुरुना गुणसञ्चय रत्नमहोदधिना घनगूढ सहस्र करेण यता तनुकञ्चुक गुप्त महामहसा चतुरेण चलेन्द्रिय निग्रहणे पटुना परकीय गुणग्रहणे चलवर्जित मौन समाधिजुषा बलतर्जित भीकर कामरुषा जठरं समये परिपूरयता कठिनं व्रतमद्रितटे चरता जशकेतन शस्त्र दुरापहृदा कृषिमात्मविबोध विदोदधता निधिं तरता करता मरसेन सुपात्रवता सदृशाधिकशीतकान्तिभृता भयभङ्क्ति सरोजजुषां हरता नमतामतिभक्तिमतां निधिना घनतापविधून सन्निधिना परिधर्मततिं परिपालयता परितश्च तमो विनिवारयता फणिनायकवर्ण्य गुणौघभृता वनिति प्रिय सत्त्वहिता भनता बहुमानवशादयता सुखिता मवमानततेन विदूनवता यदि नामधिपेन कुशाग्रवसन्मतिना धृतिनाशितचित्तभुवा लहरीं प्रमदस्य सदा वहता निहतान्तरशास्त्रवहं हतिना भगवत्पदमन्यजना सुलभं स्वगुणैरधिगत्य परञ्जयता ममतारहितेन हितेन सतां निहितेन गणप्रभुना हृदये धरणीधरजाङ्कमपि त्यजता धरणीतलवासितमोद्धुतये नरवेषभृता नगरन्ध्रकृता रमणेन सनाथमिदं भुवनम् परदेशिलेन वाससः शकलेन वेष्टितकटीशोभिना वरदेशिकेन नरवेषधारिणा
शिखिवाहनेन गुरुमञ्जगद्भवेत् अतीतगुणजालाय नैष्टिकब्रह्मचारिणे नमो यामनुष्याय गुरवे तारकारये यानायात्र केचिनां कुलपति स्नानाय न स्वर्णदी पानाय क्षितिभृन्महेन्द्र दुहितुर्नश्यन्तु दग्धावृतम् गानाय प्रमथेश्वरा सवयसो वैवात्र वीणाभृतो वासं शोणगिरौ करोषि भगवन् क्रौञ्चात्रिभेदः कुतः एकं वक्त्रमुपाङ्गवासविरहः पाणौ न शक्त्यायुधम् मत्यत्वं न पताकिनी च पृतना पार्श्वद्वयेनाकिना वेषोलं पुनरेष मुग्धनयन प्रच्छादने भूजुषामन्तर्धानमुपैषितारकरिपो वस्तन् यदा यादतः केचिद्योगविदां पुरस्सरयिति प्रज्ञानि बुद्ध्या परे साधुः कश्चिदितीतरे गुरुभिया चेयं त्रिपद्मं तव सेवन्ते रमणाभिधानमनुजक्षेमाय जातक्षितौ वित्रास्त्वं गिरिजाङ्गपीठनिलयम् जानन्ति देवं गुहम् ओङ्कारार्थमुपादिशो भगवते वाणी मनोहारिणे तातायाप्युपदेष्टुमुद्यतमभूत् चित्त्वदीयं मुखम् ज्येष्ठस्याद्य सहोदरस्य गुरुतां प्राप्तोऽसि धीगौरवात् सुब्रह्मण्यकनिष्ठतामतिगतः सर्वादिकस्त्वं गुणैः यत्पूर्वं श्रुतिपारदर्शिधिषणो द्वैपायनोऽध्यारुहते पश्चाद्बोधकलादिदूततिमिरः शङ्कापहः शङ्करः तत्सम्प्रत्यखिलावनीतलजुषामाचार्य सिंहासनम् देवत्वां प्रतिवीक्षते नरतनो गीर्वाणसेनापदे धर्मे नाशमुपागते त्रिभुवने पर्याकुले पापतः प्रज्ञाने परितो गिरां पतिमुधा सञ्चार्यमाणे जनैः सद्भावे परमेश्वरस्य च पितुः सन्देहडोलाङ्गते द्वीपः कैतवमर्तके कितुरगत्वानन्तरातः सताम् वैराग्यं तव विद्मस्तु करुणा शक्नोषि हातुं कथम् दोष्यस्तेस्तु समुद्यतम् पितृपदध्यानं च किं तादृशम् कामस्तेस्तु विगर्हितो विनमतां रक्षा च किं गर्हिता स्कन्दच्छद्ममनुष्य किन्नु समयम् कञ्चित् समुद्वीक्षसे दूरं याहि कुवात धर्म वृषते नेतः परं पङ्कुता दुर्भ्रान्ते भुवनं जहीहि परितो वर्धस्व संसत्सताम् सोदर्येण समन्वितो भुवमिमां प्राप्तो गुरुग्रामणीः शूरान्तः पुरनेत्र विभ्रमकरो देवो भवानी सुतः जन्मस्थानमवाप्य गुप्तमहमो यो भेदमाधूतवान् भूतानां चरतां पृथक् विदधिया माद्यैव यो भासते देहं सर्वमिदं जगच्छ विभवादाक्रम्य यः प्रोलसत्येकस्तं गुरुमूर्तिमानमतरे लम्बोदरं भ्रातरम् अन्तर्यश्च बहिर्विधूततिमिरं ज्योतिर्मयं शाश्वतं स्थानं प्राप्य विराजते विनमतामज्ञानमुन्मूलयन् पश्यन् विश्वमपीतमुल्लसति यो विश्वस्य पारे पुरः तस्मै श्रीरमणाय लोकगुरवे शोकस्य हन्त्रे नमः। शुभविलोकितम् रमणते सकृत् फलतु मे कृतम् रमण जन्मिना मयि भवान् गुरुः अभित आशयस्तव महागुरुः जगतहं परस्फुरति मे त्रयम् सदमिदं गिरा तव विसंशयम् त्वदुपदेशतो गणति संविदा मयि निरन्यया सदहमोर्भिदा अहमियोऽन्तरस्तममलं हृदि अनुभवेम भोस्तव कृपायति न करुणा गुणस्तव विदां पथे हृदय तेजसा सगज भैवते तव तनुज्ज्वलगणविद्युता तव दृका तथा लसति भास्वता कबलितं मनस्तव विभो हृदा त्वमसि सम्पतं विलसितो मुधा भुवन भूपते भगवतः कृते भवसि पाचको यमवतां पथे नरपशूनिमानहमिताड्ययन् परशिवौधनं वितनुषे पचन् तिमिराणि न केवलं वचोभिः करुणापाङ्गविलोकितैश्च नृणाम् हृदये प्रसन्ति मर्दयन्तं भगवन्तं रमणं गुरुं नमामि भवजलनिधिं गाहं गाहं शिरादलसालसान् पदजलरुहद्वद्वद्दीपं श्रितांस्तव सम्प्रति रमण भगवन् कल्याणानां निकेतनपाहिनः सदय दयया सिक्तैर्भक्तानपाङ्गविलोकितैः यदि न जननी स्तन्यं दद्याच्छिशोर्बतका गतिः यदि पशुपतिः क्रोधं कुर्यात् पशोरवनं कुतः यदि पदजुषामाचार्यत्वं निगंसि न संशयम् भ्रमशतपराभूता एते तरन्तु भवं कथम् विशदहसिते पूर्णा शान्तिः सुधाकर सोदरे स्थिरमृतुलयोः पूर्णा शक्तिर्ऋषोरतुलार्चिषोः हृदय कमले नित्या निष्ठा बहिश्च सरत्प्रभे रमण भगवन् को वा मौनी समस्तव भूतले देवी शक्तिरियं दृशोश्रितजन ध्वान्तश्रयाधायिनी देवी श्रीरियमम्बुजाक्ष महिषी वक्त्रे सहस्रच्छदे देवी ब्रह्मवधूरियं विजयते व्याहारगूढा परा विश्वाचार्य महानुभाव रमण त्वां स्तौतुकः प्राकृतः सोऽहं जातो रमण भगवन् पादयोस्ते दविष्टे यद्यस्मिन् महति समये शक्तिलास्ये प्रवृत्ते सूर्यस्येव ज्वलति महसो दूरगान्नाथशक्तिम् विश्वस्याज्ञां तव मम मनो वीतदुःखं तथापि तत्भागधेयमसमानमनेकमौनी वासार्जितं क्षितिभृतः खलु लौकितस्य अङ्गीचकार भगवान् रमणो महर्षिरण्येषु सत्सु यमिमं बहुषु स्थलेषु शान्तिर्नितान्तमधिका परमास्य शक्तिर्वैराग्यमद्भुततमं करुणा तु सान्द्रा ज्ञानं निरस्तकुहनं मधुरं च वृत्तं नृणां निदर्शनमयं रमणो महर्षिः नारसिंहगणपतिर्वासिष्ठो रमणं गुरुं चत्वारिंशन्मितैः पद्यैः स्कन्दांशं स्तुतवान् ऋषिम् Om. We will hand it over back to Florida.
Namaskaram to all Sri Bhavan's family. Thank you, Sri Bhavan, for bringing us all together on your Advent Day. This is Madhi Ratnasamy representing Sri Bhavan's Tampa family. We have 9-year-old Varshita Balamurhan performing few dances. Varshita and her brother, 7-year-old Karan Balamurhan, singing few songs for us. Request the host to please start the program. Thank you.
लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश मौनमणिचूड रमणमणं रमण्यान पोन्मलरे रमणेश मौनमणिचूड रमणमणं ज्ञान पुन्मलरे रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश निन्नोलि पिन्निरु पोन्नोलि मेनिय एन्नरुं गुरुवे रमणेश मिन्नोलि पिन्निरु पोन्नोलि मेनिय एन्नरुं गुरुवे रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश तूवी तूवी पूमलर पामलर तुदिक्कारुं पुरे रमणेश तूवी तूवी पूमलर पामलर तुदिक्कारुं पुरे रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश लोकमहागुरु लोकमहागुरु लोकेश्वरने रमणेश पौर्णमि निलविलुम सिरुकुरे उंडेनिल पूरण ओलि सेय रमणेश पौर्णमि निलविलुम सिरुकुरे उंडेनिल पूरण ओलि सेय रमणेश पूरण ओलि सेय रमणेश पूरण ओलि सेय रमणेश ओम नमः शिवाय 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 ओडी 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 उट्कलंद ज्योतिये नाडी 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 नाட்களும் கடந்து போய் வாடி 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 வாழ்ந்த போன மாந்தர்கள் கோடி 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 எண்ணிலே கோடி கோடியே ஓம் நம சிவாய 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 என்னிலே இருந்த ஒன்று நான் அறிந்ததில்லையே என்னிலே இருந்த ஒன்று ஞான அறிந்த கொண்ட பின் என்னிலே இருந்த ஒன்று யாவர் காண வல்லரோ என்னிலே இருந்த ஒன்று நான் அறிந்து கொண்டேனே ஓம் நம சிவாய 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 ஓம் நம சிவாயமே உணர்ந்த பின் ஓம் நம சிவாயமே உணர்ந்தமே தெளிந்த பின் ஓம் நம சிவாயமே உணர்ந்த பின் ஓம் நம சிவாயமே உட்கலந்த நிற்குமே ஓம் நம சிவாயமே ஓம் நம சிவாய 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 ஓம் நம சிவாய
Namaskar. Next, Diana Batista Jimenez will be reading excerpts from The True Meaning and Method of Surrender by Swami Sadashivananda Giri from the July-October 2019 Mountain Path. Please unmute, Diana.
Namaskar. To describe in one word an essential aspect needed for success that can be found in all schools of spiritual practice, it is surrender. Irrespective of which path one follows or which teacher one relies on, surrender is a prerequisite. The meaning of Sharanagati is derived from two root words. First is the word Sharanam, and finally from the word Agati. Saranam is defined with a list of synonyms, including refuge, shelter, protection, succor, and interestingly, a place of rest. Agati means to come to go to, even to go quickly as an arrow released from a bow. In the 18th chapter of the Sri Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna uses this word twice in his final summation to Arjuna. The Lord reveals in verses 62 and 66 the highest and most profound secret regarding how to surrender and what it is its result. Verse 62, fly unto him alone for refuge with your whole being, Arjuna. From his grace you shall attain supreme peace and the eternal abode. Verse 66, abandoning all duties, take refuge in me alone. I shall liberate you from all evils. Do not grieve. It is essential to note the precise words the Lord uses in both verses. In verse 62, the use of the word gacham signifies the exclamatory imperative act to go. In verse 66, the word vraja, coming from the root raj, implies a command, take vow. Sri Ramana Maharshi clarifies the application of this secret revelation in the Gita when answering questions of devotees from the Jnana and Bhakti Marga. Quote, the I casts off the illusion of I and yet remains as I. Such is the paradox of self-realization. They realize, do not see any contradiction in it. Take the case of bhakti. I approach Ishvara and pray to be absorbed in him. I then surrender myself in faith by concentration. What remains afterwards? In place of the original I, perfect self-surrender leaves a residuum of God in which the I is lost. This is the highest form of devotion, parabhakti, prapati, surrender, or the height of vairagya. You give up this and that of my possessions. If you give up I and mine instead, all are giving up at a stroke. The very seed of possession is lost. Thus the evil is nipped in the bud or crushed in the germ itself. This passion must be very strong to do this. Eagerness to do it must be equal to that of a man kept underwater, trying to rise up to the surface for his life. We can now discern that to believe surrender is a whimsical act of letting go, giving up the effort, or casually and shyly going with the flow is a lazy and erroneous assumption. For Bhagavan and the Sri Bhagavad Gita declare that surrender means flying like an arrow to a shelter, a refuge, and a place of rest in God. And if we try and try again to attain this most blessed state, but find no help, our prayers would at least give us ears to hear the proclamation from the Jagat Guru, the spirit of guidance. Quote, devotee, we surrender, but still there's no help. Maharshi, yes, If you have surrendered, you must be able to abide by the will of God and not make a grievance of what may not please you. Things may turn out differently from what they look apparently. Distress often leads men to faith in God. Devotee, but we are worldly. There is the wife, there are children, friends, and relatives. We cannot ignore the existence and resign ourselves to divine will without retaining some little of the personality in us. Maharshi, that means you have not surrendered as professed by you. You must only trust God. In order to annihilate what is undesirable and harmful, the mind has to be steeped in the adoration of the beloved. We now understand that the nature of surrender is a concentrated and definitive movement of the mind and heart towards God. Sri Krishna extols us to fly unto him and take refuge in him alone. Sri Ramana Maharshi's guidance gave us the conviction to abide by the will of God and not grumble at what may not please us. The distress we may feel often lead us to renewed faith in God. A visitor once asked of Bhagavan, "What is self-surrender?" Bhagavan replied, "It is the same as mind control. The ego submits when it recognizes the higher authority of the Atman. This is the beginning of surrender." Complete surrender to God means giving up all thoughts and concentrating the mind on Him. If we can concentrate on Him, other thoughts disappear. If Manuvakaya karma, the action of the mind, speech, and body are merged with God, all the burdens of our life will be on Him. Bhagavan continued with a quote from the Gita. Quote, Lord Krishna told Arjuna in the Gita, "Those men who worship directing their thoughts to me, whose minds do not go elsewhere, for them who are constantly steadfast, I secure what they lack and preserve what they already possess." Sri Bhagavad Gita 9:22. Bhagavan explains, quote, Arjuna had to do the fighting. So Sri Krishna said, "Place all the burden on me. Do your duty. You are merely an instrument. I will see to everything. Nothing will bother you." End of quote. But then before one surrenders to God, one should know who it is that surrenders. Unless all thoughts are giving up, there cannot be surrender. When there are no thoughts at all, what remains is only the self. So surrender would only be to oneself. If surrender is in terms of bhakti, the burden should be thrown on God. And if it is in terms of karma, karma should be performed until one knows one's own self. The result is the same in either case. Surrender means to inquire and know about one's own self and then remain in the self. What is there apart from the self?
Thank you, Diana. Now Gita Krishnamurti will be reading from the Ribhu Gita. Please unmute, Gita.
Everything is Satchit Ananda, self only. Whatever is found to exist is Sat, existence only. Whatever is pleasurable is Ananda, bliss only. One should ever abide in the bedrock bhavana of Satchit Ananda. Never for once should one slip, even inadvertently, into the disastrous bhavana that one is the body and that the world is real. One should abide in the rock-firm bhavana that everything is only Brahman self and I am that Brahman self. By this bhavana, all thought moments and nescience will disappear, resulting in the eternal abidance in the soul Satchitananda self. By abiding in the self, the wandering mind is reduced to perfect stillness after being freed from all nescience and thought currents. It gets lost in the Satchitananda self in the same way that water is lost when mixed with milk. This unitary state of abidance in the self is called Atmanishta by the wise who have attained perfection. Sahajanishta, or the natural state. Having realized that the world picture on the screen self is evanescent and essentially non-existent, one should ever remain still and blissful in the firm conviction of ever being the sole Brahman self only. This conviction should be maintained even while functioning as an individual in the world of name and form. This matured state of abidance in the self is called Sahajanishta, or the natural state. In that blissful self, wherein there is no action of body, speech, and mind, no virtuous or sinful karma or action, and the fruits thereof, one should remain still, eschewing the least trace of thought. In that self, wherein there is neither conceiver nor conception of the world of names and form, one should remain blissfully still, eschewing the least trace of thought. In that self, wherein desire, anger, covetousness, confusion, bigotry, and envy are all absent, in that self, wherein there is no thought of bondage or release, one should abide blissfully still, eschewing the least ripple of thought. Firmly abiding in the self, one acquires the totality of all knowledge and achieves the successful completion of all endeavors and duties. In that state, one should abide blissful and still, eschewing the least ripple of thought. Mind merged completely in the self, one becomes a lord without rival, steeped in bliss beyond compare. In that state, one should abide still, free from the least trace of thought. I am that self, which is integral existence awareness bliss, the sole impartite Brahman self. Firm in the conviction born of this experience, one should abide still, free from the least trace of thought. In the conviction that I am the self, in which no thought, ego, desire, mind, or confusion can exist, one should abide still, free from the least trace of thought. The firm faith of being the self is sufficient to dispel all thought and establish one in Brahman self. In due course of this practice, even the thought involved in that faith fades away, leading to the spontaneous effulgence of the self. If a person hearkens to this teaching and practices the faith, even if he is a great sinner, he is washed clean of all his sins and is established in Brahman self. There is certainly no such thing as mind, with its constituents of thought and thought forms of objects. In this conviction, one should ever abide still and at peace in the state of thought-free, alert awareness self, which endures after all sadhanas and its rigors have exhausted themselves in Brahman self. Having gained the experience that there is no creator, no maya, no duality, and no objects at all, and that pure awareness self alone exists, one should ever remain still and peaceful in the state of selfhood. If a person gives heed to these teachings, he would certainly gain the grace of Lord Shiva and attain the state of selfhood, even though he is immersed in the dense darkness of nescience, which could not be banished by the glare of millions of suns. Why waste words? This is the truth in a nutshell. Only those who have the grace of our Lord Shiva by long devotional worship will get the rare opportunity of reading the spiritual text which leads to the bliss of peace everlasting in Brahman self. Only that Jnani who teaches, thou art the thought-free, alertly aware, absolutely still, ever blissful, intensely peaceful, unqualified Brahman self, is the true Sadguru, and others are not. Unbroken abidance in the state of alert awareness, unruffled by thoughts, is self-realization. This is at once the spotless Jivan Mukti and the magnificent Videha Mukti. This state is easily attainable only for those who have earned the divine grace of Shiva by deep devotion to him, not for others. What is stated here is the import in a nutshell of the message of that charming crest jewel of the Vedas known as the Upanishads. Those who give heed to this message and abide in accordance with it will forthwith attain mukti or liberation. They will not suffer from the least particle of affliction. They will enjoy a bliss far greater than the bliss attained from this and all other worlds. They and their environments will be filled with a plenitude of auspicious events. Totally free from all traces of fear, they will never again enter the cycle of births and deaths. They will become the immutable Brahman self. All this, we swear, is the truth beyond doubt. By our Lord Shiva, again and again, we swear that this is the fundamental truth. That state of still, pure, effulgent awareness is moksha, the state beyond compare. Those who maintain an unbroken awareness, abidance in that supreme state will evermore be touched by suffering or confusion and will be absolved from all duties. Such duties, if any, will somehow be completed without any volition on their part. They will eternally abide as the sole supreme self. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskar. This is Ranjini Ramanan representing the North Carolina Satsang Group. We begin with a reading from G.V. Subbaramaya's book, Sri Ramana Reminiscences, to be read by Srimati Lata Shivakumar. In the excerpt she will be reading, the author describes the golden jubilee of Bhagavan's advent to Arunachala, celebrated on September 1st, 1946 at Sri Ramanashramam in the presence of Bhagavan. Lata, please unmute yourself and read.
Om Ramana. To my keen regret, I could not attend the Golden Jubilee celebration, chiefly on account of transport trouble. My letter, regretting my misfortune, contained a Telugu verse. Sri Ramana is Kumara, son of God Shiva, who out of his grace incarnated on this earth. God Shiva himself stands yonder as Arunachala. May the Golden Jubilee celebration of this first meeting be a glorious success. The ashram reply, dated September 6, 1946, ran as follows. Your letter of the first instant, full of devotion, has been duly received and perused by Sri Bhagavan. The verse is good, and it has been read before Sri Bhagavan. Does distance matter to a loving heart? Is not Sri Bhagavan omnipresent? Sri Bhagavan is Karuna personified and hears and grants the prayers of his sincere devotees. The Golden Jubilee celebrations are a grand success. In spite of transport difficulties, several devotees from far and near managed to get here for the function. The proceedings started with the usual Veda Parayanam, which commenced at 4 a.m. on that day. The whole of that day, Sri Bhagavan was seated in the spacious kotam put up for the occasion, and the whole of the forenoon was spent in the reading of verses and songs composed for the occasion by the devotees. They were in several languages. The afternoon proceedings started exactly at 2:30 p.m. Swastivachakam with Purna Kumbham by Brahmins reciting rigs and salutation slokas to Sri Bhagavan started the evening function. Justice Kuppuswamy Iyer presided. There were speeches in English, Telugu, Tamil, and Malayalam in praise of Sri Bhagavan and his teachings. Music by Sri Musuri Subramanya Iyer and Party, which was excellent, and Veda Parayanam closed the proceedings of the day. Everything went on according to program and excellently. On September 26, 1946, a friend told me that the Golden Jubilee celebration was being shown in the newsreel at a local cinema and took me to see it. It was very vivid, thrilling, and impressive. I learned that was the last day of the show, and so I thanked my fortune and my friend for the timely information. The next morning, I wrote about the picture to the ashram. The ashram reply dated 29 September 1946 started. We have heard from devotees in Madras and Bombay also that the film has been simultaneously released. When I visited the ashram, the ensuing Dasara vacation, I was congratulated by many fellow devotees for having seen and described the picture. Sri Bhagavan said that I was the first informant about the picture. He was graciously pleased to add, "So you need not regret that you could not attend the function here. Indeed, you have seen it better and more comprehensively than any who participated in it. Has it not been said that one who wishes to witness a procession has a better view from the window than the people in the procession themselves?" Thank you. Back to you, Ranjini.
Thank you, Lata. Now I will be singing Ponnolir Pattu from Sri Ramana Stuti Panchakam, composed by Sri Satyamangalam Venkatramayar. பொன்னொளிர் வடிவீனானே பூரண வதனத்தானே தன்னரும் ஸ்வானுபூதி தரையலாம் மணக்க ஏழை உன்னரும் புகழை கேட்டு உலகெல்லாம் தேடி வந்தேன் என்னருள் இறையே ஞான ரமணனே ஜோதிற்குன்றே ஜோதியே வடிவாய் நின்ற சோணமா சைலம் தன்னில் வேதிய உருவினோடு விருபாட்ச குகையின் மேவும் ஆதியே அநாதி வைப்பே அமலனே ரமணா என்னை சோதியாய் தாண்டு கொள்வாய் ஷீர்பர ஸ்வரூபனியே ஷீர்பரானந்த வாழ்வே சிவத்தொடும் கலந்த தேனே அத்புதானந்த பாஹே அகண்டனே ரமணா உன்னை கற்பகத் தருவாய் நாடி கடிதெழுந்தோடி வந்தேன் வீர்ப்பன உருவே காவாய் விமலனே அருட்கண்டந்தே தந்திடாய் தளிர்பொற்பாதம் தமியனின் சிரத்திற் சூடி நொந்திடா வாழ்வதெய்தி நொடியதீர் பவனோய் போக்க அந்த அமரர் காணா அருணை வாழ் ரமணா மோனா எந்த நாள் அடைவன் உன்னை இருவிழி மணியே சொல்லாய் மணியன புகழ்வதெல்லாம் மற்றொன்றும் அறியா ஏழை அனிமையில் இன்றியானும் அலறுவதறிந்திடாயோ தனியன தகப்பே இன்று ஷடுக்கென எனை விட்டோட துணியதை ஞானவாளால் சுந்தர ரமணா போற்றி ரமணனே ஜகத்தினோடும் ரவியொடு கணங்களானோன் ரமணனே அகத்திலாடும் ரத்தின சுடர் விளக்காம் ரமணனே விமல வேத ராட்டின தாழும் தேவன் ரமணனே ஞான நாட்டில் ரமித்திடும் அரசாய் நின்றோ நின்றிடு நினைவு தன்னை நிமிடத்தில் நீக்கி நெஞ்சை அன்றையன் திருமாலாழ்ந்தே டறிந்திடா அழகன் பாதம் சென்றிட நிறுத்தும் சோம சேகர ரமணமூர்த்தி என் பெரும் துயரம் நீக்காய் ஏகனே யோக வாழ்வே வாழ்ந்திடும் உலகினோடு வடிவுரு நாமம் எல்லாம் தாழ்ந்திட ஞான பார்வை தழலதை தனக்குள் வைத்தோய் ஆழ்ந்திடும் யோக ஞான ரமணனே அழகின் மிக்கோய் சூழ்ந்திடும் சுடரே சோண மலைவளர் புனித தேவே தேவனே ரமணா பாதம் தேடினேன் தெவிட்டா ஞான பாவனாதீதமோன பரம்பொருள் உருவினானே ஜீவனும் சிவனும் ஒன்றாய் தேக்கிய உளத்தினானே ஷாவதும் பிறப்புமில்லா தத்துவ முடிவாய் நின்றோய் நின்றிடும் சோண சைல நிலைத்திடும் ரமணன் வாழி மின்றிகள் ஷடையனோடு விருபாக்ஷ குகையும் வாழி வென்றிடும் துன்பம் போக்க வேங்கட ரமணன் சொல்லும் பொன்றிகள் விருத்த மாலை பொலிவுற வாழி வாழி. Thank you. Next, we have Rasika Ramanan, who will be chanting Shiva Puranam from Manika Vachakar's Tiruvachakam. Sri Devaraja Mudaliar, in his book, My Recollections of Bhagavan, writes, I may usefully note some of the songs which Bhagavan would frequently quote and advise devotees to peruse. In Tiruvachakam, Bhagavan has praised Shiva Puranam. Once he said to me, if 10 persons could join together and sing it harmoniously, how grand it would be. Rasika.
திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க நாதந்தாள் வாழ்க இமைப்பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நேங்காதான் தாழ்வாழ்க கோகரியாண்ட குருமணி தந்தாள் வாழ்க ஆகமம் ஆகி நின்று அன்னிப்பான் தாழ்வாழ்க ஏகன் அநேகன் இறைவனடி வாழ்க வேகம் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேந்தனடி வெல்க பிறப்பருக்கும் பிஞ்சகந்தன் பேய்கழல்கள் வெல்க புறத்தாக்கும் ஷேயோன்தான் போம்கிழங்கள் வெல்க கரம் குவிவார் உள்மகிழும் கோங்கிழங்கள் வெல்க சிரம் குவிவார் ஓங்குவிக்கும் ஷீரோன் கரல் வெல்க ஈசனடி போற்றி எந்தையடி போற்றி நேசனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்ற நிமலனடி போற்றி மாயப் பிறப்பறுக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி ஷீரார் பெருந்துரை நம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத என்பன் அருணுமலை போற்றி சிவனவன் என் சிந்தையுள் நின்ற அதனால் அவன் அருளாலே அவன் தாழ்வணங்கி சிந்தை மகிழ சிவபுராணம் தன்னை முந்தை வினை முழுகும் ஓய உரைப்பனையான் கண்ணுதலான் தன் கருணை கண் காட்ட வந்தெய்தி எண்ணுதற் கெட்டால் எழிலால் கரல் இறைஞ்சி விண் நிறைந்தும் மண் நிறைந்தும் மிக்காய் விலங்குழியாய் என் நிறைந்தும் எல்லை இலாதானே நிம்பெரும் சீர் பொல்லா வினையேன் புகருமார் ஒன்றறியேன் புல்லாகி பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி மிருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லாய் மனிதராய் பேயாய் கலங்களாய் வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லா நின்ற இத்தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்திலத்தின் எம்பெருமான் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டின்று வீடுற்றேன் உய்ய என் உள்ளத்துள் ஓங்காரமாய் நின்ற மெய்யா விமலா விடைப்பாகா வேதங்கள் ஐயா என ஓங்கி ஆழ்ந்தகன்று நுண்ணியனே மெய்யை தன்னியே இயமான நாம் விமலா பொய்யாய் இணையலாம் போய களவந்தருளி மெய்ஞானமாகி மிளிர்கின்ற மெய்ச்சுடரே எஞ்ஞானமில்லாதேன் இன்பப் பெருமானே அஞ்ஞானம் தன்னை அகழ்விக்கும் நல்லறிவே ஆக்கம் அலுவிருதி இல்லாய் அனைத்துலகும் ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை புகுவிப்பாய் நின் தொழும்பின் நாற்றத்தின் நேரியாய் சேயாய் நனியானே மாற்ற மனம் கழிய நின்ற மறையோனே கறந்த பால் கண்ணலோடு நெய் கலந்தால் போல சிறந்தடியார் சிந்தனையுள் தேனூறி நின்று பிறந்த பிறப்பறுக்கும் எங்கள் பெருமான் நிறங்களோர் ஐந்துடையாய் விண்ணோர்கள் ஏத்த மறைந்திருந்தாய் என் பெருமான் வல்வினையை தன்னை மறைந்திர மூடிய மாய இருளை அறம்பாவம் என்னும் அரும் கயிற்றால் கட்டி புறந்தோல் போர்த்தெங்கும் புரு அழுக்கு மோடி மலம் ஜோறும் 9 வாயிற்குடிலை மலங்க புலனைந்தும் வஞ்சனையைச் செய்ய விலங்கு மனத்தால் விமலா உனக்கு கலந்த அன்பாகி கசிந்து உள்ளுருகும் நலந்தானில்லாத சிறியேற்கு நல்கி நிலந்தன் மேல் வந்தருளி நீழ்கழல்கள் காட்டி ஞாயிற்கிடையாய் கிடந்த அடியேற்கு தாயிற் சிறந்த தயாவான தத்துவனே மாசற்ற ஜோதி மலர்ந்த மலர்ச்சுடரே தேசனே தேனார் அமுதே சிவபுரனே பாசமாம் பற்றறுத்து பாரிக்கும் மாரியனே நேச அருள் புரிந்து நெஞ்சில் வஞ்சம் கெட பேராது நின்ற பெரும் கருணை பேராரே ஆரா அமுதே அளவிலா பெம்மானே ஓராதார் உள்ளத்து ஒளிக்கும் ஒளியானே நீராயுருக்கியன் ஆருயிராய் நின்றானே இன்பவும் துன்பவும் இல்லானே உள்ளானே அன்பருக்கு அன்பனே யாவையுமாய் அல்லையுமாம் சோதியனே துன்னிருளே தோன்றா பெருமையனே ஆதியனே அந்தம் நடுவாகி அல்லானே ஈர்த்தென்னை ஆட்கொன்ற எந்தை பெருமானே கூர்த்தமை ஞானற்றால் கொண்டுணர்வார் தம் கருத்தின் நோக்கரிய நோக்கே நுணுக்கரிய நுண்ணுணர்வே போக்கும் வரவும் புணர்வுமிலா புண்ணியனே காக்கும் என் காவலனே காண்பரிய பேருளியே ஆற்றின்ப வெள்ளமே அத்தாமிக்காய் நின்ற தோற்றச் சுரரொளியாய் சொல்லாத நுண்ணுணர்வாய் மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் வெவ்வேறே வந்தறிவாம் தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உண்ணா அமுதே உடையானே வேற்று விகார விடக்குடம்பின் உள்கிடப்ப ஆற்றேன் எம்மையா அருணேயோ என்றென்று போற்றி புகழ்ந்திருந்து பொய்கெட்டு மெய்யானார் மீட்டிங்கு வந்து வினை பிறவி சாராமே கள்ள புலக்குரம்பே கட்டழிக்கு வல்லானே நள்ளிருளில் நட்டம் பயின்றாடும் நாதனே தில்லையுள் கூத்தனே தென்பாண்டி நாட்டானே அல்லல் பிறவி அறுப்பானே ஓ என்று சொல்லற்கரியானே சொல்லி திருவடி கீழ் சொல்லிய பாட்டின் பொருள் உணர்ந்து சொல்லுவார் செல்வ சிவபுரத்தின் உள்ளார் சிவனடி கீழ் பல்லோரும் ஏற்ற பணிந்து திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
Thank you, Rasika. Shekhar Kalyanam and Vijay Iyer will now chant Upadesasaram. Shekhar, please unmute yourself.
Khatrajnaya prapyade palam karma kim param karma dajjadam kritimaho tathau patanakaranam phalamashashvatam yadnirodakam ishwararpitam nechayakritam chittasodhakam muktisadhakam कायवाङ्मना कार्यमुत्तमम् पूजनं जप चिन्तनं क्रमात् जगत ईषधी युक्तसेवनम् अष्टमूर्तिभृत्तेव पूजनम् उत्तमस्तवा दुच्छमन्दः चित्तजं जप ध्यानमुत्तमम् आर्यधारया स्रोतसा समम् सरलचिन्तनम् विरलतत्परम् भेदभावना सोऽहमित्यसौ भावनाभिता पावनीमता भावशून्यसद्भावसुतिः भावनाफला भक्तिरुत्तमा हृस्थले मनः स्वस्थता क्रिया भक्तियोगबोधाश्य वायुरोधना लीयते मनः जालभक्षिपस्त्रोदसाधनम् चित्तवायव चित्क्रियायुताः शाखयोद्वयी शक्तिमूलका लयविनाशने उभयरोधने लयगतं पुनः भवति नोऽमृतम् प्राणबन्धना लीनमानसम् एकचिन्तना नाशमेतदः नष्टमानसो कृष्टयोगिनः कृत्यमस्ति किं स्वस्तिथिं यतः दृश्यवारितं चित्तमात्मनः चित्वदर्शनं तत्वदर्शनं मानसंस्थ किं मार्गणे कृते नैव मानसं मार्ग आर्जवात् वृष्टयोस्तवं वृद्धिमाश्रिता वृद्धयो मनो वृद्धयं मनः अहमयं कुतो भवति चिन्वतः ऐवतत्यकं निजविचारणम् अहमिनाशभाजतमहं त्वया स्फुरति हृत्स्वयं परमपूर्णसत् इदमहं पदा अभिख्यमहम् अहमिलीनके विलय सत्यया विग्रहेन्द्रिय प्राणधीतमहं नागमेकसत् तच्चरम्यसत् सत्स्वभाषिका चित्तवेतरा सत्सया हि चेत् चित्तयाह्यहम् ईशजीवयो वेशजीविता सत्स्वभावतो वस्तु केवलम् भेषहानः स्वात्मदर्शनम् ईश्वदर्शनम् स्वात्मरूपतः आत्मसंस्थितिः स्वात्मदर्शनम् आत्मनिर्भया आत्मनिश्चता ज्ञानवर्जिता अज्ञानहीन चेत् ज्ञानमस्ति किं ज्ञातुमन्तरम् किं स्वरूपमे इत्यात्मदर्शने अव्ययाभया अपूर्णसित्सुखम् बन्धमुक्त्यति इदं परं सुखम् विन्द्यजीहजी दैविकः अहमपेदकम् निजविभानकम् महदितं तपो रमणवाक्यम्.
Thank you, Shekhar and Viji. Nikita Krishna will now sing verses 7 and 8 from Sri Ramana Chatvarimshat, composed by Sri Kavya Kanta Ganapati Muni. Nikita, please unmute yourself.
रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं फनिना निनायक वर्ण्य गुणौ गभृता भणिति प्रिय सत्यहिता भणता बहुमानव सदायता सुखिता मवमानत तेरा विदुनवता बहुमानव सदायता सुखिता मवमानत तेरा विदुनवता रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं यतिनामधिपेन कुशाग्रलसन्मतिना धृतिना चित्त भुवा लहरीं प्रमदस्य सदा वहता निहतान्तरशास्त्रवसंहतिना लहरीं प्रमदस्य सदा वहता निहतान्तरशास्त्रवसंहतिना रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं रमणेन सनातमिदं भुवनं तमिदं भुवनं तमिदं भुवनम्.
Thank you, Nikita. Lastly, Shankari Mahesh will be singing Adi Illada Anandam. Shankari, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Adi illada anandam andamillada anandam Adi illada anandam andamillada anandam Gurunadar tanda anandam Gurunadar tanda anandam Tandai Ramanan tanda inda anandam Adi illada anandam andamillada ஆனந்தம் மழையாய் வந்து நதியாய் மாறி மழையாய் வந்து நதியாய் மாறி கடலில் கரைந்த ஆனந்தம் அருள் கடலில் கரைந்த ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் பரமானந்தம் அருணாச்சல ரமணானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் பரமானந்தம் அருணாச்சல ரமணானந்தம் ஆதி இல்லாத ஆனந்தம் அந்தமில்லாத ஆனந்தம் கண்ணை பார்த்தாலும் கதையை கேட்டாலும் கண்ணை பார்த்தாலும் கதையை கேட்டாலும் சும்மா இருந்தாலே ஆனந்தம் சும்மா இருந்தாலே ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் பரமானந்தம் அருணாச்சல ரமணானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் பரமானந்தம் அருணாச்சல ரமணானந்தம் ஆதி இல்லாத ஆனந்தம் அந்தமில்லாத ஆனந்தம். சொந்தமில்லாத பந்தமில்லாத சொந்தமில்லாத பந்தமில்லாத நானே இல்லாத ஆனந்தம். நானே இல்லாத ஆனந்தம். ஆனந்தம் பரமானந்தம் அருணாச்சல ரமணானந்தம். ஆனந்தம் பரமானந்தம் அருணாச்சல ரமணானந்தம். ஆதியில்லாத ஆனந்தம். அந்தமில்லாத ஆனந்தம். குருநாதர் தந்த ஆனந்தம். குருநாதர் தந்த ஆனந்தம். தந்தை ரமணன் தந்த இந்த ஆனந்தம். தந்தை ரமணன் தந்த இந்த ஆனந்தம். Thank you.
Thank you, Shankari. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thank you. And over to the Georgia Satsang Group.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. My name is Sridhar Bharadwaj. The Georgia Satsang Group is delighted to be part of this wonderful celebration, and we are very grateful for this opportunity. We will begin with an invocation by Srimati Mangalam Kalyanam.
கலினில் கண்ட கடவுளாம் ரமணனை, கலியினில் கண்ட கடவுளாம் ரமணனை, கருத்தினில் யான் தூதி செய்து கதி பெற கந்தனு கண்ணனே கஜமுகனே நீ, கந்தனு கண்ணனே கஜமுகனே நீ, கருணை கூர்ந்து அருள் புரிவாயே கந்தனு கண்ணனே கஜமுகனே நீ, கருணை கூர்ந்து அருள் புரிவாயே.
Thank you. Next, we will chant the Saddarshanam. Nimmi and I will chant it. I would like to dedicate this to the former president of Sri Ramanashram, Sri V.S. Ramanan, who taught me Saddarshanam.
सत्प्रत्यया किन्नु विहाय सन्तं हृद्येष चिन्तारहितो हृदाख्यः कथं स्मरामस्तममेयमेकं तस्य स्मृतिस्तत्र दृढैव निष्ठा मृत्युञ्जयं मृत्युभियाश्रितानाम् अहं मतिर्मृत्युमुपैति पूर्वम् अतः स्वभावादमृतेषु तेषु कथं पुनर्मृत्युधियोऽवकाशः सर्वैर्निदानं जगतोऽहमश्च वाश्च प्रभु कश्चिदपारशक्तिः चित्रेऽत्रलोक्यं च विलोकिता च पठः प्रकाशोऽप्यभवत्स एकः आरभ्यते जीवजगत्परात्मा तत्त्वाभिधानेन मतं समस्तम् इदं त्रयं यावदहं मतिः स्यात् सर्वोत्तमाहं मतिशून्यनिष्ठा सत्यं मृषा वाचिदिदं जडं वा दुःखं सुखं वेति मुधा विवादः अदृष्टलोकानिरहं प्रतीतिर्निष्ठा विकल्पा परमाखिलेष्टा स्वरूपबुद्धिर्जगतीश्वरे च स्वरूपधीरात्मनि यावदस्ति अरूपात्मा यदि कप्रपश्येत् सा दृष्टिरेका नवदिर्हि पूर्णा यत्पञ्चकोशात्मकमस्ति देहं तदन्तरा किं भुवनं चकास्ति देहं विना पञ्चविधं तदेतत् पश्यन्ति के वा भुवनं भणन्तु शब्दादिरूपं भुवनं समस्तं शब्दादिसत्तेन्द्रियवृत्तिभास्या सत्तेन्द्रियाणां मनसो वशे स्यात् मनोमयं तद्भुवनं वदामः धिया सहोदेति धियास्तमेति लोकस्ततो धी प्रविभास्य येषः लोकजन्मक्षयदामपूर्णं सद्वस्तु जन्मक्षयशून्यमेकं भवन्तु सद्दर्शनसाधनानि परस्य नामाकृतिभिः सपर्याः सद्वस्तुनि प्राप्त तदात्मभावा निष्ठैव सद्दर्शनमित्यवेहि द्वन्द्वानि सर्वाण्यखिलास्त्रिपुट्यः किञ्चित् समाश्रित्य विभान्ति वस्तु तन्मार्गणे स्यात् गलितं समस्तं न पश्यतां सच्चलनं कदापि विद्यां कथं भाति न चेद विद्या विद्यां विना किं प्रविभात्य विद्या द्वयं च कस्येति विचार्य मूल स्वरूपनिष्ठा परमात्मविद्या बोधारमात्मानमजानतो यो बोधस्य किं स्यात् परमार्थबोधः बोध्यस्य च संश्रयं स्वं विजानतस्तद्वितयं विनश्येत् निद्रा न विद्या ग्रहणं न विद्या गृह्णाति किञ्चिन्न यथार्थबोधे निद्रा पदार्थग्रहणेतरा स्यात् चिदेव विद्या विलसन्त्यशून्या सत्यश्चिदात्मा विविधाकृतिश्चित् सिद्धे पृथक् सत्यचितो न भिन्ना भूषा विकारा किमु सन्ति सत्यं विना सुवर्णं पृथगत्र लोके तद्युष्मदोरस्मति सम्प्रतिष्ठा तस्मिन् विनष्टे स्मति मूलबोधात् तद्युष्मदस्मन्मतिवर्जितैका स्थितिर्ज्वलन्ति सहजात्मनः स्यात् भूतं भविष्यच्च भवत्स्वकाले तद्वर्तमानस्य विहाय तत्त्वं हास्यान किं स्यात् गतभाविचर्चा विनैकसंख्यां गणनेव लोके क्व भाति दिक्कालकथा विनास्मान् दिक्काललीलेह वपुर्वयं चेत् न क्वापि भामो न कदापि भामो वयं तु सर्वत्र सदा च भामः देहात्मभावे ञरडौ समाना रेखस्य देहे हृदि दीप्तात्मा आक्रम्य देहं च जगच्च पूर्णः परस्य मेयं तनुमात्रमात्मा अज्ञस्य विज्ञस्य च विश्वमस्ति पूर्वस्य दृश्यं जगदेव सत्यं परस्य दृश्याश्रयभूतमेकं सत्यं प्रपूर्णं प्रविभात्य रूपं विधेः प्रयत्नस्य च कोऽपि बाध स्तयोर्द्वयोर्मूलमजानतां स्यात् विधेः प्रयत्नस्य च मूलवस्तु संजानतां नैव विधिर्न यत्नः यदीशितुर्वीक्षणमीक्षितारम् अवीक्ष्य सन्मानसिके क्षणं स्यात् न द्रष्टुरन्यः परमोहितस्य वीक्षा स्वमूले प्रविलीय निष्ठा आत्मानमीक्षेत परं प्रपश्येत् नित्यागमोक्ते सुलभो न भावः नात्मैव दृश्यो यदि काकथेशे स्वयं तदन्नी भवनं तदीक्षा दिये प्रकाशं परमो वितीर्य स्वयं दियोऽन्त प्रविभाति गुप्तः दियं परावर्त्य दियोऽन्तरेत्र संयोजनानैश्वर दृष्टिरन्या न वक्ति देहोऽहमिति प्रसुप्तौ न कोऽपि न भूवमिति प्रवर्ति यत्रोदिते सर्वमुदेति तस्य धियाहमशोदय जन्मदेशम् देहो न जानाति सतो न जन्म देह प्रमाणोऽन्य उदेति मध्ये अहंकृति ग्रंथि विबंध सूक्ष्म शरीर चेतो भव जीवनामा रूपोद्भवो रूपतति प्रतिष्ठो रूपाशनो दूत गृहीत रूपः स्वयं विरूपः स्वविचार काले दावत्यहंकार पिशाच एषः भावेऽहमः सर्वमिदं विभाति लयेऽहमो नैव विभाति किञ्चित् तस्मादहं रूपमिदं समस्तं तन्मार्गणं सर्वजयाय मार्गः सत्यस्थितिर्नाहमुदेति यत्र तच्चोदयस्थान गवेषणेन विना न नश्येद्यदि तन्न नश्येत् स्वात्मैक्यरूपा कथमस्तु निष्ठा कूपे यथा गाढजले तथान्तः निमज्य बुद्ध्याशितया नितान्तम् प्राणं च वाचं च नियम्य चिन्वन् विन्दे निजाहं कृतिमूलरूपम् मौनेन मज्जन्मनसा स्वमूल चर्चैव सत्यात्मविचारणं स्यात् एषोऽहमेतन्न मम स्वरूपम् इति प्रमा सत्यविचारणाङ्गम् गवेषणात् प्राप्य हृदन्तरं तत् पतेदहन्ता परिबुध्नशीर्षा अताहमन्यस्फुरति प्रकृष्टं नाहं कृतिस्तत्परमेव पूर्णम् अहं कृतिं यो लसति ग्रसित्वा किं तस्य कार्यं परिशिष्टमस्ति किञ्चित् विजानाति सनात्मनोऽन्यत् तस्य स्थितं भावयितुं क्षमः कः आह स्फुटं तत्त्वमसीति वेदस्तथाप्य सम्प्राप्य परात्मनिष्ठाम् भूयो विचारो मतिदुर्बलत्वं तत्सर्वदा स्वात्मतया हि भाति न वेद्यहं मामुत वेद्यहं मा इति प्रवादो मनुजस्य हस्यः दृदृश्य वेदात् किमयं विदात्मा स्वात्मैकतायां धियां न वेदः हृत्प्राप्य सद्धाम निजस्वरूपे स्वभावसिद्धेनुपलभ्य निष्ठाम् मायाविलासः सदसत्स्वरूप विरूपनानैकमुखप्रवादाः सिद्धस्य विक्तिः सथयेव सिद्धिः स्वप्नोपमाना खलु सिद्धयोन्याः स्वप्नप्रबुद्धस्य कथं नु सत्यः सति स्थितः किं पुनरेति मायां सोऽहं विचारो वपुरात्मभावे साहाय्यकारी परमार्गणस्य स्वात्मैक्यसिद्धौ स पुनर्निरर्थो यथा नरत्वप्रमितिर्नरस्य द्वैतं विचारे परमार्थबोधे अद्वैतमित्येष न साधुवादः गवेषणात् प्राग्दशमे विनष्टे पश्चाश्च लब्धे दशमत्वमेकम् करोमि कर्मेति नरोऽभिजानन् बाध्यो भवे कर्मफलं च भोक्तुम् विचारदूता हृदि कर्तृता चेत् कर्मत्रयं नश्यति सैव मुक्तिः बद्धत्वभावे सति मोक्षचिन्ता बन्धस्तु कस्येति विचारणेन सिद्धे स्वयं स्वात्मनि नित्यमुक्ते क्व बन्धचिन्ता क्व च मोक्षचिन्ता रूपिण्यरूपिण्युभयात्मिका च मुक्तिस्त्रिरूपेति विदो वदन्ति इदं त्रयं या विविनज्ञहन्ति तस्याः प्रणाशः परमार्थमुक्तिः सद्दर्शनं द्राविडवाग्निबद्धं महर्षिणा श्रीरमणेन शुद्धं प्रबन्धमुत्कृष्टममर्त्यवाण्यां मनुज्यवासिष्ठमुनिर्व्यतानि सत्तत्त्वसारं शरणं ददानां मुमुक्षुलोकाय मुदं ददानाम् अमानुष श्रीरमणीयवाणी मयूखभिद्धिर्मुनिवाग्विभाति।
Next, we'll have a bhajan and reading by Sri Chandrakant Hemadi. Ananta, could you please play the recording?
Oh, Ramana Ramana Nam, Ramana Ramana Nam, Ramana Ramana Nam, Sri Ramana Ramana Nam. Bhav Papa Kate Dukh Mite Leke Ramana Nam, Bhava Samudra Sukhad Nav एक रमण नाम परम शांति सुख निदान दिव्य रमण नाम निराधार को आधार एक रमण नाम परम गोप्य परम दिव्य मंत्र रमण नाम शांत हृदय सदा वसत एक रमण नाम माता पिता बंधु सखा सब ही रमण नाम भक्त जनर जीवन धन एक रमण नाम रमण रमण नाम राम रमण नाम राम रमण नाम श्री राम रमण नाम रमण राम नाम राम रमण नाम राम रमण नाम श्री राम रमण नाम प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो रमण रमण नाम रमण रमण नाम रमण रमण नाम श्री रमण रमण नाम पाप कटे दुख मिटे लेके रमण नाम भव समुद्र सुखद नाव एक रमण नाम परम शांति सुख निदान दिव्य रमण नाम निराधार को आधार एक रमण नाम परम गोप्य परम दिव्य मंत्र रमण नाम शांत हृदय सदा वसत एक रमण नाम माता पिता बंधु सखा सब ही रमण नाम भक्त जनर जीवन धन एक रमण नाम, रमण राम नाम, राम रमण नाम, राम रमण नाम, श्री राम रमण नाम। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। अज्ञानतिम्रान्धस्य ज्ञानार्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः, गुरुरेव परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। स्थावरं जङ्गमं व्याप्तं यत्किञ्चित् सचराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। चिन्मयं व्यापि यत्सर्वं त्रैलोक्यं सचराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। सर्वश्रुति शिरोरत्न विराजितपदाम्बुजः वेदान्ताम्बुजसूर्यो यस्तस्मै रमणाय नमः। चैतन्यः शाश्वतः शान्तो व्योमातीतो निरञ्जनः बिन्दुनादकलातीत तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। ज्ञान शक्ति समारूढ़ः तत्वमाला विभूषितः भुक्ति मुक्ति प्रदाता च तस्मै रमणाय नमः। अनेक जन्म संप्राप्त कर्म बंध विदाहिने आत्मज्ञान प्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। शोषणं भवसिन्धोश्च ज्ञापनो सारसम्पदः गुरोपादोदकं सम्यक् तस्मै श्रीरमणाय नमः। न गुरोरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरोरधिकं तपः तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै रमणाय नमः। मन्नाथ श्री जगन्नाथ मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरु मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री रमणाय नमः। गुरुरादिरनादिश्च गुरु परमदेवतं गुरो परम परतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्री रमणाय नमः। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव, त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव, त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव, त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव। Reading from Upadesha Saram commentary by D.M. Shastri. कर्तुराज्ञया प्राप्यते फलम् कर्म किम param karma tajjadam. By the will of the Creator, action bears fruit. Is action then supreme? No, it is inert, unconscious. This is the fundamental answer to the ultimate question. We cannot perform actions and expect those actions to result in the desired fruits. The Creator, Ishvara or Shiva, is the Lord of the actions and determines what fruits and what subsequent actions will be forthcoming. We not only cannot control the future of our behavior, we cannot even choose the actions themselves, since these are influenced by an endless series of past actions. So action is in itself inert, unconscious. It and its fruits are Ishvaras. Do we choose our dream actions? For the Maharshi, waking and dream have the same degree of reality. In the Yoga Vasishtha, the crow yogin Bhuchunda was asked why he had survived for so many ages. He replied, "Who will be able to overstep the strict ordinances of Shiva? His will was that I should act thus, and other yogins should act in the way that they did. As every preordained event should work out in its results, such events will inevitably come to pass. Such is the nature of the law." The Sanskrit Jada is translated inert. Referring to this opening verse, the Maharishi says, "There is no truth in the insentient Jada. One whole consciousness prevails over all alone." And Karta means Ishwar. He is the one who distributes the fruits of action to each person according to his karma. That means that he is the manifest Brahman. The real Brahman is unmanifest and without motion. It is only the manifest Brahman that is named as Ishvara. Prema mudita manas.
Thank you. Next, we will have a song by Nimmi titled Guru Ramana. The lyrics of the song is posted in the link. I just posted it on the chat on YouTube. So if you click on it, there are 4 or 5 different links. So we will go in order. The first link has the lyrics and the English translation of this song.
அழகில் சுந்தரமாய் திருச்சூழியில் உதித்தாயோ, ஓ அழகில் சுந்தரமாய் திருச்சூழியில் உதித்தாயோ, 16ஆம் பிராயத்திலே மரணமிலான்மாவை கண்டாயோ, 16ஆம் பிராயத்திலே மரணமிலான்மாவை கண்டாயோ, புறத்தில் நாட்டம் போய் ஆன்ம சுகத்தில் இருந்தாயோ, ஓ புறத்தில் நாட்டம் போய் ஆன்ம சுகத்தில் இருந்தாயோ, அருணாச்சலம் செவி கேட்டு உன் அப்பனை அடைந்தாயோ, அருணாச்சலம் செவி கேட்டு உன் அப்பனை அடைந்தாயோ, கோவில் குகை பலன்று நீ மலையில் இருந்தாயோ, ஓ கோவில் குகை பலன்று நீ மலையில் இருந்தாயோ, மோன தவத்தினிலே ஒரு ராஜ்யம் புரிந்தாயோ, உன் மோன தவத்தினிலே ஒரு ராஜ்யம் புரிந்தாயோ, மௌன குரு பதத்தில் சிவப்பிரகாசம் நீ கண்டாயோ, ஓ மௌன குரு பதத்தில் சிவப்பிரகாசம் நீ கண்டாயோ, நான் யார் எனும் பெரும் நூல் ஏ பாருக்கு அளித்தாயோ, நான் யார் எனும் பெரும் நூல் ஏ பாருக்கு அளித்தாயோ, அம்மையின் ஆன்ம கடன் தீர்க்க அப்பளம் தந்தாயோ ஓ அம்மையின் ஆன்ம கடன் தீர்க்க அப்பளம் தந்தாயோ மக்கள் துயர் நீங்க ஒரு ஆசிரமம் கொண்டாயோ மக்கள் துயர் நீங்க ஒரு ஆசிரமம் கொண்டாயோ பசுமையில் மானிடரும் உன்னில் ஈர்க்க நீ கண்டாயோ ஓ பசுமையில் மானிடரும் உன்னில் ஈர்க்க நீ கண்டாயோ உன் மௌன சந்நிதியில் பலர் துன்பம் துடைத்தாயோ உன் மௌன சந்நிதியில் பலர் துன்பம் துடைத்தாயோ அந்தம் இல்லா உண்மையதை பறைசாற்ற நீ வந்தாயோ ஓ அந்தம் இல்லா உண்மையதை பறைசாற்ற நீ வந்தாயோ பல ஜன்ம புண்ணியத்தால் எங்களை கரை சேர்க்க வந்தாயோ பல ஜன்ம புண்ணியத்தால் எங்களை கரை சேர்க்க வந்தாயோ ஒளியே குரு ரமணா எங்கள் கதியே குரு ரமணா ஒளியே குரு ரமணா எங்கள் கதியே குரு ரமணா ஒலியே குரு ரமணா எங்கள் கதியே குரு ரமணா எங்கள் கதியே குரு ரமணா.
Next, I wish to take you to the year 1927, when the poet saint Sri Muruganar requested Bhagwan to give instruction, just as Lord Shiva gave the Upadesha to the rishis of Daruka forest. Bhagwan blessed us with 30 verses in Tamil called Upadesa Undiyar. Subsequently, at Yogi Ramaya's request, Bhagwan rendered the text in Telugu under the name of Anubhuti Saram initially, and later it was changed to Upadesa Saram. So next we'll have Sai Shri chanting the Telugu Upadesa Saram. Ananta, can you please play the recording?
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Karmamo phalamichu kartragnavalanā karmamu daivama karmamu jadame karma phalamu chedi karanam baguchu karmabdi badadroyu gati niyadayya kartrarpita phala nishkamya karmambu chitta shuddhi nosagi cherchunu dari kaya vang manasa karanakramamuna cheyu puja japa chintalu melu ashtamurtulu sarvamaishwarudanu drishtito grita seva devata puja uttama stotramuluchairupaamshu chitta japamulalo chintayuttamamu saridadhyadhara bol sarala chintanamu virala chintana kanna viryavatavunu భావభేదము కంటే పరుడునేననడు భావనా భేదమే పరమోత్తమామగు భావబాలంబుచే భావనాతీత భావస్థితి మునులు పరభక్తి అనిరి కర్మము భక్తి యోగ జ్ఞానమూలిదే మర్మాన స్వస్థమై మనముండు మహిమా వాయులో నడ్డిన వలబడ్డ పక్షి న్యాయముందు మనము పాయమో నిధియు చిత్తము ప్రాణము చిత్క్రియాశక్తి యుక్త శాఖలు మూల శక్తి ఏకంబు లయమునా సామనియు భయము రోదామగు లయమందు బడిలేచు బైరాదు మృతము ప్రాణరోధము చేత బద్ధమానమును పోనీయుమొకదారి హాని చెందునది మనసు రూపును మాపు మహనీయ యోగి తన రూపమందున పనిలేనివాడు చిత్తము దృశ్యముల్ చేరక తనకు చిత్వమేరుగుటయే తత్వమేరుగుట మనసు స్వరూపము మరువక ఎరుక మనమానునది లేదు మార్గము సూటి తలపులే మనమెల్ల దాననేననినా తలపాది మనమును దాననే నేను నీదది పుట్టు నా స్థానము వెదుక నీనది పడునిది జ్ఞాన పద్ధతిరా నేనడంగిన చోట నేననుచు తానుగా తోచును తాను పూర్ణంబు నేనద్దమది నేను లేనట్టి నిద్ర తాను నేనేని లేక తానున్నదానా దేహమింద్రియ వాయుదీతమంబెల్లా నాహమాసద చిత్తు సోహాము సత్తు ఉన్నది తెలియవేరొక చిత్తు లేదు ఉన్నదే జ్ఞానము నున్న చిత్తేను ఉన్న జీవేశ్వరులొక వస్తువాత్మా భిన్నము పాది చిత్తన్న చిహ్నములే తాను పాది వదలి తన్నెరుంగుటయే తానుగా వెలుగీస తత్వదర్శనము తానుగా నునికియే తన్నెరుంగుటరా తాను రెండెక్కడ తన్మయ నిష్ట జ్ఞానమజ్ఞానంబులేని బోధంబే జ్ఞానమెరుగుటకేదేదియూ లేదు తన రూపమేదని తాను దర్శింప ఘన చిత్తనంతాద్య ఖండ సుఖామగు బంధముక్తులు లేని పరసుఖా సిద్ధి పొందును దైవిక పుణ్యాచరితుడు అహములేని స్వయం అనుభూత నిష్ట మహదుగ్ర తపమనే మహిరామణ ఋషి.
Thank you. Next, Srimati Mangalam Kalyanam and Nimmi will sing Muruganar's Tiruvambavai, verse 22. For those of you that want to follow along, again, please click the link on the chat in the YouTube. And there is a Tamil words as well as the English transliteration that you can follow along.
யான் பரம் என்றே செருக்கா வெண்ணுள்ளே வேங்கடவன் யான் பரம் என்றே செருக்கா வெண்ணுள்ளே வேங்கடவன் தான்
தான் கடவுளாக தலைப்பட்டு ஒளிர்வதனால் தான் கடவுளாக தலைப்பட்டு ஒளிர்வதனால் ஊன் கெட்டு உயிர் கெட்டு உணர்வு கெட்டு என் உள்ளமும் ஊன் கெட்டு உயிர் கெட்டு உணர்வு கெட்டு என் உள்ளமும் போய் நான் கெட்டது வாய் நடு நின்ற மெய்ஞான நான் கெட்டது வாய் நடு நின்ற மெய்ஞான வான்கடவுளாக வழங்குதலை யாரறிவார் வான்கடவுளாக வழங்குதலை யாரறிவார் யானோடு தான் என்னும் இருவோரும் அன்றிக்கே யானோடு தான் என்னும் இருவோரும் அன்றிக்கேல் நான் என்னும் சொற்பொருளை நாடி இதயத்தடுத்து நான் என்னும் சொற்பொருளை நாடி இதயத்தடுத்து நான் கெட நன்காடி நயவேலோ பாவாய் நான் கெட நன்காடி நயவேலோ பாவாய் யான் பரம் என்றே சேருக்கா வெண்ணுள்ளே வேங்கடவன்.
Next, we will have a video recording of personal recollection of Bhagavan and Chinnaswamy by Srimati Saraswati Sundar Raman, who was a teenager at the time of Bhagavan's Mahanirvana. And she was very kind enough to send us a recording of her experiences. So Ananta, if you could please play the recording.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Hello, Ramana family. My name is Raj Shekhar, and I'm a long-time member of the Atlanta Satsang. And I wanted to introduce my mother, who is visiting US these days. And she has recorded a short talk on her reminiscence of her young days when Sri Bhagavan was alive. And we will be playing that after this short introduction to me and my family. We are from Tiruvannamalai. Both my father's side and the mother's side are from Tiruvannamalai. My mother's family, at least 7 generations back, we can trace back even before Sri Bhagwan came to Arunachala in 1896. They were there, and they have been associated with Sri Ramanashram for many years. Even as recently as a few years back, my mother's younger brother is a lawyer at Tiruvannamalai who recently passed away, but he was closely associated with the ashramam. My father's side comes from a smaller village, close about 30 kilometers away from Tiruvannamalai. And again, similar to my mother's family, 7 generations at least we can trace back, and they have been farmers, farming family from a village called Padagam. And one other aspect, one other connection to Sri Bhagwan is the fact that HMR, all of you remember, a staunch devotee of Sri Bhagwan, she took residence in our home, our ancestral home, where my mother grew up. She took a room in the address 42 Carr Street, and that house is still maintained, and my cousin lives there these days. And my mother has some reminiscence in her young age of HMR party as well. So without further ado, I would ask my mother to say a few words for her reminiscence of the days when Sri Bhagwan was alive. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
நான் இப்பொழுது என் ரமணாசிரம அனுபவத்தை பற்றி சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். என் பெயர் சரஸ்வதி. அக்டோபர் 1936 ஆண்டு பிறந்து சுந்தர்ராமன் என்பவரை மணந்து வாழ்க்கை நடத்தி வந்தேன். என் தகப்பனார் நீலகண்ட ராவ் திருவண்ணாமலையில் புகழ்பெற்ற வக்கீலாக இருந்தார். அவருடைய குடும்பம் அவருடைய 3-4 தலைமுறையாக பகவானின் பக்தர்களாகத்தான் இருந்தார்கள். ரமணன் சின்ன வயதில் திருவண்ணாமலை வந்த போதிலிருந்தே என் குடும்பத்தில் அத்தனை பேரும் பகவானின் பக்தர்களாக இருந்தார்கள். என் தந்தையின் தாயார் ஸ்ரீ மீனாட்சி அம்மாள் ரமணருக்கு உணவுகள் எடுத்து ஸ்கந்தாசிரமம் சென்று கொடுத்து விட்டு வருவார். எச்சம்மா பாட்டி எங்கள் குடும்பத்தில் ஒருவராக இருந்து வந்தார். எச்சம்மா பாட்டியும் என் பாட்டியும் இருவரும் ஒன்றாக சேர்ந்து ஸ்ரீ பகவானுக்கு உணவு கொடுத்து விட்டு வந்துதான் தாங்கள் உணவு அருந்துவார்கள். எச்சம்மா பாட்டி எங்கள் வீட்டில் ஒரு தனி அறையில் சமைத்து சாப்பிட்டு ரமணாசிரமத்திற்கு வண்டியில் செல்வார். எச்சம்மா பாட்டி எங்கள் எல்லோருடனும் அன்பாகவும் பாசமாகவும் இருப்பார். எங்கள் குடும்பத்தில் நாங்கள் அனைவரும் அடிக்கடி ரமணாசிரமம் சென்று ரமணரை தரிசித்து ஆசீர்வாதம் பெற்று வருவோம். முக்கியமாக மாலை வேளையில் செல்வோம். ரமண பகவான் மாலை வேளையில் பொது மக்களுக்காக தரிசனம் கொடுப்பார். வேத பாராயணம், ருத்ரம் எல்லாம் பக்தர்களால் சொல்லப்படும். வேத பாராயணத்தை தலைமை வகித்தவர் என் கணவரின் தாத்தா ஸ்ரீ பஞ்சநத சாஸ்திரிகள். பாராயணத்தை கேட்டுக்கொண்டு 1 மணி அல்லது 2 மணி நேரமாவது பகவானின் எதிரில் உட்கார்ந்து கொண்டிருப்போம். பகவான் முகத்தை பார்த்து கொண்டிருந்ததில் மனதிற்கு ஒரு நல்ல அமைதி கிடைத்தது. பகவான் ஜெயந்தி அன்று எங்கள் குடும்பத்துடன் அனைவரும் காலை 9 மணி வாக்கில் புறப்பட்டு மாலைதான் வீடு திரும்புவோம். எனக்கு பகவானே 5 வயதிலேருந்தே தெரியும். ஆசிரம் போகலாம் என்று சொன்னாலே ஒரு சந்தோஷம். பெரும்பாலும் நான் என் பாட்டியுடன் சென்று விடுவேன். பகவான் அதிகமாக பேச மாட்டார். என் பாட்டியிடம் மீனாட்சி சௌக்கியமா என்று கேட்டது எனக்கு நினைவுக்கு வருகிறது. பகவானின் ஜெயந்தி அன்று பகவானுடன் எதிரில் உட்கார்ந்து கொண்டு உணவு அருந்தி இருக்கிறேன். அது என்னுடைய பாக்கியம் என்றுதான் சொல்ல வேண்டும். பகவானின் உடலை விட்டு பிரியும் போது ஆகாயத்தில் வால் நட்சத்திரம் சென்றது. அதை நானும் பார்த்திருக்கிறேன். உடனே ஸ்ரீ பகவான் மரண செய்தி வந்தது. உடனே எங்கள் குடும்பத்தின் அனைவரும் நாங்கள் ஆசிரமம் சென்று பகவானின் உடலை தரிசித்து வந்தோம். எனக்கு அப்போது 14 வயது. பகவானின் முகம் இப்போது கூட என் மனதில் பதிந்து இருக்கிறது. அவர் லட்சுமி பசுவை பார்க்க செல்வார். அப்போது நாங்களும் அவருடன் சென்று இருக்கிறோம். எங்கள் வீட்டிற்கு எந்த விருந்தினர்கள் வந்தாலும் நான் தான் அவர்களை ஆசிரமம், கோவில், கிரிவலம் என்று அழைத்துச் செல்வேன். அதில் எனக்கு ஒரு மன திருப்தி. ஆசிரமம் செல்லும் போதெல்லாம் ரமணரின் சிறிய சகோதரர் நிரஞ்சனானந்த சுவாமிகளையும் பார்த்துவிட்டு பேசிவிட்டு வருவோம். அவர் எங்களுடன் நன்றாகவே பேசுவார். அவரிடம்தான் விபூதி, குங்குமம், பிரசாதம் கிடைக்கும். அந்த குங்குமத்தின் கலரே ஒரு தனிதான். அவருடைய மகன் ஸ்ரீமான் வெங்கட்ராமன் அவர்களையும் சந்திப்போம். அவரும் எங்கள் குடும்பத்துடன் நன்றாக பழகுவார். ரமணாசிரமம் உறவு விடாமல் இருக்க எனது 2வது மகன் டாக்டர் ராஜ், 3வது மகள் ஸ்வர்ணலதா இருவரும் பகவானின் பக்தர்களாக இருக்கிறார்கள். அதில் எனக்கு மிக மிக மகிழ்ச்சியும் பெருமையாகவும் உள்ளது. இன்று எனக்கு இந்த அனுபவத்தை உங்கள் யாவருடன் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ளும் வாய்ப்பு கிடைத்ததற்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். பகவான் அருள் எல்லோருக்கும் இருக்கும்படி பிரார்த்தனை செய்கிறேன். ஓம் நமோ ரமணா. வணக்கம்.
Thank you. We will conclude the Georgia Satsang's contribution with a bhajan welcoming Bhagavan to the Arunachala in our hearts. It is titled Arunachala Selvane, and Varsha, Vikram and Vidya will sing.
Arunachala Selvane Baba Atmani Vasane Baba Arunachala Selvane Baba Atmani Vasane Baba Mauna Tattva Bodhakane Baba Guru Vipadam Sharaname Baba Mauna Tattva Bodhakane Baba Guru Vipadam Sharaname Baba Panchabhuta Vasane Baba Panchakosha Nasane Baba Panchabhuta Vasane Baba Panchakosha Nasane Baba Jivan Mukti Tarambhavane Baba Guru Vipadam Sharaname Baba Jivan Mukti Tarubhavane Baba Guru Vipadam Sharaname Baba Tai Tande Uraviranai Baba Ethilum Unne Kanave Baba Tai Tande Uraviranai Baba Ethilum Unne Kanave Baba என்றும் இந்த வாழ்விலே இன்று போலே உன்னை மறவாயிருக்கவே பாபா என்றும் இந்த வாழ்விலே இன்று போலே உன்னை மறவாயிருக்கவே பாபா ரமணா
Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now we will pass it off to the Bay Area Satsang group.
Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskar, everyone from the San Francisco Bay Area. My name is Gauri Kaushik. We, the Bay Area Satsang children, have put together a number of videos for everyone to enjoy on Bhagavan's Atman Day celebrations. Before we begin with the videos, we will have an invocation song by Hari Kaushik. Hari will be singing Jnanam Peralam by Sri Chengal Varaya Pillai, followed by Muktakatrayam.
Jnanam Peralam, Jnanam Peralam, Nalam Peralam, Yennalum Ananda Vittilamaralam, Ananda Vittilamaralam. Monanilai, Monanilai, Kachulor Terungati, Ramana, Ramanar Kanno Campechena, Madapere, Monanilai, Kachulor Terungati, Ramana. Kaino Campechena Amadapere Ramanar Kanno Campechena Amadapere Ekamaksharam Shritinirantaram Bhasate Swayam Likhyate Khatam Shritaya Kuhara Madhye Kevalam Brahma Matram Hyahamaham sakshat Atmarupena bhati Shriti Vishamanasa swam Chinvata majjatava Pavana chalana rodhat Atmanishto bhavatvam Deham rinmaya vajraatmakam Aham buddhirna tasyasyaso Naham taddadapeta supti samaye Siddhatma sadbhavataha Koham bhavayudakuto varadiya Trishtatmanishtatmanam Soham spurtitaya Arunachala Shivaha Purno vibhati swayam Soham spurtitaya Arunachala Shivaha Purno vibhati swayam Arunachala Shivaha Purno vibhati swayam
Namo Ramana. We will move on to the videos now. Over to Sri Ananta to play the video. Now we have Kavin Shriram, one of our youngest devotees, singing Upadesha Saram.
Karturajna praptate swaram karmatyam swaram karma tajjaram kriti modatau patana karanam फलमशाश्वतम् कतिनिरोधकम् ईश्वरार्पितम् नेचरार्पितम् चित्तशोधकम् मुक्तिसाधकम् कार्यवर्णनः कार्यवर्तनम् भोजनं जपस् चिन्तनमन्तमात् जगद ईश्वती युक्तसेवनम् अष्टमोत्रिभेद देवपूजनम् उत्तमस्तवा उच्चमततः चित्तजं जपस् ज्ञानमुत्तमम् अजदार्या कोटशासनम् सरलचिन्तनम् विरजतपनम् वेदभावना सोहमित्यसम् भावनाविदा भावनीमता भावशून्यसत् भावसृष्टिः भावनाबला भक्तिरुत्तमा स्थिते मनः स्वस्थता क्रिया भक्तिरोरभो तस्मिन् स्थितम् वादयोधना लीनते मनः ज्ञानभक्षगात् क्रोधसाधनम् चित्तमानवस् चित्तरायुतात् शाकयोधनी स्वस्तियोनकात् लय विनाशने उभयरोधने लयतं पुनः भवतिरोमतं प्राणबन्धना लीनमानसम् एकचिन्तना मास्ते नित्यतः नष्टमानसम् कृष्णयोगिनः कृतमस्ति किं स्वस्तित्यमेतः दृश्यमानितं चित्तमात्मनः चित्तदर्शनं तत्त्वदर्शनं मानसं तु किम् अपात्रमेतते लैवमानसं मार्गाजगात् रिक्तं विद्यः मनः अमयं ततो भवति चिन्ततः दृश्यवान् ऐपतत्यहं सृजति जानम् अहमिनाशवा जयहं तया स्फुरतिरस्वयं परमं पूर्णसत् इदमहं पदा विज्ञानमहम् अहमिलीनके त्वया सत्तया विक्तनेन्द्रिया प्राणदीतमः नन्मन्निर्कसत् तज्जनं दप्सत् सत्तवासिका चित्तवेत्ताया सत्तः ईचित् चित्तायाहम् ईश जीवयोर्वेशजीविता सस्वबारको वस्तु केवलम् वेसहनतः स्वतदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनम् स्वतरूपतः आत्मसंस्थितिः स्वतदर्शनम् आत्मनिर्भया आत्मस्थिता नानवर्जिता नान्यनेन चेत् ज्ञानमस्ति किं न तत्सनं स्वरूपमे जातदर्शने अव्ययाभया पूर्णचित्तुकं बन्धमुख्यति परं सुखं विन्ददेवजी वस्तुदेविकः पेतकं निजविभानकं महतीतं तपो रमणवागीयम्.
We now have a dance presentation for a few verses from Sri Ramana Chatvarimshat, written by Sri Kavya Kanta Ganapati Muni. The dance is choreographed and presented by Gauri Kaushik.
Vande Sri Ramana Rishehe Acharyasya Padabjam Yo me darshayadisham Bhantam Dhvantamatidya Kathaya nijaya kalusham harata karuna nidhina runashaila jusha Bhagavahana bhashita त्वविदा वृषवाहनमौनरहस्य भृता गणराण्मुखसूरिसभा गुरुणा गुणसञ्चय रत्नमहोदधिना घनगूढसहस्रकरेण यथा तनुकञ्चुकगुप्तमहामहसा चतुरेण चलेन्द्रियनिग्रहणे पटुना परकीयगुणग्रहणे छलवर्जितमौनसमाधिजुषा बलतर्जितभीकरकामरुषा जठरं समये परिपूरयता कठिनं व्रतमद्रितटे चरता झषकेतनशस्त्रदुरापहृदा कृषिमात्मविबोधविधो दधता भवभीकरवारिनिधिं तरता करतामरसेन सुपात्रवता स्वदृशाधिकशीतलकान्तिभृता भयमङ्घ्रिसरोजजुषां हरता नमतामतिभक्तिमतान्निधिना घनतापविधूनन सन्निधिना यतिधर्मततिं परिपालयता परितश्च तमो विनिवारयता फणिनायकवर्ण्यगुणौघभृता भणिति प्रियसत्यहिता भणता बहुमानवशादयता सुखिताम् अवमानततेरविदूनवता यतिनामधिपेन कुशाग्रलसन्मतिना धृतिनाशितचित्तभुवा लहरीं प्रमदस्य सदा वहता निहतान्तरशात्रवसंहतिना भगवत्पदमन्यजनासुलभं स्वगुणैरधिगत्य परं जयता ममतारहितेन हितेन सतां निहितेन गणप्रभुना हृदये धरणीधरजाङ्कमपि त्यजता धरणीतलवासितमोधुतये नरवेशभृता नगरन्ध्रकृता रमणेन सनाथमिदं भुवनम् परदेशिनेव धवलेन वाससः शकलेन वेष्टितकटिविशोभिना वरदेशिकेन नरवेशधारिणा शिखिवाहनेन गुरुमज्जगद्भवेत् अतीतगुणजालाय नैष्ठिकब्रह्मचारिणे नमो माया मनुष्याय गुरवे तारकारये यानायात्र न केकिनाङ्कुलपतिस्नानाय न स्वर्णदीपानाय क्षितिभुन्महेन्द्रदुहितुर्नस्तन्यदुग्धामृतम् गानाय प्रमथेश्वराः सवयसो नैवात्र वीणाभृतो वासं शोणगिरौ करोषि भगवन् क्रौञ्चाद्रिभेत्तः कुतः एकं वक्त्रमुमाङ्कवासविरह पाणौ न शक्त्यायुधम् मर्त्यत्वं न पताकिनी च पृतना पार्श्वत्वयेनाकिना देशोऽलं पुनरेष मुग्धनयन प्रच्छादने भूजुषाम् अन्तर्धानमुपैषितारकरिपो क्वस्तन्यदायादतः
For our next item, we have a talk by Advait Shankaran. Advait is going to tell us about his experience acting as Sri Bhagavan in the play Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, which was planned to be played in the San Francisco Bay Area and LA a few months ago.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Hello everyone, I'm Advait Shankaran, And today I would like to talk about my very enjoyable experience at the Ramana Maharishi play. This play on Bhagavan was staged first in India by Bombay Chanakya. The same troupe was supposed to visit the USA and perform in San Jose and later in LA, but the Indian actors couldn't make it because of visa problems, and I was lucky enough to land the role of Teen Bhagavan, thanks to the recommendation of Sunita Auntie and Kartik Uncle. This play was for a good cause since it precedes the ticket sales were to go to the Adyad Cancer Institute. My role as a teen Bhagavan was enlightening and enriching to play since I had no idea he went through these kind of things. His trek to Arunachala was moving since it showed his rock-hard determination to get to the place where he would spend the most of his rest of his life. My favorite scene in the play is when his mother Aragammal visits him and pleads him to come back with her. It was such an emotional and moving scene in the play where Aragammal rants and pleads Bhagavan to return home with her. We were supposed to have gone on stage in June, but unfortunately due to lockdown, it was shelved, though it really was a great shame that we were not able to perform because of COVID-19. The experience was very enriching nonetheless. I met so many talented and fabulous people, and really it would have been a fantastic play had this pandemic not occurred. I would like to thank Bhagirathi Auntie for being a great director for everyone, continually giving constructive criticism, and much more. I did make lots of new friends as well. I had fun rehearsing every single day. It was a shame that the pandemic closed the play, but in the next year, I hope that we would be able to get on stage and showcase the life of Bhagavan. Thank you. Here is an excerpt from our drama rehearsal for you to enjoy.
வெங்கடராமன் திருச்சுழி. இது எங்க இருக்கு திருச்சுழி?
இவன் என் பிள்ளைதான். இவன் என் பிள்ளைதான். வெங்கட்ராமா, வெங்கடோ, என்னடா கோலம் இது? உன்னை பார்க்காம இந்த 2 வருஷமா தவிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன்டா. யாரோ நீ திருவனந்தபுரத்துல இருக்கேன்னு ஒரு சமயம் சொன்னா. உடனே அங்க ஓடி போய் பார்த்து ஏமாத்தான் தான் மிஞ்சித்து. ராஜா, நீ இத்தனை நாள் இங்க இருந்தது போதும். வா, நம்மாத்துக்கு போலாம். வா வா. ஏண்டா எதுவும் பேச மாட்டேங்கிற? நான் யாருன்னு தெரியலையா? அம்மாடா. இத பாரு, அண்ணா நாகசாமி 2 பேரும் அடிச்சு கட்டிட்டு ஓடி வந்திருக்கோம். உன்னை பார்க்கணும், உன் கூட பேசணும், உன்னை கையோட நம்ம ஆத்துக்கு அழைச்சி.
Now you can watch Advait in a play performed by him, Meera Ram and Shiva Ram. This play was written by Ulas Gargi.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Are you okay?
What happened?
I don't know.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Where are you from?
I don't know.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Is there anything you do know?
My back hurts.
Can you not know who you are?
I mean, I don't remember.
You're not from around here. You must be a tourist.
I saw a lorry going past very fast. It must have hit him.
Oh.
What is the matter?
I don't know who I am.
That is the most common human condition. But you should not take it so hard.
No. I mean, I don't remember who I am.
Most people don't.
You don't understand.
Are you sure it is I who does not understand? You are worried that you do not remember those words that people attach to this body of yours in the year of your birth. But is that who you really are? Those words?
It is no fun to not know your own name.
I assure you, you are missing out on even more fun by not knowing who you really are.
What do you mean?
So you lost your memory due to an injury. Yet even before the injury, you did not know who you were, where you came from, or where you were going. Yet you were not sad then.
Of course I did. I had a name, a family, a job.
Some words, an accident of fate, and some habits. If that is sufficient for your curiosity, well, be happy.
Oh, wait. Tell me what you mean.
You are not this body.
It feels real and painful enough.
Or these external things that are attached.
This ground feels solid enough.
Or even this mind. Look inside yourself to find out who the I that is feeling the pain and asking the question is. That is all.
Breathe in. I'm a bit hungry. I wonder what's for dinner. These satsang dinners are so great. Oh, I have to inquire. Who am I? Breathe in. It's a bit quiet upstairs. I hope the kids are okay. Oh, I have to inquire. Who am I? I get an eye checkup done. My teeth need cleaning, and I didn't use my benefits at all last year. Oh, I have to inquire. Who am I? Breathe in. This ground is uncomfortable. Remember your workout last week? That instructor was so rude. I really must be regular with my workouts. But I'm such a busy person. Nobody appreciates how busy I am. Oh, I have to inquire. Who am I? Who am I?
By sleeping, you will not realize. But by meditating on sleep, you will realize. You don't need death experience. Bhagavan had death experience, but Bhagavan did not tell
all of us to have death experience. Nowhere in the talks he said you should have death experience. He said deep sleep is enough, because it gives you, every day it gives you death experience. Every day you are having death experience, and you are not by death Bhagavan did not realize by death experience. He realized by doing inquiry. He had that death experience, and when he came out, he found who died. It is the body. The body was taken to the cremation ground. It will be burnt, and the body disappears. But am I the body? I am not the body. Something separate from the body is there, fully expressing itself in the heart as I. So that I am, it's not the body, it is the self.
I am your father.
You are Ramana.
I am your mother.
You are the self.
I am your friend.
You are that.
I am your enemy.
You are myself. You are Ramana.
What is the matter?
I don't know what the point of it all is.
Well, who is the one asking the question? Who is the one watching this?
Sri Ramanarpanamastu.
We now have a dance performed by Shreya Surya. Shreya is dancing to a song written and composed by Sri Sriram Parthasarathi.
മായമനം പോയവേ മായമനം പോയവേണുമേ മായമനം പോയവേണുമേ ഗുരുദേവാ മായമനം പോയവേണുമേ ഗുരുദേവാ മായമനം പോയവേണുമേ ഗുരുദേവാ തൂയ പരമ്പൊരുളை தூய பரம்பொருளை உணர வேணுமே மாயமனம் போய வேணுமே குருதேவா தூய பரம்பொருளை உணர வேணுமே மாய மனோ ஓய வேணுமே குருதேவா தூய பரம் பொருளை உணர வேணுமே மாய மனோ ஓய வேணுமே காயமோடி உலகில் கோடி ஜன்மங்கள் ஏனோ காயமோடி உலகில் கோடி ஜன்மங்கள் ஏனோ காயமோடி உலகில் கோடி ஜன்மங்கள் ஏனோ நீ காரணம் சொல் அகவிதி மலராததுதானோ என் மாய மனோ போய வேணுமே காயமோடு உலகில் கோடி ஜன்மங்கள் ஏனோ நீ காரணம் சொல் அகவிதி மலராததுதானோ என் மாய மனோ ஓய வேணுமே குருதேவா தூய பரம்பொருளை உணர வேணுமே மாய மனம் ஓய வேணுமே பாரினில் துயர் மீறிடும் பொழுதே உன் நினைவு பாரினில் துயர் மீறிடும் பொழுதே உன் நினைவு அன்றி யார் எண்ணிடுவார் உனை இதுவே உலகியல்பு பாரினில் துயர் மீறிடும் பொழுதே உன் நினைவு அன்றி யார் எண்ணிடுவார் உனை இதுவே உலகியல்பு ஓர் கணம் கிருபை கூர்ந்திடு ஓர் கணம் கிருபை கூர்ந்திடு அடியேனையும் இணைந்து ஓர் கணம் கிருபை கூர்ந்திடு அடியேனையும் இணைந்து கண் பார்த்திடு அருள் சேர்த்திடு வினையாவையும் களைந்து என் மாய மனோ ஓய ஓர் கணம் கிருபை கூர்ந்திடு அடியேனையும் நினைந்து கண் பார்த்திடு அருள் சேர்த்திடு வினையாவையும் களைந்து மகவா நிரகனி மாபதக சமகவா நிரகனி மாபதக கரி மக சமக மனித மகரி மகரி காரி நீத பாமாய மனோ ஓய
sa magaba nidadani mabadaga gari magaga magaba nidadani mabadaga gari maga samaga manida magari magari dari nida maya manu oyanu pa maya manu oyanu Samagaba, Nida Gari Mabadaga, Gari Maga Samaga Manida Magari Magari, Tani Nida Baba Maya, Tani Nida Baba Maya, Mano, oh yeah, Gurudeva, Surya Param. பொருளை உணர வேணுமே மாய மனோ மாய மனோ மாய மனோ ஓ மேய
As we continue with our Advent Day celebration, Bay Area Satsang now presents a video which is a tribute to Mother Aragamal. The Gumi Pata, written on Bhagavan's mother Aragamal's life, is composed by Satya Narayanan. The video is put together by Bharati Narayanan, Mukhil Narayanan, and Vainil Narayanan. Presenting now Aragamal, A Silent Journey.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Realization is not acquisition of anything new, nor is it a new faculty. It is only removal of all camouflage. Bhagavan Ramana. The story of Mother Aragamal is the one that starts and ends in light. She bore the infinite light Bhagavan Ramana in her womb as Venkatraman, and in the end merged with the luminous self at the graceful hands of Bhagavan. As a saint she was raw and vulnerable to all things worldly. Yet, under the loving gaze of Bhagavan Ramana, she got transformed into a ripe soul and journeyed towards silence. Bhagavan removed all her camouflage and revealed the pure heart of a saint in her beloved mother Argamal. In this tribute, we present the story of this great saint in the South Indian traditional folk song called Gummi Patu. We welcome you all to clap your hands and join us in the singing of Argamal Gummi Patu.
கும்மியடி அழகம்மையடி போற்றி கும்மியடி அம்மையவள் தம்மை ஒப்படை தெரியாம முக்தி பெற்றாள் என்று கும்மியடி கும்மியடி பெண்ணை கும்மியடி அழகம்மையடி போற்றி கும்மியடி அம்மையவள் தம்மை ஒப்படை தெரியாம முக்தி பெற்றாள் என்று கும்மியடி. அண்டமெல்லாம் ஒரு பிரம்மத்தையே அடி வயிற்றுக்கு பொத்தை பாதுகாத்து கண்டமெல்லாம் உயர் சுந்தரத்தை சேர்த்து கதிரை பெற்றால் என்று கும்மியடி சுந்தரநாதன் போயும் கல்லங்கா தன்னரும் செல்வத்தை தான் பிரிந்தார் சுந்தரராரும் தில்லை காசி விட்டு சுந்தரேஸ்வரடி கொண்டு விட்டார் இத்தை தேராது என்றெழுதி வைத்தே பாலன் எங்கோ தொலைந்தான் அழகம்மை மகன் பித்தான தாழ் மனம் தேம்பி அழுத்தெட்டு திக்கிலம் தேடி கலைத்து விட்டார். அருணாமலை இல்லோர் விடலை சுவாமி அங்கே யாராரோ கண்டதாய் செய்தி கேட்டார் கருணை கண்ணியவளை தூணின்றார் மகன் திரும்பிடுவான் என்று நம்பி வந்தார் தந்தை தன் இதயத்தில் வீற்றிருந்தான் அவன் தாயின் கண்ணீருக்கு கரையவில்லை சொந்த மகன் உலக சொந்தமானான் என்று வந்த வழி மீண்டார் மௌனத்துடன் முதலுபதேசத்தை பெற்றால் என்னத்தான் முழுகிய சம்சார விட்டிடுமா 14 வருடங்கள் திளைத்திருந்து பெரும் காய்ச்சலுடன் பிள்ளை இடம் சேர்ந்தார். அடியாக கஷ்டத்தில் வேண்டிக் கொள்ள அருள் பகவானே அன்னைக்காய் வேண்டிக் கொண்டார் மடியில் சுமந்தவள் தன்னை அருணேச இதயத்தில் சுமக்கவே குணமடைந்தார் எத்தனையோ இன்னல் பட்டு விட்டால் அம்மை எத்தனை சுற்றங்கள் தான் இருந்தார் அத்தனையும் போதும் போதும் என்றே விட்டார் முத்தன் மகனடி தஞ்சம் சேர்ந்தார் பிள்ளை பாசம் உள்ளே பொங்கி வர விமலன் பிச்சை எடுப்பது தான் சகியார் முற்காடு மலையெங்கு தேடு தீர்ந்தில்லை மணி நீரையப்படி தன்னமிட்டாள். துறவி மகனுக்கு பிடிக்கும் என்றே ஊர் தெரு ரூபாய் அம்மை கையேந்தி புறத்திட்டு அப்பாலம் புழித்தெடுத்தால் அங்கே பிறந்ததோ ஆன்ம பல பாட்டு.
இப்புவி தன்னில் ஏங்கி திரியாம சத்போத சுக சத்குருவானவர் இப்புவி தன்னில் ஏங்கி திரியாம சத்போத சுக சத்குருவானவர் செப்பாது சொன்ன தத்துவமாகிற ஒப்புயர்வில்லா ஓர் மொழியின்படி அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டுன் ஆசையை தீரு அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு.
அகமாட்டியாவரும் அருணேசரே என்று அழகம்மைக்கு பகவான் தானுணர்த்த விழகாளியோ இல்லை வேதாத்தியோ வண்ணம் விட்டோழித்யாவர்க்கும் மன்னமிட்டாள். தன் முன்னோரு நாத்தன் மகனை காணாமலை கன கொழுந்தெறியும் லிங்கம் கண்டாள் கண் முன்னிருப்பது மகனல்லவே பரன் கருணை கடவு என்றே தெளிந்தாள்.
பந்தம் விட்டால் பிள்ளை பாசம் விட்டால் அவ படபடியாய் மடியாச்சாரம் விட்டால் வந்தங்கள் வேற்றுமை யாவும் விட்டால் அம்மை தூய்மன பக்குவம் பெற்று விட்டார். அம்மாவென்றழைத்தோன் கைகளாலே மொழிக அகம் தன்னில் சென்று ஒழுங்கினாலே எம்மாதவத்தார் பகவானே பிறப்பித்து ஏழே பிழப்பை வென்று என்றாள். மலை போல அச்சலமாய் நின்றவனை மெல்ல மலை விட்டு கீழே இறங்க வைத்தார். அலை போல அடியார்கள் திரண்டு காண அம்மை அனைவருக்கும் அழைத்ததே ரமணாசிரமம். இப்புவியில் எல்லா இன்னல் கட்காட்பட்டும் ஈசன் மகனடி சேர்ந்துயிந்தாள். ஒப்புயர்வில்லா ரமணேசனேந்து உலகோர்க்கு உய்வகை தந்தார் போற்றி. ஒப்புயர்வில்லா ரமணேசனேந்து உலகோர்க்கு உய்வகை தந்தார் போற்றி. கும்மியடி பெண்ணை கும்மியடி அழகம்மையடி போற்றி கும்மியடி. அம்மையவ தம்மை ஒப்படைத்தையாக முக்தி பெற்றால் என்று கும்மியடி. கும்மியடி பெண்ணை கும்மியடி அழகம்மையடி போற்றி கும்மியடி. அம்மையவ தம்மை ஒப்படைத்தையாக முக்தி பெற்றால் என்று கும்மியடி. கும்மியடி பெண்ணை கும்மியடி அழகம்மையடி போற்றி கும்மியடி. அம்மையவ தம்மை ஒப்படைத்தே ஆன்ம முக்தி பெற்றால் என்றே கும்மியடி.
Okay, there's one more intro here, but we can just.
The final item from our SFO Bay Area Satsang children will be a verse from Ramana Gita composed by Sri Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni. This verse celebrates Bhagavan's great lineage of Parashara Gotra. I will be singing this song, which is set to a tune by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan. वटपराशर गोत्र समुद्भवम् वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसङ्गयशयस्करं वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसङ्गयशयस्करं वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसङ्गयशयस्करं वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसङ्गयशयस्करं वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवम् विमल सुंदर पंडितनंदनम विमल सुंदर पंडितनंदनम विमल सुंदर पंडितनंदनम विमल सुंदर पंडितनंदनम कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनं कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनं कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनं कमलपत्र विशाल विलोचनं पनिपसनि पनिपरे सरे कमरे सनि सनि पमगम पदनि सरे रे सनि नि पमगम रि रि गम वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसङ्गयशयस्करं वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवम् अरुणशैलगताश्रमवासिनं परमहंसमनञ्जनमच्युतम् अरुणशैलगताश्रमवासिनं परमहंसमनञ्जनमच्युतं करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां करुणया ददतं व्यवहारितां सततमात्मनि संस्थितमाक्षरे सततमात्मनि संस्थितमाक्षरे सततमात्मनि संस्थितमाक्षरे सततमात्मनि संस्थितमाक्षरे पनिपसनि पनिपरे रे सरे कमरे सनि सनि पमगम पदनि सरे रे सनि नि पमगम रि रि गम वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवं वसुमती सुरसङ्गयशयस्करं वटपराशर गोत्रसमुद्भवम् This concludes the San Francisco segment. Thank you to Arunachala Ashrama for putting this event together. We will now request Los Angeles to start their program. Over to LA. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Ramanaya. Am I audible?
You are fine. Please proceed.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
We can hear you, Venkatesan. Please
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you. This is Natarajan Venkatesan representing the Los Angeles, California Satsang Group. Welcome to our presentation this afternoon. Mrs. Indira Venkatesan will start off with a song on Arunachala Jyoti written by Mrs. Janaki Viswanathan of Texas in Raga Chandrakaunts. She will then follow it up with a bhajan on Ananda Swarupa in Raga Revati. This bhajan is a work of Mrs. Sangeeta and her husband, Mr. Swaminathan of New Jersey, based on Sri Muthuswami Dikshithar's kritis.
அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா திரு அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அடிமுடி காண ஒண்ணா அருணாச்சலா அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா ஆனந்த தாண்டவ அருணாச்சலா ஆனந்த தாண்டவ அருணாச்சலா அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரா அருணாச்சலா அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரா அருணாச்சலா திரு அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அடிமுடி காண ஒண்ணா அருணாச்சலா அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அற்புத ஜோதி அருள் பெரும் ஜோதி அகண்ட ஜோதி ஆகாச ஜோதி அற்புத ஜோதி அருள் பெரும் ஜோதி அகண்ட ஜோதி ஆகாச ஜோதி ரமண ஜோதி ரமிக்கும் ஜோதி ரமண ஜோதி ரமிக்கும் ஜோதி ரட்சிக்கும் ஜோதி ஆட்கொள்ளும் ஜோதி ரட்சிக்கும் ஜோதி ஆட்கொள்ளும் ஜோதி அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அடிமுடி காண ஒண்ணா அருணாச்சலா அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா பசுபதிநாதா பார்வதீசா பட்சமுடன் ரட்சிப்பாய் ஹே பரமேசா பசுபதிநாதா பார்வதீசா பட்சமுடன் ரட்சிப்பாய் ஹே பரமேசா அற்புத தரிசனம் தீபத்தில் அளித்தவா அற்புத தரிசனம் தீபத்தில் அளித்தவா ஆட்கொண்டு அருள்வாய் அருணாச்சலா ஆட்கொண்டு அருள்வாய் அருணாச்சலா திரு அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா அடிமுடி காண ஒண்ணா அருணாச்சலா அண்ணாமலை வாழ் அருணாச்சலா 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 आनंद स्वरूप आबद बांधव आश्रित पालक अरुणाचला आनंद स्वरूप आबद बांधव आश्रित पालक अरुणाचला अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल विधि माधव वंदित चरण विधि माधव वंदित चरण प्रत्यक्ष परमा अरुणाचल विधि माधव वंदित चरण प्रत्यक्ष परमा अरुणाचल जगदिद कारण विराजत अचल रूप जगदिद कारण विराजत अचल रूप विमल श्री अरुणाचल जगदिद कारण विराजत अचल रूप विमल श्री अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल आनंद स्वरूप आबद बांधव आश्रित पालक अरुणाचल संसारार्णव तारक मूर्ते संसारार्णव तारक मूर्ते स्मरणे साक्षात् मोक्षकर संसारार्णव तारक मूर्ते स्मरणे साक्षात् मोक्षकर अविद कुचाम्बा समेद मूर्ते अविद कुचाम्बा समेद मूर्ते तेजोमय श्री अरुणाचल अविद कुचाम्बा समेद मूर्ते तेजोमय श्री अरुणाचल 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 शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल आनंद स्वरूप आबद बांधव आश्रित पालक अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल 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 ओम नमो रमणे
Now we'll have a video presentation of Bharatanatyam dance by Miss Hansika Sundaresan on Akshamanamala, set in Ragamalika. I request Bhaskar and Badri to start the dance video of Hansika Sundaresan. Thank you.
Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சலமென அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகந்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சலமென அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சலமென அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவன் எவர் பார் அருணாச்சலா கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவன் எவர் பார் அருணாச்சலா கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவன் எவர் பார் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையில் அடைக்கணிந்தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையில் அடைக்கணிந்தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா சிவாய நமோ சிவாய நமோ சிவாய நமோ சிவாய கருணை மாமலையே கடை கணிந்தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலை Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. பரிவு இல்லா இப்பிறப்பு எப்பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயே அருணாச்சலா. பரிவு இல்லா இப்பிறப்பு எப்பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயேன் அருணாச்சலா. பரிவு இல்லா இப்பிறப்பு எப்பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயே அருணாச்சலா. முடியடி காணா முடிவிடு தலையே முடிவிட கடலிலை அருணாச்சலா. முடியடி காணா முடிவிடு தலையே முடிவிட கடலிலை அருணாச்சலா. முடியடி காணா முடிவிட தலையே முடிவிட கடலிலை அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. ஆ
Namaskaram, everyone. My name is Hasini Sundaresan. I'm the daughter of Shanti and Natrajan Sundaresan from the LA Satsang. Today, I will be performing the Kriti Ardhanarishwaram, composed by Muthuswami Dikshidhar in the Ragam Kumudakriya. Ardhanarishwaram Aradhyami satatam. Ardhanarishwaram Aradhyami satatam. Ardhanarishwaram Aradhyami satatam. Tribhiguvashishthadi muni vrindavanditam Shriya Ardhanarishwaram Aradhyami satatam. Tribhiguvashishthadi muni vrindavanditam Shriya Ardhayamalankara Vishesha Prabhavam. Ardhayamalankara Vishesha Prabhavam. Ardhayamalankara Vishesha Prabhavam. Ardhanarishwari Priyakaram Abhayakaram Shivam. Ardhanarishwaram Ardhanarishwari Priyakaram Abhayakaram Shivam. Ardhanarishwaram आराधयामि सततं त्रिभृगुवशिष्टादिमुनिवृन्दवन्दितं श्रियर्धनारीश्वरम् नागेन्द्र मणिभूषितं नागेन्द्र मणिभूषितं नन्दितुरङ्गारोहितं नागेन्द्र मणिभूषितं नन्दितुरङ्गारोहितं श्रीगुरुगुहपूजितं कुमुदप्रियरागनुतं श्रीगुरुगुहपूजितं कुमुदप्रियरागनुतम् आगमादिसन्नुतम् आगमादिसन्नुतम् अनन्तवेदघोषितम् अमरेशादिसेवितम् आरक्तवर्णशोभितम् अर्धनारीश्वरम् आगमादिसन्नुतम् अनन्तवेदघोषितम् अमरेशादिसेवितम् आरक्तवर्णशोभितम् अर्धनारीश्वरम् आराधयामि सततं त्रिभृगुवशिष्टादिमुनिवृन्दवन्दितं Now, I will be concluding our portion of the program with the bhajan Ramanam Bhajami, set to Ragamalika. Om Tat Sadakyam Purusham Guhesham Om Tat Sadaksham Purusham Guhesham Natadinashaya Shariravantam Om Tat Sadaksham Purusham Guhesham Natadinashaya शरीरवन्तं मोदस्वरूपं मधुरस्वभावं मोदस्वरूपं मधुरस्वभावं त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि भजन्ति ये त्वां परभक्तियुक्ताः गलन्ति तेषां निखिलाश दोषाः भजन्ति ये त्वां परभक्तियुक्ताः गलन्ति तेषां निखिलाश दोषाः विशेषमुक्तिः सकलातिसिद्धिः विशेषमुक्तिः सकलातिसिद्धिः त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि तेजस्विनो दीन जनास्य भक्ताश्री सन्निधिं ते शरणं व्रजन्ति तेजस्विनो दीन जनास्य भक्ताश्री सन्निधिं ते शरणं व्रजन्ति रामेतरूपे तव को न दिव्ये रामेतरूपे तव को न दिव्ये त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि मदन्तरते निवस विनर्दा नाथा तवाक्य सकलाकहन्त्री मदन्तरते निवस विनर्दा नाथा तवाक्य सकलाकहन्त्री यदो हृदि त्वं न ततोऽसि वाक्यं यतो हृदि त्वं न ततोऽसि वाक्यं त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि त्वामात्मनाथं रमणं भजामि रमणं भजामि रमणं भजामि रमणं भजामि रमणं भजामि. The next presentation will be from the San Diego Satsang group. Namo Ramanan.
Hi, everyone. We are the San Diego Satsang. 4 members of our Satsang are here today, including myself. We will be reading chapter 18 from the Ashtavakra Gita. Chapter 18 is on the master.
When you know you are God, and that what is and what is not are both imaginary, and you are at last free of desire, then what is there left to know or to say or to do? For the self is everything. When the seeker knows this, he falls silent. He no longer thinks, I am this, I am not that. Such thoughts melt away. He is still. Without pleasure or pain, distraction or concentration, learning or ignorance, his nature is free of conditions. Win or lose, it makes no difference to him. Alone in the forest or out in the world, a god in heaven or a simple beggar, it makes no difference. He is free of duality. Wealth or pleasure, duty or discrimination mean nothing to him. What does he care what is accomplished or neglected? Finding freedom in this life, the seeker takes nothing to heart. Neither duty nor desire. He has nothing to do but to live out his life. The master lives beyond the boundaries of desire. Delusion or the world, meditation on the truth, liberation itself, what are they to him? You see the world and you try to dissolve it, but the master has no need to. He is without desire. For though he sees nothing. When you have seen God, you meditate on him, saying to yourself, I am he. But when you are without thought and you understand there is only one, without a second, on whom can you meditate? When you are distracted, you practice concentration, but the master is undistracted. He has nothing to fulfill. What is there left for him to accomplish? He acts like an ordinary man, but inside he is quite different. He sees no imperfection in himself, nor distraction,
nor any need for meditation. He is awake, fulfilled, free from desire. He neither is nor is not. He looks busy, but he does nothing. Striving or still, he is never troubled. He does whatever comes his way, and he is happy. The body does this, not I. My nature is purity. With these thoughts, whatever he does nothing. But he pretends not to know. He finds freedom in this life, but he acts like an ordinary man. He is not a fool. Happy and bright, he thrives in the world. Wary of the vagaries of the mind, he is at last composed. He does not know or think or hear or see. Undistracted, he does not meditate.
Unbound, he does not seek freedom. He sees the world, but knows it is an illusion. He lives like God. Even when he is still, the selfish man is busy. Even when he is busy, the selfless man is still. He is free. His mind is unmoved by trouble or pleasure. Free from action, desire, or doubt, he is still and he shines. His mind does not strive to meditate or to act. It acts or meditates without purpose. When a fool hears the truth, he is muddled. When a wise man hears it, he goes within. He may look like a fool, but he is not muddled. The fool practices concentration and control of the mind, but the master is like a man asleep. He rests in himself and finds nothing more to do. Striving or still, the fool never finds peace, but the master finds it just by knowing how things are. In this world, men try all kinds of paths, but they overlook the self, the beloved, awake and pure, flawless and full, beyond the world. The fool will never find freedom by practicing concentration, but the master never fails. Just by knowing how things are, he is free and constant. Because the fool wants to become God, he never finds him. The master is already God, without ever wishing to be. The fool has no foundation. Fretting to be free, he only keeps the world spinning. But the master cuts at its root, the root of all suffering. Because the fool looks for peace, he never finds it. But the master is always at peace, because he understands how things are. If a man looks to the world, how can he see himself? The master is never distracted by this or that. He sees himself, the self that never changes. The fool tries to control his mind. How can he ever succeed? Mastery always comes naturally to the man who is wise and who loves himself. One man believes in existence, another says there is nothing. Rare is the man who believes in neither. He is free from confusion.
A man who has no doubts and whose mind is one with the self no longer looks for ways to find freedom. He lives happily in the world, seeing and hearing, touching and smelling and tasting. Just by hearing the truth, he becomes spacious and his awareness pure. He is indifferent to the striving or stillness. He is indifferent to his own indifference. The master is like a child. He does freely whatever comes his way, good or bad. By standing on his own, a man finds happiness. By standing on his own, a man finds freedom. By standing on his own, he goes beyond the world. By standing on his own, he finds the end of the way. When a man realizes he is neither the doer nor the enjoyer, the ripples of his mind are stilled. The master's way is unfettered and free of guile. He shines, but for the fool, there is no peace. His thoughts are full of desire. The master is free of his mind, and his mind is free. In this freedom he plays. He has a wonderful time, or he withdraws and lives in a cave. in a mountain cave. If the master encounters a king or a woman or someone he dearly loves, he is without desire. And when he honors a god or a holy place or a man versed in the scriptures, there's no longing in his heart, none at all. He is unperturbed, even when his servants despise him, or his wives, sons, and grandsons mock him. The awareness of the man who lives within, though we may be busy thinking, is beyond even awareness itself. A master is like a child. His actions are without motive. He is pure. Whatever he does, he is detached, he is blessed. He understands the nature of the self. His mind no longer thirsty. He is the same under all conditions. Whatever he sees or hears, or smells, or touches, or tastes. The master is like the sky. He never changes. What does the world matter to him or its reflection? What does he care about seeking or the end of seeking? He is ever the same. The victory is his. He has conquered the world. He is the embodiment of its own perfect essence. By nature, one with the infinite. What more is there to say? He knows the truth. He has no desire for pleasure or liberation. At all times, in all places, he is free from passion. He has given up the duality of the world, which arises with the mind and is nothing more than a name. He is pure awareness. What is there left for him to do?
The man who is pure knows for certain that nothing really exists. It's all the work of illusion. He sees what cannot be seen. His nature is peace. He does not see the world of appearances. So what do rules matter to him, or dispassion, renunciation, and self-control? His form is pure and shining light. He does not see the world. So what does he care for joy or sorrow, bondage or liberation? He is infinite and shining. Before the awakening of understanding, the illusion of the world prevails, but the master is free of passion. He has no eye, he has no mind, and he shines. He sees what the self never suffers or dies. So what does he care for knowledge or the world? Or the feeling, I am the body is mine. The moment a fool gives up concentration and his other spiritual practices, he falls prey to fancies and desires. Even after hearing the truth, the fool clings to his folly. He tries hard to look calm and composed, but inside he is full of cravings. When the truth is understood, work falls away. Though in the eyes of others, the master may seem to work, in reality, he has no occasion to say or to do anything. He has no fear. He is always the same. He has nothing to lose. For him, there is no darkness, there is no light, there is nothing at all. For he has no being of his own. His nature cannot be described. What is patience to him, or discrimination or fearlessness? In the eyes of the master, there is nothing at all. There is no heaven, there is no hell, there is no such thing as liberation in life. What more is there to say? Nothing he hopes to win, nothing he fears to lose. His mind is cool and drenched with nectar. Free from desire, he neither praises the peaceful nor blames the wicked. The same in joy and sorrow, he is always happy. He sees there is nothing to do. He does not hate the world. He does not seek the self. He is free from joy and sorrow. He is not alive and he is not dead. He is not attached to his family. Free from the desire of the senses, he does not care about his body. The master expects nothing and he shines. Whatever befalls him, he is always happy. He wanders where he will, and wherever he finds himself, when the sun sets, there he lies down to rest.
Marty, would you read Rosemary's section?
Sure. He does not care if the body lives or dies. He is so firmly set in his own being, he rises above the round of birth and death. He is full of joy, attached to nothing, free from possessions. He stands on his own, his doubts dispelled. He wanders where he will, never setting one thing against another. The master shines. He never says mine, gold, stone, earth, they are all the same to him. He is not bound by sloth, nor consumed by his own activity. He has severed the knots which bind his heart. Who can compare with him? Indifferent to everything, he is happy and he is free. There is not the least desire in his heart. Only the man without desire sees without seeing, speaks without speaking, knows without knowing. In his view of things, good and evil have melted away. A king or a beggar, whoever is free from desire shines. He is utterly without guile. He has found his way. He is simplicity itself. He cares nothing for restraint or abandon. He has no interest in finding the truth. He has no desires. He rests happily in the self. His sorrows are over. How can anyone tell what he feels inside? Even when he is sound asleep, he is not asleep. Even when he is dreaming, he does not dream. Even when he is awake, he is not awake. Step by step, whatever befalls him, he is happy. He thinks without thinking. He feels without feeling. He is intelligent, but he has no mind. He has personality, but with no thought for himself. He is not happy, nor is he sad. He is not detached, nor is he bound. He is not free, nor does he seek freedom. He is not this, he is not that. Amid distractions, he is undistracted. In meditation, he does not meditate. Foolish, he is not a fool. Knowing everything, he knows nothing. He always lives within. He is everywhere the same. Action or duty are nothing to him because he is free from desire. He never worries about what he has done or has not done. Blame does not disturb him, nor does praise delight him. He neither rejoices in life nor fears death. His mind is calm, never seeking the solitude of the forest, nor running from the crowd. Always and everywhere, he is one and the same.
Thank you, Marty, Rosemary, and Daniel. Now the San Diego satsang will turn it over to Sri Devi from Seattle.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The following is a reading on Bhagwan's devotee, Sri Vishwanatha Swami, taken from Ramana Periya Puranam, authored by Sri V. Ganeshan. Bhagwan's mother, Alagammal's brother, lived in Dindigul. His wife died soon after giving birth to a son. Bhagwan's parents brought the orphan child, Ramaswamy, to their home and raised him with much affection and care. Just before Bhagwan was born, Mother Alagammal told the midwife, "I'm very excited. I want this to be a girl who can be the wife to my brother's son." That night in Tiruchilli, when Bhagwan was born, the blind midwife shouted, "Alagu, it is a boy. Be happy. I saw a brilliant light, Alagu. Rejoice." Alagammal was disappointed that it was not a girl, and in her disappointment, she overlooked this remarkable incident of the blind midwife seeing a brilliant light. In his later years, Ramaswamy became a lawyer known for his upright character. He was also a strict disciplinarian who was held in high regard because of his service to society. One of his sons was Vishwanathan. Like his brothers, Vishwanathan was brilliant and gifted with a sharp intellect. Along with his brothers, he too was deeply involved in India's freedom movement. In 1921, When still in a college, he was arrested for opposing the British government. The university examinations were to be held, so his father bailed him out. But instead of going to his house in Dindigul, he got off at Tiruvannamalai to meet his uncle Venkatraman, known as Ramana Maharshi. This is how he describes his very first encounter with Bhagwan's glance of grace. Bhagwan was standing in an open space in front of Skandashram. When I first laid eyes on him, I saw in him something quite arresting, which clearly distinguished him from all the others I have seen. He seemed to live apart from the physical frame, as though quite detached from it. His look and smile had a remarkable spiritual charm. When he spoke, his words seemed to come out of an abyss. One could see immaculate purity and non-attachment in him and his movements. I sensed something very refined, lofty, and sacred about him. In his vicinity, the mind's distractions were overpowered by an austere and potent calm. In his presence, the unique bliss of peace was directly experienced. This I would call Ramana Lahari, the blissful atmosphere of Sri Ramana. In this ecstasy of grace, one loses one's sense of separate individuality, and there remains something grand which pervades all and devours all. This indeed is the spirit of Arunachala that swallows up the whole universe in its gracious effulgence. It is no wonder that after this experience of ecstasy, Vishwanathan stayed on for a few days. Bhagwan's mother Alagammal and Bhagwan's brother Chinnaswamy were also present. They knew Vishwanathan from his childhood days and were aware that he was a Sanskrit scholar even at that tender age. So they asked him to recite some holy Sanskrit verses. When the recitation was over, Bhagwan slowly turned his attention to Vishwanathan and said, "You have learned all this. This was not so in my case. Before I came here, I knew nothing. I learned not a thing. Some mysterious power took possession of me and induced a thorough transformation. Whoever knew then that this would happen to me? Your father, who intended in his boyhood to go to the Himalayas to perform tapas, became the head of a large family, and I, who knew nothing, have been drawn and kept here for good. When I left home in my 17th year, I was like a speck swept away by a tremendous flood. I knew neither my body nor the world, whether it was day or night. It was difficult to even open my eyes. My eyelids seemed to be glued down. My body became a mere skeleton. Visitors pitied my plight because they were not aware of how blissful I was. It was only years later, when I happened to look into some of the books on Vedanta which were brought to me, that I came across the term Brahman. I was amused and asked myself, is this experience known as Brahman? Vishwanathan had to leave. As he bade farewell with a heavy heart, Bhagwan handed him a copy of Sri Ramana Gita. It contains Bhagwan's answers to questions put by Kavyakanta and his disciples and is invaluable to every seeker. While giving it to him, Bhagwan said, "Give it to your father," and asked him to read it. Vishwanathan studied it thoroughly in Dindigul. He was immersed in studying it, particularly chapter 18, wherein Bhagwan's greatness is extolled in exquisite Sanskrit poetry. This moved Vishwanathan so deeply that he decided to give up the world and go stay at the holy feet of Bhagwan. In January 1923, he went back to Tiruvannamalai without informing his parents. By this time, Bhagwan had already come down to the present Ramanashrama. When he presented himself, Bhagwan's first question was, "Did you leave any letter or tell your parents about coming here?" Vishwanathan shook his head. "I did it when I left my home. Why did you not do it? Now, write a letter to your parents that you are here safe and sound." Bhagwan instructed. Bhagwan then permitted him to stay. Vishwanathan discovered that Bhagwan's power and presence was so strong that he did not need any formal sadhana or spiritual practice. But still, He studied Bhagwan's works thoroughly and worked in the ashram in Bhagwan's inspirational presence. The more he studied Bhagwan's teachings, the stronger his conviction became that the mere presence, the mere proximity and company of Bhagwan was more than enough. His conviction grew even stronger when he later read one of Bhagwan's verses in the supplement to 40 verses on reality. When one associates oneself with the company of a sage, there is no need for religious and spiritual practices, just as there is no need for a fan when the cool southern breeze blows. After a few days, Bhagwan asked him what mode of spiritual practice he was ready to take up. Vishwanathan replied that from childhood he was drawn to the Gayatri mantra, one of the holiest Hindu mantras, and that he had been chanting it. Bhagwan replied, "That is very good, but you must practice it sincerely every day at a particular time, totally attuning yourself with it." Bhagwan then took Vishwanathan behind Ramanashramam to a small cave on the hill. If one sits there, one can view Arunachala on the eastern and western sides without the discomfort of the burning sun. Bhagwan told him, "There is particularly a time when you should do the japa. I will come and inspect your practice, so be very disciplined about it." Vishwanathan Swami actually took me to the cave, and I was elated when he said, "Bhagwan did come and check. Those were not merely words." However, being completely engrossed in his japa, Vishwanathan was not aware that Bhagwan checked many times to make sure that he was capable of fulfilling his commitment. Vishwanathan lived with Bhagwan from 1923 to 1927, doing arduous practice. This was the period of effulgence and of effort. The Guru bestows his grace when the disciple sincerely makes the effort. Vishwanathan was not sure how far he had progressed, so he asked Bhagwan, "Bhagwan, how can I rise above my present animal instincts? My own efforts have proven futile. I'm convinced that only a superior power can transform me." Bhagwan replied with great compassion, "Yes, you're right. It is by awakening a power higher and mightier than the senses and the mind that these can be subdued. If you awaken and nurture the growth of that higher power within you, everything else will unfold mystically. One should sustain the current of meditation uninterruptedly. Moderation in food and similar restraints taken up studiously and judiciously will be helpful in maintaining inner poise." Bhagwan added, "Vishwanatha, do not mingle with people who come here. Do not waste time socializing, talking with people, and also getting attached. Keep your talking to the minimum." Vishwanatha Swami devoutly adhered to Bhagwan's words, so much so that whatever he spoke, his voice was almost inaudible. He restricted his movements to going to the town to beg for food. Some old devotees told me that Vishwanatha Swami was known for his soft-spoken demeanor and restrained movement. I want to share a very interesting incident which Vishwanatha Swami described to me about this important stage of his life. After 4 months of him coming to Bhagwan, a letter arrived from Dindigul stating that Vishwanatha Swami's father was coming for a visit. Vishwanatha Swami showed his letter to Bhagwan, who said, "Vishwanatha, your family is also coming. Go to the railway station, receive them, but do not talk to your father without my presence. Receive them and drop them in town where they have arranged for a house to stay in. As for you, go back to your cave and keep doing your japa. I will send word for you, but even then, do not talk to your father. Come and prostrate, not to me, but to your father, and stand in silence. I will look after the rest." Vishwanathan's father, Ramaswamy, did not know Bhagwan's spiritual stature. He knew him as Venkatraman, a runaway relative who had taken to ascetic life. At that time, the old hall at Ramanashram was being built, and so Bhagwan and the others had moved to a mantap across the road. When Vishwanatha Swami's father went there and saw Bhagwan, he could at once sense his spiritual stature. The next moment, he prostrated before him in absolute awe and devotion. Then Bhagwan sent word to Vishwanathan. As advised, he came and prostrated before his father and stood next to him with folded hands and bent head. Ramaswamy was very angry. He turned to Vishwanathan and said, "All this is enough. Now pack up and come with me. That is why we have come to take you back to Dindigal." A stony silence pervaded the mandap. Bhagwan looked at Ramaswamy and said, "Vishwanathan has taken to the path of surrender and self-purification." Ramaswamy was not fully satisfied. Bhagwan reasoned with him. "Allow Vishwanathan to stay here. It will do him good." This word worked like magic, and the father melted. He looked at Bhagwan, and his paternal instincts influenced him to plead with Bhagwan. "If Bhagwan takes the responsibility of Vishwanathan's spiritual fulfillment, I will have no objection in leaving him here." There was complete silence. Again, Vishwanathan never expected this, and everyone looked at Bhagwan. Bhagwan compassionately turned and made this declaration in public. "Yes, I will take the entire responsibility of Vishwanathan's spiritual growth." In Chinnaswami's case, Bhagwan assured his mother in private that he would take the responsibility for Chinnaswamy. But with Vishwanatha Swami, he declared this in public. However, these are not two isolated instances. When we sincerely dedicate ourselves to practice, it is Bhagwan's assurance, even now, that he will take the entire responsibility of each one's spiritual fulfillment. Remember Bhagwan's holy words? The effort of the seeker and the grace of the Guru are synonymous and simultaneous. Our part is only to make the effort. Vishwanatha Swami was extremely happy. His arduous practice had begun. Bhagwan took him along during his walks and explained to him the verses that he had composed on Jnana, wisdom, and Bhakti, devotion. Bhagwan took complete care of him. Vishwanatha Swami later told me that being alone with Bhagwan and having his words explained exclusively to him were the greatest boons that he received from Bhagwan. One day, when Bhagwan and Vishwanatha Swami were cutting vegetables, Bhagwan told him, "You should be capable of making use of even dust. At the same time, you should also be able to reject the entire cosmos as nothing but mere dust." The relationship between the Guru and disciple was deepening, and Bhagwan perhaps felt that Vishwanathan needed a firm rooting in scriptural studies. Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni was then staying up on the hill. So in 1927, Bhagwan sent Vishwanathan to Kavyakanta to study the scriptures. Even when Kavyakanta came down in 1929 to stay in Palakottu, Bhagwan specifically told Vishwanathan, "Nayana is staying in a hut in Palakottu. Go stay with him, serve him, and learn from him." Every day Bhagwan visited that hut. He would always inquire, "Nayana, how is Vishwanathan?" The Guru showed him the teacher, and this encouraged Vishwanathan. His study of Sanskrit scriptures helped him create verses extempore. Once, he wrote 5 verses and placed them at Bhagwan's feet. Bhagwan read them and he said approvingly, "They are very good. Why don't you continue to write? But first, show them to Nayana and get them verified." Both Vishwanathan and Kavyakanta thus worked together and put together the 108 names of Sri Bhagwan called Sri Ramana Ashtotram. It came from the hearts of Vishwanathan and Nayana and was approved by Bhagwan, the heart, and hence it is eternal. It is a treatise, an unfading sacred flower, about which Vishwanatha Swami later told me, "I was fortunate enough to place this at the holy feet of Sri Bhagwan." Vishwanatha Swami continued his spiritual practice, and then years rolled by. One who lives the truth lives in and as the eternal now. To such a one, time doesn't matter because time is an illusion. Vishwanatha Swami was in timeless ecstasy. He got a rude shock when Bhagwan's health failed and he had to be operated on. This caused him deep pain. He went to Bhagwan and said, Bhagwan, permit me to serve you day and night and to be with you. Bhagwan turned to him and said, You have work to do. Saying this, he politely declined his request. On Bhagwan's last day, there were a few people, including myself, inside his room. Outside, Bhagwan's devotees were chanting Aksharamanamale, the heart-melting verses composed by Bhagwan on Arunachala the self. Bhagwan had already requested the attendants to help him sit up. The louder the chorus, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, became, the more were the tears of ecstasy that rolled down from Bhagwan's eyes. Vishwanatha Swami was witnessing the exalted spiritual splendor that was unfolding. He suddenly felt the gracious look of Bhagwan falling on him. He saw lightning flash within himself and the core of his heart open. He felt Bhagwan pouring grace into his heart and was overwhelmed with ecstasy. The next moment, he saw Bhagwan smile and give a nod of approval, as if to say that what Vishwanathan Swami has experienced was the real state. Bhagwan had awakened spiritual realization in the son in accordance with his word to the son's father, Ramaswamy. This is how Vishwanath Swami recounted that moment of ecstasy. Having received that grace, the climax of my spiritual experiences in the proximity of Bhagwan took place during those last moments. As I stood in that small room, everything became shadowy, enveloped by an invisible, pure awareness, the one and only ever-present reality. There was not the least feeling of separation from Bhagwan or the least vestige of sorrow on his physical death. Instead, there was a positive ecstasy and elation of spirit, which was nothing but the natural state of the self. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Handing to one of the devotee, Rajesh ji, to continue.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. After Bhagwan attained Mahanirvana, Vishwanatha Swami received a call from Dindigal that his mother was ailing and bedridden. There was nobody to attend to her. Vishwanatha Swami went home and saw that there was nobody to even serve her food. He attended to her day and night. He cooked for her, bathed her, and nursed her for months. During this time, he remembered what Bhagavan has said: You have work to do. His mother always kept a small and special notebook with her. Before she passed away, his mother opened her notebook, in which Bhagavan himself had written Sri Ramana Stotram in his small, beautiful handwriting. She had been chanting the names every day. In her last moments, she said, Vishwanatha, I bless you, and gave him that notebook. Sometime after this, he was still at Dindigal. He had a dream in which Bhagwan appeared to him and asked him to come to Ramanashram. When he went there, he found that Chinnaswamy was ailing. For next 6 months, he attended on him day and night. When Chinnaswamy died in 1953, Vishwanatha Swami disappeared from Ramanashram. Knowing Vishwanath Swami's greatness, I kept searching for him after I came to Ramanashram in 1960, but he was nowhere to be found. I could not find his whereabouts. One day, I was walking on the streets of Chennai when an old friend of mine met me and told me in great joy, Ganesha Anna, I'm so happy because I'm just returning from meeting with Vishwanath Swami. My joy knew no bounds. Vishwanatha Swami is here? I asked incredulously. My friend provided me the address and I immediately went there. He was living in his brother's rented house. When I walked in, he was in the kitchen cooking for the family. I prostrated before him right there in the kitchen. I cried, Swami, is cooking your job? Is not your place in the abode of Bhagwan? Is not Ramanashramam your home? He replied, Ganeshan, what is wrong in being a cook? We need only a little food for the stomach. That I get here by working here. The inner food Bhagwan has already given. I begged him to come back to the ashram, and he did. I had just read the Bible, and I was talking to a friend about it, I did not like the story of Moses, where he touched a rock with his staff and water flowed out from the middle of the rock. I said, at least there could have written that Moses touched the ground and the water flowed out. How can water come out of a rock? As I was saying this, a hand took hold of my arm. It was Vishwanath Swami. He led me straight to Skandasram, put my hand between two rocks, and made me feel the natural spring oozing out from there. Then he said, Bhagwan brought me here, put my hand beneath the rocks, and showed me the water. Bhagwan touched this rock, and the water flowed very nearly. He solemnly added, never doubt a sage's statements or actions. How can you doubt that Moses was not endowed with the grace by God to bring water from that rock? Be careful, Ganeshan. This corrected my spiritual thinking because he brought my mind back to the heart. If you again go to the mind, the intellect, you'll continue to doubt how water can come out of a rock. Even now, if you go to Skandasram, though it has been hidden, you can put your hand and feel the spring coming right from the bottom of the rock and not from the sand. Moreover, below it lies another flat rock. Coming to stay permanently in the ashram at a very young age gave me the advantage of staying in close contact with old devotees. Their proximity gained for me the unseen spiritual benefit of affecting in me true all round maturity. I could earn their wealth of jnana by just serving them. How true is the scriptural declaration? Through service to Mahatmas, a seeker gains spiritual benefits which cannot be got by study of scriptures or by other discipline. The greater reward I got through such proximity was a possibility of my persuading them to write their reminiscences. Though I could not succeed in this with Vishwanatha Swami, I was immensely satisfied that I could persuade him to translate talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi into Tamil. One solid reason for my strong pleading with him was that Sri Bhagavan has himself made Vishwanatha Swami translate most of the Sanskrit texts selected by him into Tamil. This was how, in the 1970s, the first volume of talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi was first brought out in Tamil as Bhagavat Vachanamurtam. It was an instant success. After some time, the comprehensive volume 2 was published. The special feature of the book is that the Swami, having been present when the talk took place, he used mostly the very words used by Bhagwan. In 1979, both Vishwanatha Swami and I planned that for Bhagwan's birth centenary in 1980, we needed to work together and bring out issues dealing exclusively with the direct teachings of Bhagwan. Unfortunately, Vishwanatha Swami had a sunstroke. He came to my office and said, I am ill, come to my room. I followed him into his room, where his behavior was alarmingly abnormal. He kept standing and sitting restlessly like a clockwork toy. I was shocked and upset, not knowing what to do. Do not pay attention to my body. I'm inwardly in blissful state. Attend to the inward state of mind, he counseled. Send a telegram to my brother. I will not give you trouble to nurse me for long. The second day, I will drop my body. Bury me in the simplest way. I want no rituals. But come in the evening at 4. I have a message for you. I went at the appointed time. In that seemingly restless state of standing and sitting, he again told me, do not pay attention to the body. Listen to what I am saying. This is Vishwanatha Swami's message. It has been guiding me very powerfully. The body is affected, perhaps the mind also, but the spirit, the heart is unaffected, and the heart is speaking through me. Though there is so much of confusion, turbulence, and misery in manifestation, all of that belongs to the realm of the mind only. The ignorant mind, split as object and subject. All experiences of life are relative, related to the experiencer who is nothing but a shadow, having no intrinsic reality of his own. The reality in every person is the ultimate pure existence, which is pure state of I am, the awareness absolute, which does not split into subject and object. It is the only thing that matters. If the ego and all its experiences are dismissed as passing shadows, the ever-present ultimate reality alone will be self-evident. If one even intellectually is convinced of this truth, one will gain detachment and mental peace. We should now and then stop for a while, stand aloof, and experience this immutable and immaculate awareness absolute, the still I am, which alone matters, which alone is, despite the manifestation of endless variety of experiences. The Buddha, Jesus Christ, Adi Shankara, and Bhagavan Ramana are a few standing monuments affirming the reality which is our very own being. The very sight of these pillars of light reminds us of the reality and brings us the peace that passes the mind's understanding. Only the finite mind, the me, has to be relinquished to merge and dissolve into the ever present infinite reality of I am. I bless you, Ganeshan. I prostrated before him. One of the blessed devotees who came to Arunachala, drawn by the grace of Bhagavan, basked in the sunshine of his presence, gained self knowledge of I am, and guided earnest aspirants to gain it by self inquiry. From him, I learned that it's not enough if we just read some books and get convinced intellectually by statements in them. I also learned that we must experience these teachings as states of one's own inner peace and stillness. Let us pay homage to Vishwanatha Swami by remembering a few verses from his Ramana Stotram glorifying Sri Bhagavan. Prostrations to one who dwells ever in the self of pure awareness. Prostrations to one who is self-luminous like the sun, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Prostrations to one who is the embodiment of unbroken awareness. Prostrations to one who is the light of awareness. Prostrations to one whose birth is for the purpose of spiritual awakening. Prostrations to one whose advent is for giving salvation to the whole world, to enable every being to recognize itself as the eternal I am. Though the literal meaning and purpose of the above verses looks like adoring Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, the true inner meaning is much more significant and important. To pursue the inner path by staying in the heart as I am. Bhagavan said that one can write the whole biography out of these 108 verses. Vishwanatha Swami, as predicted by him, dropped his body fully conscious and peacefully on the second day. His samadhi inside the ashram close to Arunachala is a place of serenity. The same serenity his physical presence emanated all his life, a peace-filled boulder. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Requesting Vancouver Satsang to continue the celebrations.
Thank you very much, Seattle Group, for such a beautiful presentation. This is Bhagwan's infinite grace that we have this opportunity to participate in the Bhagwan's Advent Day celebration. Our first presentation is reciting of Bhagwan's 108 names. Our group member, Venki ji, will present it. Venki, it is to you to start, please.
Sanjay ji, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this golden opportunity. First, I will be chanting 108 names of Bhagavan Sri Ramana, and then we will chant Ramana Gayatri. Om Shri Ramana Stotara Shatanama Valihi Om Mahasena Mahom Shena Jataya Namaha Om Shri Ramanaya Namaha Om Gurave Namaha Om Akhanda Samvidakaraya Namaha Om महौजसे नमः ॐ कारणोद्भवाय नमः ॐ जगद्धितावताराय नमः ॐ श्रीभूमिनाथस्थलोत्थिताय नमः ॐ पराशरकुलोत्तंशाय नमः ॐ सुन्दरार्यतपफलदाय नमः ॐ कमनीयसुचरित्राय नमः ॐ सहायाम्बा सहायवते नमः ॐ शोणाचलमहोलीन मानसाय नमः ॐ स्वर्णहस्तकाय नमः ॐ श्रीमद्वादशान्तमहास्थले लब्ध विभो वियोदायाय नमः ॐ महाशक्तिनिपातेन प्रबुद्धाय नमः ॐ परमार्थविदे नमः ॐ तीव्राय नमः ॐ पितृपदान्वेषिणे नमः ॐ इन्दुमौलिना पितृमते नमः ॐ पितुरादेशतः शोणशैलं प्राप्ताय नमः ॐ तपोमयाय नमः ॐ उदासीनाय नमः ॐ महायोगिने नमः ॐ महोत्साहाय नमः ॐ कुशाग्रधिये नमः ॐ शान्तसङ्कल्पसम्भ्रमाय नमः ॐ सुसन्दृशे नमः ॐ सवित्रे नमः ॐ स्थिराय नमः ॐ तपक्षपितः सर्वाङ्गाय नमः ॐ फुल्लाम्बुजविलोचनाय नमः ॐ चन्द्रिकाशितहासश्रीमण्डिताननमण्डलाय नमः ॐ चूतावात्यां समाशीनाय नमः ॐ चूर्णिताखिलविभ्रमाय नमः ॐ वेदवेदान्ततत्त्वज्ञाय नमः ॐ चिन्मुद्रिणे नमः ॐ त्रिगुणातीगाय नमः ॐ विरूपाक्षाय मोक्षगुहावासाय नमः। ॐ विराजादचलाकृतये नमः। ॐ उद्दीप्तनयनाय नमः। ॐ पूर्णाय नमः। ॐ रचिताचलताण्डवाय नमः। ॐ गम्भीराय नमः। ॐ परमाचार्याय नमः। ॐ सुप्रसन्नाय नमः। ॐ अभयप्रदाय नमः। ॐ दक्षिणास्य निभाय नमः। ॐ धीराय नमः। ॐ दक्षिणाभिमुखाय नमः। ॐ स्वराजे नमः। ॐ महाशये नमः। ॐ भगवते नमः। ॐ ईद्याय नमः। ॐ भूमविद्याविशारदाय नमः। ॐ विमलाय नमः। ॐ दीर्घदर्शिने नमः। ॐ आप्ताय नमः। ॐ ऋजुमार्गप्रदर्शकाय नमः। ॐ समदृशे नमः। ॐ सत्यदृशे नमः। ॐ सत्याय नमः। ॐ प्रशान्ताय नमः। ॐ अमितविक्रमाय नमः। ॐ सुकुमाराय नमः। ॐ सदानन्दाय नमः। ॐ मृदुभाषिणे नमः। ॐ दयार्णवाय नमः। ॐ श्रीशोणाचलहृद्भूत स्कन्दाश्रमनिकेतनाय नमः। ॐ सद्दर्शनोपदेस्त्रे नमः। ॐ सद्भक्तवृन्दपरिवृताय नमः। ॐ गणेशमुनिभृङ्गेन सेविताङ्घ्रिसरोरुहाय नमः। ॐ गीतोपदेशसारादिग्रन्थ संचिन्नसंशयाय नमः। ॐ वर्णाश्रममतातीताय नमः। ॐ रसज्ञाय नमः। ॐ सौम्याय नमः। ॐ आत्मवते नमः। ॐ सर्वावणि मतस्थानम् आराध्याय नमः। ॐ सर्वसद्गुणिने नमः। ॐ आत्मारामाय नमः। ॐ महाभागाय नमः। ॐ मातृमुक्तिविधायकाय नमः। ॐ विनताय नमः। ॐ विनुताय नमः। ॐ विप्राय नमः। ॐ मुनीन्द्राय नमः। ॐ पावकोज्ज्वलाय नमः। ॐ दर्शनादघ संहारिणे नमः। ॐ मौनेन स्वात्मबोधकाय नमः। ॐ हृच्छान्तिकर सान्निध्याय नमः। ॐ स्मरणाद्बन्ध मोचकाय नमः। ॐ अन्तस्तिमिरच्छन्दांशवे नमः। ॐ संसारार्णवतारकाय नमः। ॐ शोणाद्रीशस्तुतिदृष्ट्रे नमः। ॐ हार्दविद्यप्रकाशाय नमः। ॐ अविच्युतनिजप्रज्ञाय नमः। ॐ नैसर्गिकमहातपसे नमः। ॐ कमण्डलुधराय नमः। ॐ शुभ्रकौपीनवसनाय नमः। ॐ गुहाय नमः। ॐ दण्डपाणये नमः। ॐ कृपापूर्णाय नमः। ॐ भवरोगभिषग्वराय नमः। ॐ स्कन्दाय नमः। ॐ देवतमाय नमः। ॐ अमर्त्याय नमः। ॐ सेनान्ये नमः। ॐ पुरुषोत्तमाय नमः। इति श्रीविश्वनाथस्वामिरचितं श्रीरमणस्तोत्रशतनामावली समाप्ता। I'm going to chant Ramana Gayatri. भूर्भुवस्वः तत्र मणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्र तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्रमणावरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्
Thank you, Venkiji, for such a beautiful chant. It was fantastic. It was so soothing. This concludes our presentation today. I thank you all for being our audience. Many, many thanks to organizers to organize this beautiful event. We look forward to more this kind of events in future. Now I would like to pass on program control to Arunachala Ashram for rest of the program presentation and conclusion today. Thank you to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. This is Mohan Ramaswamy from Arunachala Ashrama. We are entering the final leg of this program. which will end with the oddity and the concluding remarks. Now, Asha will sing a song. Asha?
Yes, Anna.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
அருணனுதீதனன் அருணகிரி தன்னில் அழகிய ரமணரே வாரும் அருணாச்சலேஸ்வரே வாரும் சாலை குயிலோசை காலையூர் கோவிற்று சத்குரு ரமணரே வாரும் சாம்பவி பாகரே வாரும் சங்கமொழித்தது தாரகை மங்கின இங்கிதரமணரே வாரும் ஈஷ சுரேஷரே வாரும் கோழிகள் கூவின குருகுஹலியம்பின நாழிகையாச்சது வாரும் நல்லிருளகன்றது வாரும் சின்னங்கள் காகலம் வேரிகையார்த்தன பொன்னங்கரமணரே வாரும் போதஸ்வரூபரே வாரும் காகங்கரைந்திட காலையுமாயிற்று நாகாபரணரே வாரும் நஞ்சனி கண்டரே வாரும் கற்பனையொழிந்தது கமலங்கள் அலர்ந்தன வீர்ப்பனரமணரே வாரும் வேதாந்த ரூபரே வாரும் முகுணரஹிதரே முக்திநாதாழ்வோரே சர்க்குணரமணரே வாரும் சாந்தஸ்வரூபரே வாரும் சத்து சிதானந்த வடிவினை சார்ந்திடும் தத்துவராயரே வாரும் தாண்டவமூர்த்தியே வாரும் இன்ப துன்பமில்லா ஏகாந்தமேடையில் அன்புரு கொண்டோரே வாரும் ஆனந்தமோனரே வாரும் அன்புரு கொண்டோரே வாரும் ஆனந்தமோனரே வாரும்
Thank you, Asha. Now, Morgan Martin will read from Gems.
Gems, right?
This is Gems on Surrender. God will bear whatever burdens we put on him. All things are being carried on by the omnipotent power of a supreme God. Instead of submitting ourselves to it, why should we be always planning we should do this or that? Knowing that the train carries all the load, why should we, traveling therein, suffer by carrying our small bundles on our heads, instead of leaving it on the train and being happy? The story of Ashtavakra teaches that in order to experience Brahmajnana, all that is necessary is to surrender yourself completely to the Guru, to give up all notion of I and mine. If these are surrendered, what remains is the reality. There are two ways of achieving surrender. One is looking into the source of the I and merging in that source. The other is feeling I'm helpless myself. God alone is all-powerful, and except by throwing myself completely on him, there is no other means of safety for me, and thus gradually developing the conviction that God alone exists and the ego does not count. Both methods lead to the same goal. Complete surrender is another name for jnana, or liberation. Bhakti is not different from mukti. Bhakti is being as the self. One is always that. He realizes it by the means he adopts. What is bhakti? To think of God. That means only one thought prevails to the exclusion of all other thoughts. That thought is of God, which is the self, or it is the self surrendered unto God. And when he has taken you up, nothing else will assail you. The absence of thought is bhakti. It is also mukti. Bhakti is jnana mata, the mother of jnana. It is asked why all this creation, so full of sorrow and evil. One can only say that it is God's will, which is inscrutable. No motive, no desire, no end to achieve can be attributed to that infinite, all-wise and all-powerful being. God is untouched by activities which take place in his presence. There is no meaning of attributing responsibility and motive to the one before it became many. But God's will for this prescribed course of events is the good solution for the vexed question of free will. If the mind is worried over what befalls us, or what has been committed or omitted by us, it is wise to give up the sense of responsibility and free will by regarding ourselves as the ordained instruments of the all-wise and the all-powerful, to do and suffer as he pleases. Then he bears all the burdens and gives us peace. A Maharani told Bhagavan, I am blessed with everything that a human being would like to have. Her Highness's voice choked. Controlling herself, she continued slowly. I have all that I want, all that a human being may want, but I do not have peace of mind. Something prevents it, probably my destiny. There was silence for a while. Then Bhagavan spoke in his usual sweet manner. All right, you have said what you wish to say. Well, what is destiny? There is no destiny. Surrender and all will be well. Throw all responsibility on God and do not bear the burden yourself. What can destiny do to you then? Devotee, surrender is impossible. Bhagavan, yes, complete surrender is impossible. Partial surrender is certainly possible for all. In the course of time, that will lead to complete surrender. Well, if surrender is impossible, what can be done? There is no peace of mind. You are helpless to bring it about. It can be done only by surrender.